Welcome back on Cross-Platform Summit, and I'm happy to introduce myself. My name is Anna, and I will be helping around here for the next 9 hours. I will be your next and the last moderator on this summit. So, I know it's quite hard to attend all the talks, and it's quite hard to handle 24 hours in a row. That's why we offer you a great opportunity to buy all the videos on Junior Track on videos.geekle.us just for $15. And you can rewatch all these videos anytime and any day, almost for free. So, who's going to be our next speaker? And the next speaker is going to be Scott Stoll. I'm happy to introduce him. And Scott is a co-founder of several programs within the Flutter community organization, owner of the Flutter Community Public Slack, and editor of Flutter Community. So it's quite obvious that Flutter is his strong point. And hello, Scott. Welcome on our virtual stage.
Hello, how are you, Anna?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm great because I have an opportunity to talk to such smart people and to listen to their speech.
Let me know when they arrive.
So
I'd like to meet them too.
So look at the mirror and you will see such people.
I'll try not to.
So what topic have you prepared for us?
I have prepared a peek into something that gives a lot of new Flutter developers nightmares. It, in essence, is a dive into an error message. Now, an error message is not normally something someone really wants to spend a lot of time on, but this error message is one that has given people a lot of trouble. And it is called RenderFlex children have non-zero flex, but incoming height constraints are unbounded.
Mm-hmm.
And I shortened that down to RenderFlex nightmares.
Sounds exciting. That's why, if you're ready to start your presentation, if you are ready, then I will pass the microphone to you. And kindly disappear from the screen.
Well, thank you very much for that introduction, Anna. And let's get on with the show.
Yeah, go ahead. See you soon.
So, again, I'm Scott, and this is RenderFlex Nightmares. Rows and columns gone horribly wrong. So, let's take a little bit closer look at this. Literally. Alrighty, now let's figure out exactly where I put all the windows that I need in order to get this talk to work. If you could see my desk. Alrighty then. Now I'm going to put the Q&A window up here. I can't see the regular chat. Well, actually, I'll leave the regular chat up. So, first of all, what is this all about? Okay, again, this is about RenderFlex issues, and it's something that a lot of junior Flutter developers struggle with. I know I struggled with it for quite a while. And so then the next big question, really, if you're just getting into Flutter or you're transitioning from something else, the real question is, why? Why should you care? And the reason that you should care is that rows and columns are the backbone of any layout. And when you are working with one or two here and there, it's no big deal. But once you begin to nest rows and columns and a number of other items, nightmares can begin to happen. A lot of things can go wrong, and you'll be dealing with the red screen of death entirely too often. So let's take a little look here. What is a row and column? Okay, really, when you dig under the hood, I'm talking about here, what is a row and column? It's flex. Okay, a flex is the superclass of the row and column. So every row is a flex and every column is a flex. But it's really important to remember that a flex is not a render flex. They're not the same thing. So what I'm talking about here is that Flutter has 3 layers. Okay, the widget layer, the element layer, and the render layer. The short version is you're working in the widget layer. That's where you're writing your code. The element layer, in a very short description, is the layer that is a skeletal mock-up. Now, neither the widget layer nor the element layer really exist in Android in the sense that you would recognize them. The element layer is basically just a mock-up of a widget with its key, what you can think of that as an instance name. And pretty much it. It's the type of widget and the key. And the reason that we use this is because if that changes, if the widget is changed to a different type, or even if just a new instance is put in its place that's slightly different, then the key changes. This is how the render layer knows something has changed, and it knows to tear down the old one and throw it away and build a new one. Now, the render layer is much more what Android developers would be accustomed to dealing with. But when you get an error, it's not going to say there's a problem with your row or column. It's not going to say that there is a problem with your flex. It's going to say there's a problem with the RenderFlex. And the reason is that when you are writing the code, Flutter and the compiler doesn't see any problem. It's only when you try to execute it and it begins to try to calculate sizes that everything goes sideways. So it comes back saying that there is a problem in the render layer, particularly with the render layer's version of a flex, which is the RenderFlex. So that is what can make it a little bit frustrating for a beginner, because the problem is in the RenderFlex, but beginners don't understand what's going on in the render layer yet, so it kind of puts it out of reach. So let's take a look at the constructor. Okay, the constructor of the flex contains a lot of things. It contains the main axis alignment, so things can be aligned at the start, at the end. You can space things out, many different things. The main axis size will default to maximum, as you can see right here. It's very important to keep in mind when you're dealing with debugging these problems. Basically, what that means is it's going to try to take up every single pixel you allow it to have in whatever the main axis happens to be. The main axis of a row is going to be horizontal, and the main axis of a column is going to be vertical. Next, we have the cross-axis alignment. Pretty self-explanatory. If you're dealing with a row, the cross-axis is going to be going horizontally. So you can also shift things from one side to the other. You can space them. Well, you can't space things evenly, of course, in the cross-axis, because you're not going to have multiple things in the cross-axis. Almost got me there. So then there is a little bit of information here about the text, but you'll notice I skipped over something. Okay, I skipped over the direction. The direction is required. Now, the reason that you don't even really notice this is because, of course, in the class that's extending this, be it the row or column, these are hard-coded. A column is going to be hard-coded to vertical. A row is going to be hard-coded to horizontal. So what happens here really is that the row and column are nothing but convenience widgets. Really, they're just there to make your life easier. But you could just as easily write a flex in your code and just set the direction manually. So again, if it is horizontal, it's a row, and if it's vertical, it's a column. So let's take a look at a little something else here. Okay, so now we have ways to arrange things horizontally and vertically, but that's not always enough. So then comes in the expanded. What that allows you to do is eat up a lot of the empty space, but there are caveats to this. Let's take a look. Expanded is a widget that expands the child of a row, column, or flex so that the child fills the available space. Available. Big circle. This is important. Available. What does available mean? Leftover. It's kind of like pizza. It's not available if it isn't left over. So when we take a look at this here and we see what it's doing, we'll notice that the expanded extends flexible. More on that in a moment. But there's also this thing called a flex. Weren't we just talking about the flex? We were talking about the flex, but we weren't talking about this flex. This is not the droid you were talking about. This flex, with the small f, determines how strong the expanded is going to push. So in Android terms, gravity. Very simply put, small letter flex equals gravity. Big letter flex equals superclass of row and column. Don't mix them up. So then also required, you have to have a child inside of an expanded. So again, when it calls the super here, which is the flexible, it's going to be passing all this on, but take a really good look right here. FlexFit.tight. Stick a pin in that. We're going to come back to it. But it's important to note you can't change that. It's hard-coded. There's a reason for that. So again, let's take a look. A widget that expands a child of row, column, or flex so that the child fills the available space. Now, how do I put this? What this says in the documentation is not always, well, yeah, that. Lies. The documentation is lying to you. It is not filling the available space. It is filling the available space that was reserved for it. It's an extremely important thing to keep in mind. And this is something that can come up and bite you very badly if you start using flexibles along with expandeds. So, flexible. What in the world is a flexible? Well, it's a superclass of expanded. Remember, the expanded is extending the flexible right here. So, this is a widget that controls how a child of a row or column or flex flexes. Using a flexible widget gives a child of a row, column, or flex the flexibility to expand to fill the available space in the main axis. Sorry, my camera's in the way. For example, horizontally for row, vertically for a column, but unlike, the next word is unlike, the expanded, the flexible does not require the child to fill the available space. So what's the big difference between the two? You remember we said to stick a pin in flex fit tight? It's because here we're dealing with flex fit loose. But there's one big difference here. This is not hard coding it in the call to the super. This one you can change. So if you're using a flexible, you can set its fit to loose. It's by default. You wouldn't have to do that. But you can set it to tight. And if you set it to tight, it is an expanded. So what is an expanded? It's a convenience widget to make it easier to realize what's going on. The reason that we have rows and columns and expandeds, instead of just using flexes and then defining the direction and using flexibles and defining the fit, is so that you can scan down the code quickly. All right, it's much more instinctive, especially for people coming from any kind of web background or design background. They see the word row, they know what it is. They see column, they know what it is. After a while in Flutter, you see expanded, you know it's going to expand. You see flexible, after a while, you get to realize in your mind that if it's a flexible and not an expanded, it's not going to expand unless somebody's really seriously trying to mess with you and put all kind of stuff like this in their code for something called job security. Don't do that. Really. Don't do it. So anyway, flexible. The flexible is the same thing as an expanded, but it's changed to loose. So what on earth does this mean, right? The flex fit is an enum. With it tight, the child is forced to fill the available space. With it loose, it can only be as big as the available space, but it's allowed to be smaller. Now, this is what the documentation says. You remember what I said before, right? Lies. Bad, bad lies. Flex fit, the child is forced to fill the space that was reserved for it. That's tight. For loose, the child can be at most as large as the space that was reserved for it, but it's allowed to be smaller. So if you're having a difficult time wrapping your head around tight versus loose, what can happen here is you can think of it as a shoebox. Now, I just got a message saying that the host has unmuted my microphone. So if I was muted for any of that, my apologies. I did not mute it from here. Flex fit. Take a box, put a balloon in it. Pretty simple, right? If you blow the balloon up and it expands, it presses up against the edges of the box. If you let the air out of it and the balloon is sitting loose in the bottom of the box, well, then it's not really touching the sides and it shrinks down to be whatever size the balloon was originally going to be if it's just laying around and you didn't blow it up. Tight fit, you expanded it. Loose fit, you didn't, and it's just laying there limp in the bottom of the box. It's not hard. Really, it's that simple if you let it be. Okay, don't make things more complicated than they are. But there is one thing that you have to remember about this. All of this expanding and not expanding is only in the main axis. Horizontal, vertical, that stuff. So, moving on, now we get to everybody's favorite part of the presentation. Quiz. Bet you didn't know there was going to be a quiz. This is the FlexFit quiz. We're going to use the constructors. Just checking the Q&A. We're going to use the constructors here. And what we're going to say is we have a flexible with a flex fit loose. Its flex or its strength is 1. And it's got a child. This child can be whatever. It can be a box. It can be an image. It can be some text. Now, we're also in the same row or column going to put an expanded. This is where things get tricky. It's going to have a flex of 1, and it is going to have a tight fit. But this tight fit actually is coming from the call to the super. If you look down there, it says super key, flex, fit, flex, fit, tight. Whereas on the other, if you look to the left and see this fit dot flex fit dot loose. All right. So we're going to look at this, and what happens is in the multi-child layout algorithm, which can give people nightmares, I wrote a deep dive about it. It's if you look up RenderFlex children have non-zero flex, but incoming height constraints are unbounded on Medium, you will come across a 4-part article that will take you a little over 20 minutes to read, and it took me a little over 4 months to write. In it, I go through the painstaking process of taking the 6-part layout, multi-child layout algorithm, breaking it down and translating it from engineer into English. Now, for all of you coming from like an HTML background, perhaps a back-end background and you're not familiar with mobile, you're welcome. For those of you coming from Android, you could probably get away with not using it. iOS as well. But when we look here at the two flexes, the flexes are equal. And the way this works is the algorithm is going to take a look at the row or column, and it is, first of all, not going to figure out how big it's supposed to be because it doesn't get that information. It actually is allowed to be however big it tries to be, to a point. More on that in a minute. But here, the strength of the expanded and the flexible, they're equal. So what's going to happen is the algorithm is going to say, I have a flexible with a flex of 1, and I have another flexible with a flex of 1. It doesn't look at the fit yet. So it's considering both of these to be flexibles. Because remember, once you get at the render layer, all of these nice convenience widgets go away. In the render layer, we're looking at flexibles only, and one has a fit of tight, one has a fit of loose. But it's looking at these and it says, okay, I have a pair of flexibles and both of them have a flex of 1. Therefore, I'm going to give half of the leftover space to 1 and half of the leftover space to 2 for the other one, number 2. Been a long day. Next, what happens is it says flexible. What size do you want to be? You can have, say, 50% of the space. And the flexible says, well, I have an image and we only need 20% of the space. So I'm going to be 20% high. Say 20 dp. Everything in Flutter is dp, density independent pixels. We don't really say pixels per se because you think of that as px. Android folks, there's no SP, nothing else. It makes life really easy. Even your font sizes are in dp. We like simple. In any event, let's say we had 100 of leftover space. Both of these get 50 each. So the flexible says, my image is only 20. I don't need the other 30. I'm only going to be 20. Okay, fine, cool. The expanded says, I don't care what I have in me. I need to be as big as I can be. So I'm going to hog everything you gave me. So it takes up the whole 50. Now you have a picture here in the flexible, and you have, let's say, a blue box in the expanded. So what's going to happen is you're going to look at this and you're going to see a picture that's 20 high, and then you're going to see a box. Okay. And there's also going to be a dead space. And this works a little bit better actually if we put the box first with the expanded and then the picture, because what's going to end up happening then is the 30 dead space is going to be underneath. So you're going to see your box. You're going to see your picture. Sorry about the green screen messing up there. You're going to see your picture underneath your box, and then you're going to see 30 dp of background. Just background. And you're going to look at this and you're going to say, my column is supposed to be 100 high. I've got the 50 box and I've got the 20 picture and my column is only 70 high. What's going on? And you're going to beat your head against this and try to figure out why your layout's not working and why your column's not 100 high. And I've got news for you. Your column is 100 high. The column is 100 high. because it's taking up the max space, which is the default. It's just that 50 of it was used by the expanded, 20 of it was used by the flexible, and the dead space of 30 is transparent. That will nail you every single time. After a year of knowing this, it still catches me off guard at times. Okay, and that's after a year of digging into this. So I kind of got ahead of the slides a little bit here. So what if the flexible's child doesn't use all the space? Will the expanded get that space? Would the expanded get the 30 that was left over? And the answer is no. Because the space was reserved for the expanded before the algorithm knew how much space the flexible was going to use. So if you use an expanded to try to take up all the leftover space in your row or column, it's going to work unless you throw a flexible in there with it. Now, if you throw another expanded in there with it, yes, they'll both try to expand. So you will still have coverage. And that's a better phrase. You will have coverage over every inch. So, moving on. RenderFlex children have non-zero flex, but incoming height constraints are unbounded. Not like I memorized it or anything. Don't be that guy. You don't want to be that guy. The key to not being that guy is to understand the left-hand word on the bottom line. Right there, okay? That word is constraints. What are constraints? Complicated, but we can do better than that. It's kind of like when you use a brute force algorithm in an interview. You can do better. What are constraints? Well, good fences make good neighbors. And that too. Basically, constraints tell a widget what is the maximum and minimum size it's allowed to be. The phrase constraints are unbounded means it was given a blank and allowed to do whatever it wanted. So, if you take a moment to walk through this, when something has flex, it has gravity in Android terms, which means it's trying to expand. Okay. Now, that is as long as it isn't expanded, we'll say. So it has flex that is not zero. So that means it will try to fill all of the available space. But what happens if nothing tells it what the available space is? Now this is going to try to expand forever, and there's nothing there to stop it. This is a problem. So I would like to quote a very, very wise person. Okay, and that is with this. If inherited widget is Flutter's monad, then RenderFlex children have non-zero flex, but incoming height constraints are unbounded is our boogeyman. Very wise person. Boogeyman. Homo Nero. Hombre boogeyman. Mummus. Baba Yaga. RenderFlex children have zero flex, but incoming height constraints are unbounded. What? Look, something is trying to be infinitely large in the main axis. Nothing's there to stop it. You broke it. You fix it. And basically what that means is you have to make sure it gets some constraints. Now, constraints is a whole nother talk in and of itself, and you want to look into them, but one of the big things to understand about constraints is they are also tight or loose. Tight or loose meaning it forces something to be as big as the constraints are. So if you have a container that's a parent and it's telling the container inside of it that it can be 100 by 100, it will pass those constraints on tight and try to force that child to be 100 by 100. Unless if you use a child widget or you use something in there that will loosen the constraints. A perfect example of that is an align widget. Now, think of it this way. You have parent. You have child. Parent tries to make child as big as the available space. So child is as big as the available space. Now the parent needs to align it. How do you align something that already took up all the space? You can't. If it's already taking up all the space, you can't move it to one side or the other. It's already as big as it can be. So as soon as you align something by using either a center or going into the container and saying alignment, alignment dot center or alignment dot right, alignment dot left, as soon as you run that alignment, it's going to break the tight constraints and it's going to loosen them up. So now the parent doesn't get to say the child has to be larger. The quickest and easiest way to break tight alignment is by using a center. Or if you don't want to align to center, you can use an align and then set the alignment within the align. And that will break you out of tight constraints every time. Going any deeper into constraints is way beyond the scope of this, but believe me, as a junior Flutter developer, the real meat and potatoes difference between mastering Flutter and beating your head against it for a while is understanding constraints, understanding how they work, understanding what widgets you can use to tighten the constraints and start forcing things to be a certain size, and what widgets you can use to break that and loosen them. And also there's another set of widgets that doesn't pass any at all. Guess what? That's the flex, which means your rows and your columns. Those pass no constraints whatsoever. So as soon as you throw something in there that tries to be as big as it can be, now, Houston, we have a problem. One of the ways you can fix this, interestingly enough, is by changing the main axis size to minimum. Because remember, default is maximum. But if you change it to minimum, and then, believe it or not, you throw in an expanded, what's going to happen is the algorithm is going to say the expanded is going to try as big as it can be. Sorry. And it's going to say, well, but the size is set to minimum. Now it needs to go out and find out how big it can be in order to make all this work. And it's strange. I know you would think that it should work in maximum. It doesn't. If you change the main axis size to minimum, throw an expanded in there, that will often straighten out a lot of your problems, but there are a lot of other situations out there. You really want to read that article, and it will break some of that down for you. And again, the article is RenderFlex Children Have Non-Zero Flex, but Incoming Height Constraints Are Unbounded by me. And it is on Medium under the Flutter Community Medium. And as I say in there, if you don't get a chance to read it, one of the most important things to know is that all my friends get to do deep dives on cool things like the animation system, or I don't know, custom painter. Me, I did a deep dive on an error message. I got what was left over. So one other thing, besides the fact that I need to stop saying so, don't take this next part seriously. Really don't. It is for entertainment purposes only. And it kind of pokes fun at the names of things. With that in mind, you must remember, Padawan, a flex is flexible, but don't confuse the fact that it can be flexible with an actual flexible. A flex fit has nothing to do with the fit of the flex. Flexes don't fit. The flex of a flexible determines the strength or gravity of the flexible, except when it doesn't. Now remember, if a loose fit flexible has a fit of loose, it doesn't matter what you set the flex to. It's going to be the size of the child. So that's what I mean when I say the flex of a flexible determines the strength of a flexible, except when it doesn't. So remember that. It either does or it doesn't, and that's kind of useless. Moving on. You can set the flex to 9 gajillion, but if your flex fit is set to loose, it's not going to do anything, which harkens back to the last one we were just talking about. The flex fit of the fit determines if the flex of the flexible will be allowed to flex the flexible so it fits better into the flex. Lastly, whatever you do, do not confuse the flex with the flex, or you're going to end up you're expecting something else. So, confused? Of course you are. That last slide just about confused me, and I wrote it. Fortunately for all of us, there are some places we can get a lot of help. The first one is the official getter of Flutter, and you can get there via flutter.dev on their community channel. I'm sorry, their community page. That is at flutter.dev/community. The Flutter Dev Google group is also frequented by members of the Flutter team. I have seen Eric Seidel, who's the lead engineer, answering questions there himself. Reddit, you want to go to our Flutter Dev, not Flutter. And that one is also a really thriving community. Flutter Community Medium is our publication. Don't confuse that one with the actual Flutter Teams Medium. They are separate. Flutter Community Organization is not run by Google. We need to be really clear that I am not a Googler. We get that question a lot when we're at large events. Anyway, the Flutter community page on Facebook is very low traffic, but it can be good to keep an eye on it. Twitter, of course, #Flutter. The official account is FlutterDev. If you want to know the really cool people to follow, you can check out who this loser right here, Scottsdale 2017, follows. And you'll see that I follow all the cool people. And then once you've got them followed, you can just forget about me. Now, 24 hours of live help every Wednesday. That's been slowing down a little bit because most of the people who have been answering questions there have been getting crushed with work. I myself have been working the American elections for the past few months, and we are nearing the end of it, thankfully. Just because the election's over doesn't mean everything is over. We have to go back through and run down every single tiny discrepancy and document them and try to figure them out. And then we have to do what's called certifying the election to make sure it's official, which hasn't happened yet. Maybe soon. Anyway, Hump Day Q&A is a program where you can come into a Zoom meeting and get live help from a human being. Now, it has changed. I need to change this slide. It is not tinyurl anymore. It is a bit.ly link. So bit.ly Hump Day Q&A. Again, bit.ly Hump Day Q&A. Anna!
Scott.
Did you bring pizza?
Yeah, sorry for interrupting you because we have our next speaker waiting for her prime time. And
Okay.
we will give you an opportunity to continue your speech on our Q&A session.
Okay. Well, I'm all done, actually.
Thank you very much for giving us such a great speech, and especially for your jokes. That was really great. And unfortunately, we have no question now for you. And I think that the situation will change until the Q&A session.
Okay.
So see you in 2 hours.
Okay. Wow. I will try to make it there in 2 hours. Everyone, please understand it is currently 2100. And I do need to, we are working Saturday and Sunday to try to get this election cleaned up. So I'm not sure I'm going to be able to stay until 2300.
Okay. So
I will try.
thank you very much. And thank you again for your speech, and see you soon. Or,
Thank you. Take care.
Goodbye.
And thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye-bye.
And my lovely people, I want to remind you to ask all the questions you have on our Q&A form, and our lovely speaker would answer them just after their presentation or on Q&A session. So it's quite important, and keep it in mind. And I'm more than happy to announce you our next speaker. She is Sakina Abbas. And Sakina is co-founder and CEO of React 3. She leads Flutter development and DevOps, and much of her personal work is inspired by anime and video games that she actively indulges in her free time. So, Sakina, welcome here. Ohayo and hajimemashite.
Hey, ohayou gozaimasu. How are you doing, Anna?
I'm fine. I'm great. And I'm happy to see you here on our stage.
Happy to be here.
So, how is your mood?
It's good. It's actually 7 in the morning, and I woke up around half an hour ago, so I'm still kind of in a snoozle doozle, but yeah, worth it.
But I say that you are in good mood, so I think that you won't have any problem with the speech and presentation.
Absolutely.
Great.
Absolutely.
So, if you're ready to start your presentation, just tell me, and I will pass the microphone to you.
Yep, I'm ready, and my screen is also shared.
Great. Go ahead.
My screen isn't appearing. Yeah, perfect. Okay, hello everyone. Hope you all are doing well. So today's session is all about local data persistence in Flutter, and you'll find it very interesting if you want to learn how to build offline applications, or more importantly, if you want to learn about how you can cache data for offline app usage in Flutter. Okay, so before we officially get started, let me just quickly introduce myself to you guys. So, hello, my name is Sakina Abbas. I am the co-founder and CEO of React 3. We are a software house, and we specialize in the development of web applications and mobile applications. I personally have started off as a native Android developer, and over the years, I eventually transitioned towards Flutter development, and that's what I'm currently doing. I am leading the DevOps and Flutter development at my company, React 3. Other than that, I am also a core member of Flutter Karachi, Pakistan. We are a cult of Flutter developers who organize sessions every now and then. So I'm a part of that, and we are officially endorsed by Google. And I also recently joined the Women in Tech Speakers at Google Developer Space Singapore. So we also organize sessions every now and then. Now, before we actually get started, let's do a quick exercise, right? What I want you guys to do is to pick up your phones or tablets, right? But if you are currently listening on a phone or tablet, then perhaps pick another spare phone or tablet, whatever is accessible to you, okay? Now, open up any of these 3 applications in LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook. I'm sure you use one of them anyway, and make sure that you are connected to the internet, right? So just feel free to look around, scroll here and there, just see, like, you can probably see all of the data coming, right? Because you're connected to the internet. Now, just turn off the Wi-Fi or the mobile data on that device that you are currently testing it out on, right? And now again, switch back to the application that you were using. You probably can still see some of the data, right? You might not be able to see all of the data, like the images, etc., but you can still see some part of the data, right? And in fact, I think in LinkedIn, you might be able to see a message popping up that you're not connected to the internet, something like that, right? Okay, awesome. Now, if you were able to do this experiment successfully, just the way as I guided you, you might have witnessed results somewhat like this. On the left, I have my Twitter application. As you can see, I have no internet connectivity, yet I'm still able to see the tweets that I was actually, the latest tweets that I was actually able to see. And similarly, in LinkedIn, I can still see these posts, but I'm getting this no internet connection message at the bottom. And I can also not see part of the video thumbnail or stuff like that. So we've reached to a conclusion that even after turning off internet connectivity on our device, the data was still available. It was still visible, but we had access to limited functionality, okay? So maybe they're doing some kind of caching over here. What are they doing? Let's find out later. Another thing that you might have noticed is that WhatsApp, we all use WhatsApp, right? When we're connected to the internet, we can get messages from our friends, we can send messages to our friends, and we can basically have access to everything. But when we don't have internet connectivity, we can still see our old previous messages and we can even search through them for a specific message. And similarly, on the right, we have the Google Keep app, which is a note-taking app. So it works offline, online. In the offline mode, you can just simply take as many notes as you want to, and in the online, you have the ability to back up the data towards cloud, okay, so that your data is synced everywhere and it's available everywhere. So all of this, what was the purpose of going through all of this experimentation and looking at these applications? It was to help you realize that these applications are performing some kind of local data persistence. And what does localizing data actually help in? It helps improve the user experience because naturally, if you're using an application with an unstable internet connection, you don't want to see a blank screen. You want to be able to see at least some parts of the data, right? Similarly, it also makes the apps performant. It helps with caching. Okay, so for instance, you don't have to get the photos or the media refetched again and again and again from the original data source. Okay, so it just gets retrieved once, gets cached into your system, like the display photos in WhatsApp, right? So even when you're not exactly connected to the internet, you can still see blurry images, right? But you can still see something. And lastly, it helps with the offline app usage. And who doesn't want to use uh, applications, cool applications, when they still don't have internet connectivity? Now, for localizing data in Flutter, there are a bunch of techniques. So we'll be starting off with the simplest ones, which is the key value pairs with shared preferences. Now, shared preferences is a mechanism for storing key valued pairs. So you could refer to it as quote unquote a cache management system. It's one of the simplest ways to cache the simplest data. Okay, so um, it's primarily used to store small amounts of primitive data that you may need to use later on. So for instance, certain app settings, uh, the user's name, okay, when you're displaying it at the top, like, hello, welcome back, Sakina, right? Or welcome back, Anna. And similarly, other chunks of data that you just need to store, right? Now, we have a shared preferences package in Flutter that you can find it out on on the pub.dev. Uh, it supports primitive data types in the sense that it supports integer, doubles, strings, booleans, and list of strings. Okay. Other than that, it also supports images, but for images, you need to kind of like serialize your image into bytecode and or something like that, and then store it in shared preferences. Right? It's doable, but you need to do some conversion over there. It also allows you to store custom objects in shared preferences. Okay, so let's first look into how you can store a simple integer in shared preferences, and then let's move on towards more complex stuff. Right now, first of all, what you need to do, obviously, after importing the shared preferences package in your Flutter application, is that you need to write this line of code. Okay, you first need to get an instance of shared preferences using this line of code over here, shared preferences.getInstance. And then when you want to store anything, integer in our case, into shared preferences, you call the function preferences.setInt, okay, and you pass the key as the first parameter. So let's say I want to store a level of a game that a user is playing, and I want to store which current level the user has played, right? So in my case, what I would do is that I would pass the key is level and the value is the variable level itself, okay? Now, similarly, if you want to retrieve from shared preferences, again, you would get an instance to shared preferences, and you would fetch it using a getInt. And in the getInt function, you would pass your key, like, hey, I want the value associated with this key that I previously stored into the shared preferences, right? Also, note, it's completely up to you what kind of architecture you're following in your project. Um, you might have to call shared preferences.getInstance every now and then whenever you want to access it in a separate file, maybe. Or you can just create a singleton class for your simplicity and just get one single instance to shared preference and then just do setting or getting operations from it. It all depends on you, all right? Now, if you were to store more complex custom objects into shared preferences, this is how you would do it. All right, now the key here is that shared preferences only supports those primitive data types that I went through just now with you guys, right? In order to enable a custom object to be stored into shared preferences, you would need to serialize it. Okay, so you need to serialize it into a string. And the simplest way to do that is using the JSON encoder. So you have your object as a map of the key is string. So like the class variables are like the key over here, and the values are dynamic because they can be anything, right? Integers, Boolean, strings, whatever, right? So you have your object as a map. What you do is that you convert it to a string using JSON encoder.convert. So what it does is that it serializes your object into a string, and then you'd simply store that object as a string into your shared preferences. Using using the setString method, you pass the key to it, and then you pass the object string to it. Similarly, if you want to retrieve that data from the shared preferences, you need to do the opposite thing, right? You need to use the getString method, okay? Now what you're getting is a string, and you need to decode it into a JSON object or into a map object, which again, you can do very easily with JSON decoder. So you just write, if the data is not null, then JSON decoder dot convert this string as a map of type string and dynamic key value. Okay, that's how you manipulate a custom object in shared preferences. Now, the second technique towards local data persistence in Flutter is storing data in files. What kind of or what type of data is supported in filing? Again, strings, images, objects. But the you need to understand here is that filing is for storing modular data, in the sense that when we just saw shared preferences just now, It was for storing simple data, small data that we need to use later on. Okay. Filing is what you would expect to be doing in a notes application. Okay. Because each file will be containing data pertaining to a different entity. All right. So each file is a separate entity, meaning each file is a separate record. So if your application is such that it demands a use case for modular file-wise storage, then you would need to consider filing, right? Now, by default, it allows strings, okay, but in order to store objects, you need to serialize them again using some mechanism, perhaps using the JSON encoder or decoder that we just saw. And you can just do that in filing. Okay, so we won't be looking into the depths of filing, but all you need is the path dependency in your Flutter application. And it's just not that bunch of code. It's not that complicated either. Okay. And filing is mostly only ever used if, again, you need to store modular file-wise data, right? Images, on the other hand, can be saved directly on the disk. So this is a good advantage that you don't really need to perform serialization or deserialization like we just saw that we needed to do in shared preferences for images because they can be saved here directly. However, the biggest caveat with data persistence with files is that data is not structured. So even though you have larger data stored to your local disk in a modular format that's easy to look at, you can't really query it like you would expect to because it's not structured. All right. If you want to do that, then we move on towards the third technique, which is storing large and complex data in a local database, such as an SQLite database. How would you do that in Flutter? You do that using the SQLite package, which is the SQLite plugin for Flutter. So SQLite itself is an embeddable relational database management system. Um, by embeddable, I mean that it's not separately located anywhere. Okay, if you uninstall the application that's using SQLite, then the database will be wiped out. And if you reinstall it, you might not have all of that data. Okay, so embeddable means that it's actually embedded into your application, into your project. All right. Now, with this SQLite plugin, you can actually create a database, you can define your tables, you can perform as many CRUD operations on it, you can store data, you can retrieve data, you can perform complex queries, search keyword-based search queries, anything, the sky's the limit, it's up to you, right? So the point here is that SQLite is basically used to persist larger and more complex data in a structured format that enables you to query upon it later on as per your use case. So what we do here is that in our Flutter application, we import the SQLite dependency into pubspec.yaml. We write a little bit of code and we store the data in a database. And then we later on fetch the records from the database. Okay, so this is what the database actually looks like. We have each of the attribute is referred to as a column, and each of the record, each of the entity, you could say, is referred to as a row in a table. Okay. Now, if you were to do this in Flutter, what do you need? So obviously, first of all, you need the SQLite dependency, and you also need the path dependency. We need the path dependency so it can locate in which directory I need to create this database, this table, all right? Then, aside from these two dependencies, we need our helper class, the database provider class. In this class, we'll be doing all of the coding related to the database, like such as creating the database, creating the tables, functions for storing data, functions for getting data, all of those different stuff, right? And then we need a model class or different model classes depending on your data So if you're already currently using a separate database, such as Firestore, any of the online database, cloud-based databases, then you must be familiar with the concept of model classes, right? And lastly, you need state management, but again, it's not something specific to SQLite. It's something that is already expected to be there in your application. So the only additional thing or the only additional code is that of the helper class. Okay, that's just one extra file that you need to create if you want to integrate SQLite into a current application of yours, right? Now, so what do we need in this helper class? What do we need in this database provider class? All right, so first of all, you need to create string constants in your database for the table names, for the column names. This is because it's not actually mandatory to do that, but it's advised to do that because you need to use those exact column names later on when you're performing queries. So you don't want to mess up by maybe mistyping a column name. So in order to standardize everything, you can just create string constants like, okay, if my table has four attributes, let's say ID, name, age, and something else, country maybe, right? So in order to not mess that up later on when you're actually using those column names, when you're performing some queries, you can just create string constants for that, right, in the database provider class. The next thing that you need to do is to create a private constructor in your database provider class. This is so this class can be made into a singleton class so that you can only create just one entry point towards it, and then later on just use that instance to call on any functions that you like. Okay, again, good programming practices. Then you need to create a function that will initialize your database, or it would actually create it if it doesn't exist. If it exists, then it will return you the instance to that database. And lastly, you then need to write functions for the CRUD operations that you need to perform on your database. So for storing data, for fetching data, for updating data, for deleting data, for searching through data, it's all up to you. Just the normal functions that you would write when using perhaps Firestore. Okay. Um, I will be going into the code for SQLite specifically. I will also show you a demo application that I've already made. But before that, let me just quickly walk you through the rest of the things. And now, at this point, you might be wondering, okay, so we've spoken about the different mechanisms that we can leverage in order to store data locally into our Flutter application. Well, what about caching, Sakina? You spoke about caching initially. You started off with caching. That really got our hopes up, but you didn't say how we would link this towards caching. So yeah, this meme is for you guys. And for those of you who got the reference to this meme, hats off to you. Cache me outside. How about that? Okay, there, I said it. I said it. All right. Now, talking about cache, in Flutter. Actually, the good news is that all of these three mechanisms that we saw, at least most of them can and are actively used for caching, and I personally have used them. So, all right, let's divide this into three different categories. If you're looking for larger, bulkier, and more complex data to be cached, and let's say you're already using Firestore, okay? So the good news is that Firestore by default offers caching support for Android and iOS. For web, you have to manually turn on the settings when you're actually getting the instance to your Firestore uh, object by, I think, setting the is caching enabled to true, something like that. But for Android and iOS, it's already turned on by default. So if you've already built a Flutter application using Firestore, you can actually conduct that same experiment that we started off with initially. Okay, so you would notice that once you're connected to the when you're connected to the internet, you're able to see all of the data. Okay, you can access all of the functionality. Then turn off the internet. Okay, maybe remove your application from the stack of open applications, and don't force kill it. Just remove it from the background applications. Okay, reopen it again. Note your internet is turned off, and you will notice that it's still showing you data, even though you didn't write any of the code to perform caching, right? Which is awesome. So what I noticed in one of my applications was that it was showing me text-based data. It wasn't showing me images that I was fetching from Firebase. Okay, and the other thing that I also noticed was that in where you have made use of transactions in Firestore, or when you're using the await keyword when fetching data from the internet, there it would fail to cache data and show you the cached data. But other than that, if you're displaying data somehow using the then keyword or something like that, then yeah, it would definitely show you the cached data. And also there is a function, or there is a way to access, or to rather see whether this data that you're actually getting, is it from the cache or is it from the original data source. And to do that, you just need to write snapshot.metadata.is from cache. Is from cache is a Boolean variable. So if you're getting data from the internet, it would return false. If you're getting it once your internet is off and it's probably retrieving from your cache, then it would return true. Okay, so this is a small developer experiment that you can conduct whenever you're free. The next approach towards caching larger and complex data is SQFlite. So what you would do here is that you're maybe using a REST API, or maybe you're using Firebase or whatever, and you get the data from the original data source. Okay, once you fetch that data, you can store it in your SQLite table. Okay, so maybe you can set intervals that I want to dump this latest data into my table at maybe this duration. Okay, so it's entirely up to you. You would use SQLite normally. It's just that bridging connection that you need to understand, like where and when do I want to perform caching manually. Okay, now if you want to cache relatively less complex data, then there's another database called Hive. The next slide is actually about Hive, and I won't be going into too much detail, but I'll just be showing you what it's about so that you can experiment with it later on. And obviously, naturally, when you want to cache small key value paired data, then shared preferences is your friend. Now, Hive is actually a lightweight and secure key value database. Okay, and it's pretty actually lightweight, and it's pretty fast, as you can see by this benchmark that they have provided on their official package on pub.dev. So as you can see over here on the left, we have the read iterations. As you can see, SQLite has kind of like the worst performance, obviously. And in comparison to that, you can see that Hive is very performant. Okay, even shared preferences, because again, key value storage is faster naturally, right? And then when it comes to write iterations, again, SQLite is still there. It's still kind of like okayish in performance. Shared preferences is kind of bad over here, but Hive is still optimized over here. If you're more interested in this, maybe experiment this on your own. See in what use cases Hive is performant, see in what cases SQLite is performant. But hey, the key takeaway here is that SQLite, even though over here it shows that, oh, look, it's like the worst in performance among all other methods, the thing is that even when you're using SQLite, okay, you don't actually see much of a difference, because I've personally used it, and as I'll be showing you the live demo right now, the delay is barely noticeable. It works as if you were working with a normal cloud-based database. Okay, it's pretty fast, it's pretty smooth, and it's not that difficult to implement either. And then also, naturally, the important thing to understand here is that it all depends on your use case. There are many times when you need to use SQLite because it allows you to store large and complex data, and not in a key value pair, but rather in like a relational manner, so that you can perform complex queries on it, like you were previously performing in a, let's say, a cloud-based database like Firestore or MongoDB, whatever, right? So everything has its pros and cons, and everything has its use cases for which it needs to be used. All right, now at this point, I will be switching my screen so that I can share with you the demo. So just give me a moment. Is my screen visible to you guys? Anna, could you please put up my screen? Is anybody there?
Sakina?
Yes.
Great.
Could you please put up my screen?
You want to put another screen, or you want to answer the questions? I see a screen.
Yeah.
I add it to the stream.
Okay, let me know when it's up.
Yeah, it's already.
Okay,
You can go ahead.
perfect. Okay, so over here we have a dream journal application. So as you can see over here, we have a bunch of dreams. Don't judge me on these dreams. Okay, that is actually how I dream. So we are using SQLite over here. So let me just quickly walk you through the demo of the application, and then I'll delve into the code for the database provider class that I was actually talking about earlier. All right. So we have one screen for displaying our dream entries. Okay. If we click on this cross button over here, it displays our ID. Okay, and it asks us if we want to delete this. So there is a deletion functionality. Then when we click on a particular dream, we can actually edit it. So blah 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 whatever. I write that. I click on update, and it's updated over here. Okay, as you can see, no performance delays. It looks pretty smooth. Then you can actually there is another screen for searching through dreams. So what I would do here is that I would provide a keyword over here, and based on this keyword, um, I get these dream entries, okay? The ones that contain this keyword in their titles. So as you can see, it works pretty smooth. Let's try typing Pokemon, and it works pretty smooth, right? And then lastly, we have obviously another screen for creating a dream entry. So test dream. This is a test dream, and hit submit, and there we are. Okay, so again, I'm not using any other package for this other than SQLite. So let me just increase the font size for this and walk you through the code. Just give me a moment. Okay, so all right, so for the purpose of this project, I am actually using BLoC for state management, but it's entirely up to you. You can use whatever. Heck, you can not even use any state management if you're completely new, if you're a complete beginner. You can actually carry it out using the normal set state methods, okay? So it's entirely up to you. The only thing that you need to focus on is this database provider class. I already have a models class, so let me show that to you as well. So as you can see, I just have one class in my models file, which is a dream class. So each dream has a unique ID, a title, and details. I have one function to serialize my dream object into a map object, because that's how you actually store data into an SQLite database. Even when you're doing it with Firestore, that's how you do it, right? And also, I have another function for deserializing it. So this converts my map object into the actual dream object, which I use in order to display the data in the application, okay, in the UI. So as you can see over here, I am using columns over here so as not to mess up any of the attribute names. Um, and these are the string constants that I was initially talking about. So in our database provider class, we have these string constants very neatly laid out in the beginning. We have the string for the name of our table, which is the dream table. Then we have our column ID. Then we have our column title, and then we have one for the details attribute. Now, this is the aspect for making this class a singleton class. Okay, so this underscore followed by parenthesis is actually the syntax if you want to create a singleton class in Flutter. So what this does is that it checks for an instance to this database variable, to this database object. It checks, all right, do I already have an instance to the database object? If yes, then return this instance. If yes, then return this instance. If not, then if it already exists, then return this instance. If it doesn't exist, then create it, okay, initialize it, and then create this instance. Okay, so this is the concept of singleton. So once you're done with the singleton aspects, you just need to create a function called create database or whatever. Over here, you first need to get the path. All right. Now, why you need this path is you need this in the open database method. This method is coming from SQLite dependency that I've already included in pubspec.yaml. So what this does is that it first takes the path at which it needs to create this database. Okay, and note over here, the extension is .db. You need to pass .db to the path, okay? So what this method does is that it gets the default directory where it stores all of the embedded databases, okay? It gets that directory, it joins this directory with the name of the database that you've provided. Then you provide the version attribute, the version parameter. Version is actually used for when you want to migrate your database, when you want to upgrade the structure of your database, or when you want to downgrade the structure of your database. It's used for that, for monitoring for monitoring those changes. And then we have an onCreate delegate. So it sees that, okay, if this specific database does not exist with this specific version, I will create it. And this is the syntax for creating a table in SQLite, right? And as you can see over here, we have a getDreams method. We get an instance to the database object. We write our query in the SQLite syntax, like I want to fetch records from my dream table. I want the attributes that I want to fetch are column ID, title, and details. And I want to order it in descending order of the column ID. Okay, so latest entries are shown first, considering that when I'm actually storing data into my database, the ID that I'm using is actually the current time converted to milliseconds, right? And then from here on, it's just the normal stuff. You convert your data to a list of dream objects, and then you fetch and then you return those results to the UI where you want to display it. All right. Now I realize that we are out of time. So I just want to show you that over here, I have done nothing else different. Okay. These are simple methods for simple operations, for simple crude operations that I'm performing. And basically, uh, you just need to understand the SQLite syntax over here. It can be a little daunting to learn, but everything's easy once you know how to Google things. Now, lastly, the key takeaway is that for storing simple data, for storing key valued pairs, you will resort to shared preferences. Okay. For modular storage, you will resort to files such as in a note taking application. And for larger and more complex data that need a defined structure that allows you to query upon it later on, you would resort to SQFlite. And finally, you can use a mix of everything depending on your use case to cache data and display it locally when you're not connected to the internet. So that's it from my side. I will be taking questions in the Q&A session that we have planned after an hour, I guess. And yeah, if you have any queries or anything other than that, please feel free to reach out to me on my LinkedIn account that I'm actively active on. So yeah.
Domo arigato. Thank you
Thank
for your speech.
you.
And thank you for your great presentation. And your anime gifts were like music to my soul.
Oh, that's awesome.
Thank you very much. And we have few questions for you, but I better keep them for Q&A session.
Yeah.
So please don't fall asleep. Be with
Oh,
us
I'm
in
here.
an hour. Okay, thank you.
Sure. Thank you for
See you
having
soon.
me.
So, guys, I'm more than happy to announce you our next speaker, and it's going to be Blessin Varghese. Blessin is a developer, community builder, and speaker, and he does quite a bit freelancing while completing final year of his engineering in computer science. So, hi, Blessin.
Hi, Anna.
Blessin, you have George name on your screen. So, is it
Yeah.
George or Blessin with us now?
You can call me George.
So you're George.
Essentially, yeah.
Sorry, I can
Can
hear
you see
you.
my screen?
Yeah, I can see your screen, but I can see your your face. Your screen is closed.
Okay. So,
Could you
isn't my
please
screen here visible?
could you please turn on your camera?
I'm having issues with my camera. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see your screen. What issues do you have with your camera?
Anna, actually, I've used my phone as my microphone.
Uh-huh.
My laptop's webcam ain't working properly.
I got it. So what topic are you going to cover today?
Anna, I'll be taking very basic session on how to make apps that are true cross-platform while being responsive. So we have the same code base for a mobile app as well as for a desktop app
George,
or a web
sorry,
app.
sorry for interrupting, but it's hard to hear you. Can you fix somehow your microphone?
Yeah, sure. Am I audible now? Is this better?
No, it's worse. Actually, it's worse.
Hold on, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Is this better?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay.
Okay, great. So if you're ready to start, we will share your screen with presentation.
Yeah, nah, I'm ready. So before going forward, we have half an hour, right?
Yeah, you have 40 minutes.
40 minutes. Okay. I take around 30 minutes.
Okay, and 10 minutes we will keep for answering the questions.
Is Q&A directly after my session or as per agenda? It's a separate session with three of us together, right?
With two of you, because Scott is going to be absent.
Okay,
But anyway,
fine.
if we have some questions for you, we can keep it until Q&A form, so that you could present your speech and presentation during your time slot. So
Sure. I'll stick to my presentation for the current slot.
great. So go ahead. I'm passing the microphone to you, and
Okay.
share your screen.
Hi everyone. I'm Blessin George Varghese. I'm a final year engineering student from India. I've been into Flutter since Flutter was in its beta stage. Now, it brings joy to see that Flutter is stable and we have builds for web, Android, iOS, Windows, and whatnot. So, the true essence of Flutter comes in building cross-platform apps, truly cross-platform apps. And if you can't do it in single code base, then essentially you're killing the best offering that Flutter gives you. One challenge that I've faced in making a single application that works on multiple devices is managing the responsiveness of the app. So in the current session, we'll see some very basic ways. As this is a junior track, we'll see some very basic ways to maintain responsiveness of your app on a lot of different devices. So what what do I love about Flutter? First of all, just like everyone, I love the UI kit provided by Flutter, the material or the Cupertino kit. It takes out a lot of time from your schedule in building the UI. Second, as we all know, it's cross-platform. Third, despite being a very young entrant into the market or into the segment, Flutter has been quite mature thanks to its awesome community. And even the current talk that we are having right now shows how strong is the community. Quick development. Literally, you can use Flutter for prototyping, and that won't take away much of your time. So Flutter is super fast in development when you compare it with other or similar offerings. Everything is a widget. So you know about it. Let me not get into that. Pub.dev. These days, if you look at pub.dev, even though it can't be compared with the offering of React Native or others, but it's growing at an amazing pace. You literally get every other thing that you need in pub.dev, and also the documentation is quite good over there. The quality is maintained. Now, when we talk about responsive UI, what do you mean by, for people who are new to this, what do you mean by a responsive UI? So there are some factors which make an app responsive. If you go back to the applications from 2005 or even let's say 2008 websites, you'll find that a website, if you visit that particular site on your phone versus on your desktop, both looks the same. Same in the sense the width is more than your height, and on your phone you have to scroll all the way from left to right, come back to left, again back to right, and repeat this to read the content. Whereas right now the application or the web app or the application in short understands the device size and orientation. So if you switch your phone from portrait to landscape mode, the application understands the orientation has changed, there is a change in the orientation. Second, I have to respond to a change. So any change in the display size, the screen size, would trigger the requirement for a response, and the response would be in the form of a scale up or scale down. Like the components would either get bigger or smaller, or they would rearrange themselves from left to right or top to bottom to avoid unnecessary scrolls. And it's all about maintaining a uniform experience across applications. The best example could be Facebook or Instagram, industry grid. So you don't find a difficulty in using the same web app on the desktop, laptop, or your phone. That's responsive. It sounds cool, but there are a lot of challenges attached to it. And in fact, a lot of leading companies find it tough to maintain this thing. This thing in the sense the responsiveness of the app. First challenge would be orientation change. When you switch your phone from landscape to portrait and back, a load should go in between so that you get the same application in two different views. That doesn't break your experience. Second, there are different screen sizes, right from 4.5-inch smartphones or 4-inch smartphones. I don't think we go any less than that these days. Do you know a web app that could be viewed on a 32-inch monitor or even beyond? The challenge is in using the same code that gives the output that fits in both these devices at the same time. And you can't just scale up, you can't just zoom in the small view to a bigger view to give the output. That simply won't help. And highly varying resolutions. So you have feature phones to entry level smartphones to 4K monitors. So how do you support uh, this varying resolution? These are the main challenges, even though there are more. If you see the image that I've kept over here, uh, Flipkart is a leading e-commerce platform in India. I mean, it comes close to Amazon, if not above Amazon, at least in India. If you open the web app of Flipkart and if you rotate your screen to landscape, they'll tell you we don't support landscape mode yet. Please go back to portrait mode for the best experience. Now, this is the leading, or this is the second leading, I'm not sure about first or second, leading e commerce platform in India. And it's not because they don't have the technical know how, it's because it's not seamless to provide the same experience when you switch orientations. So when you're making an app that's going in production, it's highly essential that either you lock your orientation so users don't get a second view, or if you're providing a second view, you optimize it really well so that the experience is seamless. Okay. Even though there are a lot of ways in Flutter for each and everything, you have a lot of ways. For example, you can use provider or blog or Redux and a lot of different things for attaining the same objective. Similarly, for attaining responsiveness, there are a lot of different ways. But in this session, we'll take a look at three common approaches. First one would be media query. Now, for people who have a bit of experience in web development, might know what is media query. We'll get into details. Second would be Flex. Again, if you have used Bootstrap for web. Third would be orientation builder. There are other methods too, but to get started with, I think these three can help you, to make an app responsive in a really good way without a lot of hassles. So first of all, media query is used to know how big or how small is your screen. So it makes a query to the device and asks the device, hey, how much is the maximum width that I can go, or how much is the maximum height, or the device pixel ratio. So the parameter to this function is context. So whenever you are asking for height or width or device pixel ratio, you have to pass on an argument called as context, which tells you which particular context inside the app are you referring to. or to put it in simple terms, which particular part of the app are you referring to when you ask for the height or width or device pixel ratio? Now, what is device pixel ratio? In simple terms, you can consider that as the ratio between a device logical pixels to physical pixels. For example, if I have uh, two logical pixels per one physical pixel, like if my physical pixel count is 100 cross 100, but my logical pixel count, the software emulated pixel count is 200 cross 200, then that's different. Or it becomes equal only if both are the same, and that has got to do with scaling. If you don't understand device pixel ratio, uh, have a look at height and width that can help you get started. So media query of context.size.height will give you the height of the area that you're looking at via the context argument, and width goes similar. Now this is an example, more like a tip. Over here I have used these two functions. I mean, these two functions are not provided default by Flutter, but whenever I make an app in Flutter, I make sure that I include these two functions at the top of most of my files, or you include it in one common functions dot file and you import it everywhere so that you can access this function. So there are two functions. Again, this is just a tip. You can follow it or you can avoid it. Totally up to you. So this function called as ht will give me the percentage height of the context that I'm looking at, and context is an argument passed over here. So width goes in the similar fashion. Once you put this somewhere in your code, either at the beginning of the file or you import it from somewhere else, coming to your widget, you can use this particular ht for height or wt for width, and in the 20 means 20 percentage. So I hope all of you know what's padding. Padding basically moves your elements or content away from the margin. Over here I have used only left. That means all of your content will be shifted some portion from the left margin. And when you say some portion, if you put a hard coded constant value over here, the issue is that on bigger screens and smaller screens, it will look way different. Instead of that, I've used a percentage. So width of context into 20 basically means you're shifting your contents 20 percentage away from your screen. If you can have a look at the diagram that or the table that we have over here, the 20 percentage on the left side is grayed out because your content is shifted away from there due to the usage of padding. And the key highlight in this padding is that the value is set using a media query using the wt function, which actually returns me a media query of size dot width. Now by 100 is just to convert that back to percentage, so that when I multiply it by 20, I actually get the 20 percentage. Okay, flex. If you don't have an idea about flex, just think about it as a system of percentages. You can have a row or column as the parent widget, and inside that you need to have an expanded or any other non-sized box, and for each of those you can specify a flex factor. It's not flex factor, the property name is flex, but I like to see it by factors. Why? I'll tell you how this is calculated before we see the implementation. Over here there is flex colon 4 inside this expanded, and on the same level inside the next expanded we have flex colon 6. Now the first flex tells me that it needs 40 percentage of the total space. Why? Total number of flexes are 2. So when we calculate percentage, it will be 4 by 6 plus 4, the sum as the denominator and your current width of current flex as the numerator. 4 over 6 plus 4 will give you 40 and 40 percentage. And that will simply means that you get 40 percentage of the screen real estate for this particular expander. Similarly, for the next one, you get 60 percentage over here. So if you pay attention to the table on the right side, this is how your content would look if you use this flex system. Now, flex is a really important widget to make a responsive app because you don't need to call media query just like we have over here. Even though we have separate use cases for both of that, the same is achievable by using media query instead of this, but Flex is a much better or standard way to create expanded sections. So I would recommend you to stick with this if possible. Now comes the orientation builder. Orientation builder was a lifesaver for me. The reason is you need to know when your device is switching from portrait to landscape and back to portrait. And I used to think, how will I achieve this thing? Should I write some custom code that has a listener function? So whenever some change happens, it will notify me. I'll rebuild the entire tree. But then I came to know that we have an orientation builder inside Flutter. So there's a class called as orientation that you, as you see over here. So orientation builder listens to your orientation, listens for a change in your orientation. Now, when I say listens, it just simply means that it once you define an orientation builder, as long as that particular builder is in your tree, it always checks, hey, is there a shift in your orientation? If yes, it will give you the parameter and then it will rebuild the tree according to the conditions that you say. Now, this alone doesn't make the app responsive. This just tells you that there has been a change in the orientation. Now, these two are the primary orientation uh, objects that we use, orientation.portrait and orientation.landscape. Now, how do we check if the device is in landscape mode or not? First of all, we initiate an object of the orientation class. The one in capital is your class. Uh, we have an instance of that. So this orientation over here will be given the value of the current orientation. On the right hand side, you have media query of context.orientation. That will give you either portrait or landscape. So you'll get one of these two as the value, and inside an if block, a very basic if block, you can check for the current orientation. Either it would be portrait or it would be landscape. And now here's a catch. You should avoid this check when you're building for web. Why? Most of the desktops and laptops won't give you this parameter because they don't have a sensor to do this. So on desktops or web platforms, a better way to do the same thing would be to check if the height of the screen is less than the width of the screen. Because if your height is less than the width, that simply tells you that you're in landscape mode. And how do you do that if you don't have a sensor? You can very well use media query as we have discussed earlier. So keep that in mind. If you use this method in a device on a device that doesn't support an API call to the sensor, so that simply won't work. So as a fallback option, you can very well include a function that gives you true or false, landscape true or false. And what would be the logic behind that? Check if your height is more than your width. If your height is more than your width, it is in portrait mode. If your width is more than your height, that's in landscape mode. Coming back to our code, then you have to build two different versions of your tree. One would be for portrait, and one would be for landscape. Now, how would these differ? For example, if your phone is in portrait mode, you might be showing one card per column, whereas one card for one card and one column inside the entire app. Whereas in the else part, you could show two columns to accommodate more contents, but less number of rows. I assume all of you are very familiar with rows and columns. Now, as we have seen these three ways to maintain responsive UIs, let's try to mix and match. I mean, using them individually will help, but we can be productive in a better way by mixing both of them or all three of them inside the same function or same code block. So this is just a text widget to show the logout button. I've used Google Fonts over here. That doesn't change our logic in any way. So basically, we have white color, weight is 300. So my font size is dynamic. Now, there are different ways to do this. In pub.def, you have a library called as auto size text, which does a similar thing in a different way. This is how I do it. There might be better ways to do it, but this is one way that simply works. So I change my font size based on the orientation. So if orientation is portrait, then the first part would be executed. So if you're not familiar with this, for this way of checking like if else case, this is the logic is similar to an if else case. If orientation is portrait, if that is true, execute the first set. If that is false, execute the second set. That's it. So on portrait mode, my font size would be three times the 3% of the width. So if the width is 100, this would be 3 over here. And if it is landscape, I mean, if it is not portrait, we'll go to the second blow, where it would be multiplied by a factor of 1.5, a unit of your width into 1.5. And here comes another example where we use all three. So flex, as we have discussed, determines the factor or the percentage area of screen real estate that's to be given for this particular expanded section. Again, usually this comes inside a row or a column. So if my orientation is portrait, that means if I'm using my mobile device up, in the normal method, the flex should be 90, or else it should be 75. If orientation is portrait, if that is true, set it as 90, else set it to 75. Coming down, border radius will just make your borders smooth. Basically, it will give you a rounded rectangle. So the top left radius. Now, this is one important thing that I have to tell you. If you're developing only for mobile phones, you don't actually need to check media query for this. You can just put one value and that'll work fine. This comes very handy when you're developing a web app, primarily because I've developed an app that runs on screens as small as 4 inches and goes till 32 inches. So that's like a that's like a library app. So I have to make sure that even the curvature of your borders are based on your screen size. Where did this WT of context into 5 come from? This is the same function that we used when I showed you the media query. So this makes it more easier, or else you'll have to always go for media query of context dot. You'll have to type the entire syntax. This is just a wrapper for that. So this is the example. This is like a proper example of all the things that we have discussed. So this is an app in production. On the left side is your web view. So this is an e-learning platform that's completely built on Flutter. And on the left side is Flutter for web. On the right side, that's your Android package. The best part is that we can use another what we call as grid view. So basically, grid view will give you this row by column outlook, and cross axis count is the number of columns that you have. Basically, if you set it to 2, you'll have 2 columns. If you set it to 1, you'll have 1 column. Now, how do I know if I should show 1 column or 2 columns? If you're looking at it from the syntax point of view, the grid view has cross axis count. You just have to set just 1 or 2. But my objective is not to set it to 1 or 2. My objective is to set it to 1 when the device is in landscape, and sorry, when the device is in portrait, and set it to 2 when the device is in landscape. How do we do that? So we put the condition again. Check if the orientation is portrait, the normal way you can hold your phone. If it is portrait, if this is true, set the count as 1. Else, set the count as 2. So on your left side, you have 2. Mostly all the web browsers will have a default orientation of landscape on your desktops. That's why I told you this check won't be proper on desktops. So use the logic where you see your height and your width. And as you see, if you look between the cards, the padding between the cards are different. That's again using media query. And the text is also sized using media query. Uh, so this is a very responsive app because all the way from 4 inches to 32 inches tells you how responsive it is. Although we have covered very few ways to do this. I think these 3 ways will help you to build a responsive app. But going forward, grid view is something that you should look at if you are planning to make a UI similar to this. Well, that's it from my side. Thank you. Anna, are you there? Hello.
So,
Hi, Anna.
sorry, 1 minute. We have a technical issue. Yeah. Thank you, George. Thank you for your presentation. That was really
Shall
cool.
I, shall I
Uh,
close my screen share?
yeah, you can close. I can close it by myself.
Okay.
So, George, we can meet once more on our Q&A session, and then
When would be that?
it will be in 7 minutes.
Okay, 7 minutes. Okay.
So please don't fall asleep during this time.
No.
Don't go far from your screen.
Huh?
Don't go far from your screen.
No, no. Sure. I'll be here.
Okay. Guys, you can close George's screen. So, my lovely people, if you missed some of the talks, please don't be upset because we offer you an opportunity to purchase all of the videos on Geekle, on videos.geekle.us just for $15. So like you can rewatch all these videos anytime and any day. Great. And just in few minutes, we will start our Q&A session. So you can grab some sandwiches to the screen or make some cup of coffee, and we will be in 5 minutes just on this stage. Yeah, See you. So I'm happy to announce Q&A session where you can ask all the questions you have and clear everything up. And our speaker will be more than happy to answer them. So please don't be shy. We're still waiting for the questions. So, welcome back again. Long time no see you.
Hello.
Hi. We have several questions for you. And the first one is for you, Sakina. I'll try to find it. 1 second. First one is, while building responsive UI widgets, do you prefer Media Query or Layout Builder? Or in which cases is the best to use which?
I've actually used both of them. Media query. I mean, it's hard for me to say how often I use which one of them because both are equally important.
Yeah.
Layout builder is mostly important when you want to size your child widget according to the dimensions of the parent widget. All right, that's when I mostly use layout builder. So for instance, if I'm using an image inside a rounded container, kind of like a custom icon, okay, that I have imported it as an image, perhaps like as a PNG, and I want to resize it dynamically as the dimensions change. So I would use a layout builder over there, right? But when I want to perhaps my screen has a container. Okay, so let's suppose it has three containers. Okay, the first container is occupying, let's say, 50% of the space, 50% of the height, and the other two are occupying 25. So I would mostly use a media query over there. It can also actually be achieved through Flexible. So there are a couple of widgets that you would use when you want to build responsive UI. So it really depends on what you're comfortable with. So yeah.
George, have you anything to add?
Yeah. Sakina gave a very comprehensive answer. Only one thing that I would like to add to her answer is that media query is actually not a builder widget. Like you don't build anything using media query. Media query is just like a number which can be substituted for any number that you might use for sizing or spacing. For example, you can use media query to set the height of your widget, or you can even use media query to set the font size, the padding, or anything. So media query will give you a number. So when you need a number anywhere, even for flex, how do you decide if you need a higher flex ratio or a smaller flex ratio? You look at the device screen size. So have this in your mind. The rule of the thumb is whenever you need a number and you need that number to be dynamic based on your screen size, for those particular cases, use media query. And if you don't need a number but you need a responsive builder, use layout builder there.
Great. And the next question is, can we nest multiply flags into flags? Sakina is for you.
I am not sure because I haven't experimented with it yet, so I can't really comment anything on that. So based on experimenting with it, I guess you could try it out whether it works for you or not.
George, did you experiment with this?
I would stay with Sakina over there. I've never had to put a flex inside a flex, but theoretically it will work. Why? You could have an expander as the parent widget. Inside that, your first child would be a flex. Again, your first child of your flex could be an expanded. Inside that, you could have another flex theoretically. But Flutter will throw you that red and yellow or yellow and black lines whenever you experiment too much with the sizing and the widgets. So,
Absolutely.
as Akira told, I would suggest you to experiment with it, but to be honest, I've never had a place where I had to use a flex inside a flex. And I'm a person who relies more on media query rather than anything else. So whenever I need uh, a responsive component, I prefer media query because for a web developer, if you have used non-Flutter web development frameworks, you or basic CSS, you know how important is media query over there. So at least for me, media query makes it a lot more uniform across different platforms.
Yeah, and it's actually even easier to use. I mean, you can just set your multipliers for as constants and then just use them. Like you get media query, add the multipliers over there, like multiplied by 0.25, let's say, or whatever. And it's just so much less code and so much
Exactly.
faster to code with media query. So yeah.
And along with that, you can visualize that in your mind. If you have a white space, you will be like, okay, 50% of this needs to be
Yeah,
allocated to this widget. So I put it this height into zero point 0.5 or into 50 based on how you take your convention. So that's at least for me, that's easier to visualize before I code, because Flutter doesn't provide you the Java based or the XML based drag and drop or
exactly. Yeah,
layout
like
builder
me
that you have in
too.
Android Studio. If you go for Java or Kotlin, you can actually draw it, right? You can resize it using the resizer. But in Flutter, you can't do that. So you have to visualize the code before you code it. So I think media query helps you a lot over there.
Great, thank you. And the next question is for you both. How coronavirus has influenced on your workflow?
Well, that's a funny question. Um, okay, so don't get me wrong here, but it was actually kind of like a blessing for me because it really helped me speed up my processes. So, I mean, when 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 you have to go to the office, okay, in a physical setting, you have to communicate physically with one person and another person. You get this decided from this person, this thing. It's like it's more time consuming in my point of view with the COVID in place, with the work from home in place. Um, Everything got streamlined online. Okay, so you want to get something done, hit up your team member on Discord and tell them that, hey, I need this thing done. Can you please do it? And they'll do it. And it's like, I personally think that it really helped me out, speed up my development process, and not even just strictly speaking about development, but other processes as well, because like I am the co-founder and the CEO of my company, so we have to conduct so many meetings. So instead of taking time to travel from one location to another for an in-person meeting, you can just hit them up on Zoom any time of the day, and it works. So yeah.
George, and you?
My my experience would be totally different from what Sakina told. She's a CEO. I'm a student, so that's the first difference that you
Yeah.
have. I'm doing my engineering right now, so my daily routine starts with my classes at 9 in the morning. I have to attend lectures, and I have freelance projects as well as contract-based projects going at the same time. At least over there, the main difference is that when I used to do my work in an office, when I used to do my internship in office, really used to enjoy the time that I get to have a chit chat in and around the office, or to share a cup of coffee with my fellow developers over there. And I simply miss it, because right now it's all work and no fun, at least for me. Because all that you discuss over the Teams meeting or Zoom meeting is about the next build, about the code review, about pushing the code. You don't talk about anything that's
George,
outside work.
sorry for interrupting, but we have some problems with your microphone. So maybe you can
Is
come
this
closer.
is this
Yeah,
better?
now it's better.
Okay. Uh, you heard that I'm a student and all those
Yeah,
first
yeah,
part,
we
right?
heard everything, but like we had some issues.
Okay. So I would say I really want to go back to the previous normal. I don't want to stay in the current normal. I really hope that we get a vaccine pretty soon. But just like Sakina told, the work is a lot faster. primarily because your work time is not from 9 to 4. It's literally any time of the day. Whenever you need a new build, even if it is at 2 o'clock at night, your co-workers are so used to picking on your Teams chat
Mm-hmm.
and like, hey, your schedule deployed at 10 o'clock at night. Well, there's no fixed time, so that's there.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, I've never had this amount of time to spend with family, and I never thought I would be having this. So that's a different view of it. But given an
Exactly.
option, I would definitely want to go back to the previous condition. Now,
So it has pros and cons. But have you noticed that more and more people decided to become developers just
yeah,
because
because
coronavirus?
yeah, so we had this conversation, and it was really interesting, because people have a view that even amidst coronavirus,
Mm-hmm.
IT companies or software companies, they're not stopping. They are not interrupted at all. In fact, more and more technology products are coming out. So they're like, okay, this looks like a safer rail than what I work on, or this looks like something that's properly fitted into the work from home culture. Because literally, you can run your company even if all of your employees are working from home. That's what we've been seeing, and I think that's a big part in drawing people to this. And yeah, coding is fun, so I would agree with that.
Um, and what do you think, Sakina, about this?
Yeah, absolutely. Because with the COVID in place, people are all the time using YouTube, all the time using social media. So obviously, when they watch these sessions like these happening, right? Or even when they're watching something else. So their interest definitely is leaning towards the development side. If at least not the development side, then perhaps somewhat of a creative side. Like somebody wants to start creating on YouTube, right? Somebody wants to get into video editing. Somebody
Or
wants
UI
to
UX
get into
design?
freelance. Yeah, like the world, the sky's the limit, right? So maybe because like pre-COVID times, people did not really get as much free time to explore these things because they were either stuck with their jobs, they were either stuck with their schools or colleges, universities, whatever, and they were basically just stuck in that rigid schedule. Okay, they weren't able to come out of it. So with the COVID in place, everybody's stuck at home. Everybody is with their families. They have lots of free time. Uh, they have lots of free time to explore what things that interest them. So definitely, they're leaning towards this digital side, be it development or marketing or just creating something, anything, just towards the digital side. So yeah.
Or maybe they at least started to look for the most stable field where they can
Yeah,
go
I would
on.
agree with that.
Yeah.
absolutely.
So the next question is, it's quite interesting question. Please turn time back when you were junior on junior level and remember what was the most complicated thing to you that could stop all your work. What advice would you give to yourself?
I would answer that. Being the freshman in my college, the biggest issue that I had with development is that every other day, one of my friend comes up with a new framework. Hey, I learned React. That's awesome. So I'll set my mindset. Okay, I'll also learn React. The next day, one of my other friend comes and he's like, I learned Angular. It's awesome. So I'm like, okay, Angular and React. Third day, there'll be Vue.js, and then there will be Flutter, then React Native. So you see a lot of frameworks lying here and there, and everyone gives you positive feedback on the framework that they use. So you end up being totally confused because you don't know which one is right for you. Even if you're looking at the backend, right? Not just the app development. We have Python, we have Node.js, we have PHP, we have Go, we have whatnot. We have a lot of them even in the backend. So I think choosing a tech stack that you're comfortable with is one of the biggest challenges that I've had, because no tech stack is bad, right? I don't think there's any tech stack that's totally bad. Every other tech stack or every other technology for the front end or for the back end or middleware or anything has got its own pros and its own cons. So it's all about finding the thing that you would fit into or would fit into your work schedule better. So for Java, then went to Kotlin, but to be honest, I did not. I was not quite happy with both of them. But I saw Flutter, and all of a sudden, it's like I love app development because Flutter came in. It's not just for app development. It's same for any field that you choose. So at least being a student, I mean, Sakina would be able to give an industry perspective of it. But being a student, I think choosing the tech stack is one of the biggest issues that I've ever faced, and a lot of my friends whom I know of have faced the same issue because at least being a student, you're very much active in the community. You have that enthusiasm to learn, but knowing what to learn is a bigger challenge than learning what you need to learn. So I think that figuring out that is very much required.
Yeah,
And
that's actually pretty well said because even in my student life, it's absolutely relatable when you said that choosing your tech stack, choosing your field is really complicated because you're hearing suggestions from all around you. So in the current day and age, everyone's like, "Oh, data scientist, AI, ML." You hear that literally from every university student ever. But you need to realize that that's not the only field that you can try out or that you can actually uh, turn to for your career, because there are several other things. There, even when we're strictly speaking of development, there are so many things like web development. Then inside web development you have multiple stacks. You have mean, Marin, and even other custom stacks, god knows which ones. I'm not a web developer. Then when you come towards mobile development, you have native Android, native iOS. For cross-platform you have Flutter, Xamarin, Ionic, PhoneGap. So it's like there are so many options in front of you. Okay. So even when I was a student, and it's not too long ago, okay, so people around me, they were doing all the fancy stuff with AI, ML, data sciences, and I did try it out. And I could try it out. It felt fine, but it wasn't me. I wasn't enjoying the process. So one of my mentors, he had a project and he reached out to me like when I was still in my second year, I think. So he reached out to me like, "Hey, Sakina, I have this project. Do you want to work on it? It's a mobile development project." I was like, "I don't know mobile application development." He's like, "No problems. You can just take some online courses and you'll get there." I'm like, "Okay." So I remember I turned towards Udacity and I started learning native Android from there. And I loved it. Like, I hated web development. I've tried web development. I've tried AI, ML stuff. I've tried TensorFlow. I've tried everything, okay? And nothing clicked other than native Android at the time. And I really enjoyed it so much that I turned it into my profession, right? So that's one thing. So basically, just if you're getting a lot of advices like, "Hey, try this. There's a lot of scope in this. There are a lot of jobs in this. There's a lot of money in this." Don't solely focus on it for these factors if it doesn't resonate with you. Just find that technology stack, that particular field that you connect with, okay? Because at the end of the day, it's about your comfort, your peace of mind, and not just earning, right? So
your
that's one
joy.
thing. Another thing is that persistence, okay? And it's not the persistence that I just gave a talk on. It's persistence like, be persistent, be consistent with your work. Initially, when you start out, you'll have a lot of hurdles, okay? You'll run into a bunch of errors you don't know how to fix. You'll run into a bunch of problems that you can't find the solutions to on Stack Overflow or GitHub or anywhere on the internet. And you'll want to give up, okay? You'll want to give up, but trust me, don't. Just try it out. a little bit each day. If you don't get it right away, take a break, take a long break for all you matter. I mean, that's when your creativity is at its peak. So when you're not concentrating on the problem, that's when you get all your potential solutions, right? So just keep trying. Literally, just keep trying. You'll get there eventually. These are my 2 cents on literally starting off as a beginner. And if I could turn back time, these are the 2 things that I would follow. So yeah.
And
Sakina,
just to
I
add to that,
absolutely
Anna,
agree with you. Mhm.
yeah, just to add to that, being a beginner, focus if you're looking for Flutter, just focus on Flutter. But moving forward, don't just stick with Flutter, because essentially you can't develop a production grade industrial app with just one technology. That won't be a really good thing to do. So have an idea on how backend works. I'm not telling you to go forward and develop a complete backend. That's not what I'm telling you. But have an idea on how does the logic work over there, how does the output come from, or how does the response come from an API, what goes in over there, how do you manage databases. I mean, don't be a database administrator, but have an idea on what's inside a database, okay, SQL or no SQL. Have an idea about the ecosystem that you're developing in, because I found that when you stick to a single technology and that technology changes, you lose out from the race, or you lose out from the market. Having the idea about having an overall idea about the ecosystem that you're working in helps you stay on top of the competition. Also, it will help you to make efficient and better products, because you know how to keep things in sync. Or else you will be making a front end app or a client app that simply takes out too much, or drains out too much from one or the other component. So to be a better developer, you have to understand the ecosystem rather than just one component.
Mhm. Guys, I absolutely agree with you, and thank you for giving such great advice. Because Sakina, I absolutely agree with you about looking for your field. Like you lose so many energy on doing something that you don't like, but something that just fancy, that brings you more money or something like that. Like it's hard to move on with this thing. Like when you have some fails, you have no energy, no strength to go further, and that's why, like you said, great advice. Like,
Yeah, and even you know what the interesting thing is that at our company Reactory, one of my co-founders is like one of my classmates. Okay, so he's a tech savvy person. All right, I can't compete with him when it comes to technology. But the other two partners, okay, they also have a computer science background, and they initially started off in the field of development. All right, but the good thing is that they have leaned so much towards the managerial aspect over the years. Okay, they are around, I think, 4 years senior than us, and basically our business developer, his name is Mustafa, just by the way. So he got a degree in computer sciences, right? But he is actually taking the lead when it comes to business development for our company. And the way he closes clients, the way he negotiates, the way he communicates with them, it just really inspires me. Because I mean, you started off as a CS person, okay? You started off as a CS grad. So people might expect of you that you do a proper or a full-time job in towards the development side, okay? But this person, this partner of ours, he is a living example that you don't need to restrict yourself to a development job, okay? If there's something else that resonates with you, be it marketing, be it business development, be anything else, then definitely go for it as long as you're comfortable with it. So yeah.
and like, thank you very much. And the next question is, George, I've heard some of the issues you had when you were on junior level, and what were the biggest fail you had?
biggest fail that I had. Oh yeah. So biggest fail that I had was when I was working on a project. I know I recall this every now and then. I tried to, especially using Flutter, I tried to make a component and I failed in it so badly, and I was hesitant to go explore what's in Stack Overflow or pub.dev, the library package, where the place where you get all your libraries or packages as you call it. And after breaking my head for around 2 weeks, I found out that there is a ready-built package just for the thing that I'm looking for. So, you know, I think you should always explore pub.dev, especially I'm speaking in specific to Flutter, okay? You should always look in pub.dev. For example, if you need a sidebar, don't straightforward go and build it. See what's the option that you have in pub.dev, because it might be a 5 minute job for which you might spend 3 days. And when you get it from pub.dev, the best part is that it is community driven. So you are not in it alone. Bug fixes, bug reports, and all these things are driven by the community, and that gives you a better stronghold. Going outside Flutter, um, I just like I mentioned before. Initially, I restrained myself only to the backend. I started off as a backend developer, and I thought, backend is everything. Backend is fine. Backend is the only thing that you need because you can't build an application without a backend. But later, when I started going into the market, building my own products, I understood that my customers can't get a product just with a backend. They need an ecosystem of technologies to get a product that they need. So that's when I went forward, learned Flutter and backend databases, cloud technologies, and all those stuff. Again, it's completely your personal interest. Some might stick to be master of one, but I stick to the other way around, try to be a full stack. So it all depends upon how you wanna take it. If you want to build a complete product by yourself, please don't stick to one technology. You won't be able to do that. But if you want to be the best in what you do, but in a very specific area, stick to one. I am no person to tell which one is better. These are the two options. Choose what you would like, but having an idea about what your fellow developers are doing, an idea in the sense understanding what they're doing and what is the kind of logic that they're using will definitely give you a lead. This is something that I missed out initially, and I ended up writing code that used to break the system when we put them together, because my code works on my system, but you simply can't fit my code into the entire system. So one big advice, even though it looks not so important, when you're working in a team, it would be really beneficial if you understand what are the other components and how do they perform and how to put the things together so you make a puzzle which is a product.
Great. And Sakina, what about you?
Uh, 100%, I would agree with you, George, on finding out different components on Pub. Different packages are already there. So actually, since I started off as a native Android developer, so based on the UI that I would get from my designers to code in native Android, I would mostly do custom coding for each and every individual component, okay? But in Flutter, obviously with the years of experience, I got this common sense that, okay, so first of all, Flutter itself is open source. Then secondly, there is a website called pub.dev where where developers code different things, be it different packages, be it different widgets. They code it and they put it there for everyone else to use to make everyone else's lives easier. So definitely 110% agreeing on pub.dev. Whenever you come across a complicated thing, just go search on it on pub.dev. You'll probably get a widget or a package for that. If you don't, then you would mostly find answers on GitHub or Stack Overflow, so that helps. Strictly speaking, on Flutter, there are not as many failures as I have encountered, because I mean, again, with the years of development experience, you already get your hands set in coding, all right? But then again, there are certain things that are quite difficult in Flutter. So it took time to figure out workarounds for them, but we were able to. So, for instance, some months ago, we wanted to integrate this online payment in one of our applications. The payment gateway was CyberSource. Now, since Flutter is relatively new, there aren't official packages available on pub.dev for these other payment gateways. You might still get for PayPal or Stripe, the very commonly used ones, but not for others like Authorize.net or CyberSource, right? So for this, what we had to do was that I basically had to pass a post URL inside a web view. Now, this was my exact use case because post URL is a necessity to pass the credit card details and all that stuff using their endpoint so that the security and everything is taken care of by their REST APIs and stuff. And you get the output rendered into a web view so that you can confirm your payment details and just proceed with the payment, right? So this was my exact use case. But turns out that Flutter does not support that. It does not support passing post URLs in a web view. It supports web view separately. It supports post URL, post requests separately, like not rendering it inside the web view. So it doesn't support both together, right? It is supported, however, in native Android. It's just a one line of code, really. And it's also supported in native iOS, right? So we did figure out a workaround, which obviously I cannot share here. But the thing is this, that we figured out a temporary workaround at the time because we had to deliver our product. But after a couple of months from that, while my co-founder and I, we were just discussing on some other topic, and there he brought up that problem that we faced on initially. And we did come up with a theoretical solution that kind of worked with another use case, but it could be applied to this one as well. So it was just passing the entire data as a string inside the web view, something like that. I don't exactly remember, but we did something at the time and it worked. It did take some time, but we were able to come up with the solution. So this was by far the only toughest problem that I've run into, strictly speaking, on Flutter. But yeah, with time, I guess you figure out workarounds to everything. So yeah.
Guys, I'm so happy and I'm so happy that you are here with us, and thank you for sharing your experience with us. Like I appreciate it so much, and you are doing a great job. You're cool guys. You're cool speakers. Seriously, thank you very much. And I don't know about others, but I will give you plus 1,000 points to your karma because really. You are so cool. Thank you very much. And we have a break in 2 minutes. So I need to say you goodbye. But
yeah, no problem
that was
at
a
all.
pleasure for me.
Thank you for having us. It was wonderful to have you as our moderator. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, thank you for
Very
hosting us,
sweet.
Anna. And thank you, Sakina, for being a panel member.
Thank you, George, for being here with us. It was definitely fun, just collaborating with you on these fun questions. So yeah.
I hope to see you on our next summit or on our I don't know. I want to see you again because you're really cool speakers.
Oh, thank you. We're flattered.
So bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, so sweet. And before we have break, I would like to remind you about our next summit, Python Universe Web Edition Global Summit is going to be an outbreak event with speakers from famous companies like Netflix, TikTok, and Facebook. So it's a joke? No, it's not a joke. So during the event, you will learn how to build data dashboard quickly, all about logging with Python, and what's new in Python 3.9 and beyond. This and much more on our Python Universe Web Edition Global Summit on the 19th of November. Remember? 19th of November. So register now with the cross-20 promo code to get 20% off from the current price admission. I think it's a pretty good deal. So see you in a couple of minutes. I'm here again. So, who's going to be our next speaker? And our next speaker is going to be Michał Labriola. Michał is a principal consultant at Digital Primates, where he specializes in building complex enterprise applications using JavaScript and React. He has been a speaker, author, and mentor for teams around the world. Wow, he's indeed a cool guy. So,
Nice to see you, Anna.
welcome, Michał.
Welcome.
Happy to see you here. And sorry, Michał, is I'm right with your name pronunciation?
You did wonderfully. Thank you.
Oh, never mind. Please tell us what topic you will cover now.
So we're going to talk a little bit about getting React native. And what I mean by that is that a lot of people spend a lot of time talking about the really interesting details and the little sides and the pieces. But we're going to take a little step back and we're just going to talk about the concepts that are important and in play. And I'm hoping that people will be able to take this and sort of apply it to both their day job, but perhaps also maybe think about things a little differently next time they try it.
Sounds great. And so I won't populate this space anymore, and I'm passing the microphone to you.
Okay, thank you, Anna. I appreciate it.
All right. So see you.
Thanks. All right, so welcome everyone, and a quick thank you to our hosts at Geekle. Side note, it's a very cool thing that they're allowing so many people in the junior track and everyone else to be able to see these presentations. So please show them your support. Great folks, they've been great to work with, and I hope everyone's enjoying the presentations. So we're going to talk a little bit tonight about getting React Native, and again, as I was mentioning to Anna, to be honest, there is a million places on YouTube and so many other places you can go if you want to find out about one specific little feature or one piece. But what I find out, and I should maybe take a step back and say, part of my job is to work with teams and to mentor new developers and to bring people on board. And what I find out is that people get really good at understanding how something works and how a piece works, but they sort of miss the big picture and what's really happening. So we're going to take a step back. Some of what we're going to talk about is really React, and then we're going to talk about how it goes into React Native and how the two sort of interact with each other. And so we're going to spend some time on those. We'll use a demo app in order to get through them, and hopefully you'll find everything that we have interesting. I will do my best to monitor some chats, but towards the end, we should have a couple minutes for conversation, but I will also be at the Q&A later. So if anybody has any questions that come out of this, please feel free to let me know. I will also put my contact information at the end, and you can reach out to me directly if you want to. All right, so we're going to do a mix of slides and some code and a lot of code and probably a lot of talking because that's what I do. So we'll go from there. So let's see. We will go ahead and try that real quick. All right, so what we're going to do here is we're going to talk a little bit about, as we noted, getting React Native. So as our starting point here, I want to start with this quote because I really like it, and I always have. It's Nerat's boat, and this is a philosophy quote, and it's not about development, believe it or not, but it is a great explanation of what it is to be in the development industry. And that's like, we are like sailors who upon the open sea must reconstruct their ship, but are never able to start afresh from the bottom. Where a beam is taken away, a new one must be put there, and for this, the rest of the ship is used to support. In other words, how do we continue to rebuild a ship? And of course, Nerat was sort of getting at the idea of, is it even the same ship if we completely rebuild every board? But we'll talk about that later. In either case, the highlights of today's show and what we're trying to do about talk about. Why do this with React on React Native? And it's not a general purpose version of that, but I think it's worthwhile just keeping in mind why we're doing it. And I might have a little different take on that than everybody else. Then we're going to talk about getting React, and we're specifically going to talk about projections, and we're going to talk about memoization, and we're going to talk about a little bit about reconciliation, but not in the way that everyone else does. We're just going to talk about why it's important and what's happening, why it's going to be kind of important if we do that to separate the views versus our logic, and how those pieces are going to come together, and how that plays with the DOM, but why React and everything still works pretty well when we don't have a DOM. And we're going to touch just a little bit on the architecture now that is happening inside of React Native, because it informs what we want to do and how we do certain things. And we're going to touch again just a little bit, just a hair, because there's plenty of good places to go see this, about the architecture that's coming, and why that is going to impact and maybe change the game a little bit and what React Native can be used for. So in terms of that, Why solutions like React Native? And I like that because honestly, there are other solutions in the world that are like React Native. And I think that if you don't keep your eyes open and look around and see which ones are out there and just devote yourself to one, you might be missing something. So let's just say why solutions like React Native. Obviously, this one is React Native. But first off, it's hard to master several languages, okay? And so this is a personal thing. We can think of software development and we all tend to think, most people tend to think they're pretty good at it, who have been doing it a little while. But real mastery of a language, being really, really good at it, takes a very long time. And even once you're good at it, switching between them routinely is really, really hard. And so in the modern era, where we might have to deliver web apps, mobile apps, and that's kind of the norm for a company or an organization, it's hard to actually be really good at several languages and switch between them. Now, on the money side, which generally doesn't apply to each of us unless there's maybe some entrepreneurs or folks out here who are developing their own, but it's difficult and it's expensive to have one team maintain several apps. And it may not seem like it, but again, you're paying people to switch between and try to remember what they were doing and what they're working on next. And it usually doesn't work as well as you'd like it to. And it's just as bad to try and have several teams. So what are we doing this for? Well, most of it comes down to the fact that we can probably deliver what we need with React Native. And why? Well, here's the thing. No matter what anyone tells you, and at least today, React Native is not going to be as performant as a purely native app. It's just not. Okay, there's too much going on in it, and there's some complexity, and you have to pay for that. It's more native than a hybrid app. So why React Native is, hopefully, it meets our needs, right? It delivers an app that probably delivers a pretty good experience. Maybe not as good as this, maybe not as bad as this, maybe whatever. There's a bunch of different dimensions depending on what we're doing. I wouldn't recommend it if you're trying to write a high performance video game, but the gist is it probably meets your needs and it allows you to optimize your existing skill set and it allows us to do it in a pretty efficient way and deliver something. So I tend to be a pragmatist when it comes across these things, but I think that's why React Native. I think it does a good job of hitting the middle ground of what we want to do and allowing us to use a skill set that we can use very broadly in other areas. So I like to think about that as reach. Now, we think all the time when we talk about React Native about mobile. iOS and Android come up. But I want to also call out something. There is a ton of really cool work happening for React Native on Windows and Mac OS right now, delivering native apps in both of those cases. It is a little complicated to get some of it set up and it's early, but wanted to point it out because it's really neat. It's pretty cool. I actually got the Windows environment set up the other day, and yes, it took a little while, but I got it. And it was cool, and it delivers some really interesting things. And certainly if anyone's used Electron and things like that before to deliver apps, it's a totally interesting way to be able to go about doing it. I throw a browser in here for another reason too, which is that whether or not we should or shouldn't isn't the point of this argument, but there are also a lot of people who do backports or variations thereof where the actual browser is a target for React Native, meaning you can write your code and also target the browser. So won't get into specific projects, but you can go look at those. The interesting thing is that there's sort of an ecosystem around the idea, and I think it's a pretty cool idea. Now, if all of you or any of you are thinking about getting into React Native, but haven't yet, I'm gonna mention a little something, which is that the first time you do this, you should probably not do it when you're stressed. You should probably not do it when you're in a rush, and you should probably do it when you have lots of time and maybe some reading material. Because regardless of the platform you choose to do this on, it's gonna require some installation. Then just about the time you think you're done with the installation, it's gonna start installing stuff. Then when you're about done with that installation, it's going to start installing stuff. And then when you're pretty sure you've downloaded most of the internet, it'll start installing stuff. And then just when you're pretty sure there's nothing else that could ever possibly be installed, you'll get to open like one of the dependencies up and it'll start downloading some stuff. So the installation experience isn't my favorite. Just to be clear on this, I think there's some refinement and some things that go on. It's complex, but it's manageable and it does actually work. It just takes a long time to do this. So don't do this in a hurry. Wouldn't be a good time to say that like you want to start this at noon and try to figure out how to have something working by 4. Okay, this is, by the way, a good time to learn React Native. Number one, the ecosystem's pretty mature, meaning that React itself is getting to the point where there's not major thrashing changes every version. There are changes, but they're not major, huge, like dynamic ways in which we turn things around. I did already mention that React Native itself is actually changing its architecture quite a bit, and that's true, but it's not the type of thing that is going to, for most people, matter in a significant way. A little bit more if you're the type of person who's going to write native modules or figure out how to do bridges with really specialized hardware. But for most people who are writing more on the JavaScript side, it's not going to matter except for perhaps get a little bit faster and go think things. So it's an interesting time to be part of the React Native community. Also on that note, not everybody's interested in this, but point out that there's more and more of React Native that's happening in the open source world. So if you are interested and you're an open source dev or you're somebody who wants to learn more about this, great way to learn is to go jump in the middle of some of these things and find a first issue you could commit on and help out, because there's a lot of cool stuff happening in React Native, a lot of great ways to be a part of it. All right, so that said, here's the magic of React, right? We'll start off on this, and I have a way of thinking about these things. I want to take a second on that. Going way back, I could talk about how many years, but going way back, I started a long time ago, actually more in what is now would be called machine learning. That isn't what it was called then, but was kind of worked in languages like Scheme and Lisp. And then I went to more standard languages like C, because I worked a lot in really low level embedded things, and actually wrote compilers and things for little microcontrollers and pieces like that. But I have a certain way that I think about things, and it actually applies really well to React. So I'm going to try to share some of that with you as we go through it, because it might help you when you're getting into these React Native applications. If you can model your thought process, if you can figure out how to take the way you think about the problem and realize that with just a little tweaks, it aligns pretty well with what React is trying to do, you'll suddenly find out that you will have a much better time developing it. The people who are most frustrated when they start working with React and React Native are the ones who are battling against what it's trying to do. And so sometimes there's a little bit here of learn how to go with the flow of what this framework and this, more than a framework, but we'll say framework for now, are trying to do for you. All right, so first piece up here. I'm using an array map function, but the concept's the same. A projection is the type of function which officially maps something from one domain onto a new range, meaning that it takes something and a one-per-one relationship of the thing that we get in, it maps it, it passes it through a function and changes it from one thing to something else. They could be the same type of thing. They could both be numbers. They could do, one could be a number, one could turn into a string. You may have heard of a predicate function. A predicate function is a specialized version of a projection function, which maps the domain onto the range of true and false. However, we can also look at the idea here that we could take something like 1, 2, 3, and we can map it into something that would theoretically be representative of UI elements. Meaning that in this case, we're taking the numbers 1, 2, 3, and we could turn them into 3 divs with a 1, 2, and 3 in the middle. And while not precisely it, and we'll get into that in a moment, that's the way to start thinking about React. The way to start thinking about React is the type of thing that, and I'm saying think about because it's not exactly this, but if we think about it as being the type of thing that maps data to, we're going to call them elements, not really HTML elements or something like that. Let's call them elements, say objects right now, something that represents something visual. But if we think about this as nothing but a really fancy type of projection function, then we recognize and begin to understand a little bit about the idea of the sort of one-way data flow, which is that everything React is trying to do is take something that looks like data and project that data onto something that will eventually be interpreted as user interface. So if we look at it behind the scenes, and other people have seen this, and I cheated a little and threw a fragment in here, but you're going to forgive me for that because that's how this goes. But realistically, when we do this sort of thing in React, it's going to compile down to something that looks a little bit like this, which is create elements. But there's some really important things that are being hidden in just this little bit of code. And those really important things that are being hidden are that it's hierarchical, meaning that there's an outer fragment that contains children. So that first argument to create element is always the thing we're creating. Second argument is going to be properties. We aren't worried about those in this case. And the third argument is going to be the children. So in this case, the 3 divs are the children to the fragment, and the number 1 is the child of the first div, etc. But what we're really doing, what ultimately that 1, 2, 3 map does, is it's mapping 1, 2, 3 onto objects. And these objects are going to represent a desired potential visual state. Now, there can be other functions and things in there, but let's start with that as an assumption, because what we're doing is we're mapping something onto a potentially viable visual state. The interesting part here and isn't that we really, at this moment, have created a div or done anything else. And that's really critical, by the way, for the way React and React Native work, is that we're making an abstract representation of what we want the hierarchical side of the UI to look like, so that later we can come back in and then figure out how that's going to look. And so when we actually go into these parts, and folks have talked about trees and reconciliation and sort of other things as we go along, and we're going to kind of get into that a little bit. But what we're really doing is we're trying to make, in a nice little tight object structure, something that we can look at, understand, work with. We're trying to represent a hierarchical view as a series of objects. Now, why? Well, because of the fact that ultimately we're going to need to and try to figure out how to diff those and work with them. And we'll kind of get into that in just a second, because it's super important to the way all of these things work. And in fact, to probably some of the reasons that they're changing the React Native architecture. So in general, we are going to take elements and we're going to project them out. And those elements are going to end up being something that is projected to, anything's with numbers in my case, but going to be projected out into something that could be interpreted as something visual eventually. And this begins the version of what we often call something that is kind of the unidirectional data flow. Event loops are tangentially related in some. I don't know what I wanted to call it, so I put circle of React for the moment because it makes me laugh a little bit, but you get the idea. So I want to talk about this, though, because as much as we might have seen this, this is not only super important. Going against this particular flow, or trying to figure out how to shortcut something in between, or change the order, is what most often gets developers in trouble in both React and in React Native, and maybe even more so in Native. You see, there's a whole relationship between how these things communicate. And as we've talked about, we looked a little bit so far, which is that we have data and then we project it to something. And that's really important because I like to think, and not everyone does, but I like to think of things as starting with the data and then going out and projecting to those elements we saw. And then those elements, and we'll talk about how, might get rendered to the UI. And here's the deal. We might be at a full stop at that point. After render, we're kind of done. Because what are we doing? Well, at that point, unless there's a timer or something else running in the background, we do nothing. We do absolutely nothing. But we do still kind of pay attention, because if something happens that causes something event-like to happen, we are listening for that and we might react to that event. And how do we react to that event? Well, we do so by updating data. And when we update the data, now there's new data. And that means that the last projection we just made is actually out of date. So if we update the data, we have to make a new projection, which might mean we have to render something new, and then we go back to waiting. But if we try to shortcut or figure things out, and this is where a lot of people that come from MVVM, model view model, or other sorts of paradigms with data binding and other things, tend to not think in this order, and they tend to think about, how do I make this happen? Okay, and that's a very imperative way of thinking about it. And when I say imperative, functional versus imperative programming, just like a sentence, is you do this, right? It's not expressing a relationship between something. That person is my father. That's expressing a relationship. That's a declarative sentence. Please, or even if I say please, do that, or push this, those are imperative statements. And the more we think about things imperatively in React, the harder it actually is. In fact, most of the misunderstood hooks and rendering things that we get into are because people try to think about it as doing something, as opposed to trying to think about it as potentially updating state, or more importantly, synchronizing state. So why do we care about this? Because if we render something and listen to it and react to it and update the data, then we expect React, the framework, to do something for us. And this is what everybody's heard of. But just to clarify, we expect React to figure out if we rendered it last time, meaning, or more, let's get before rendering. If we projected the data out last time and we came up with this tree, maybe the one on your left, and then we projected again and we came up with the tree on your right, it's really expensive to go change all the DOM nodes and to move things around. So what does React honestly do? It's a patch engine. For anybody that is pays attention or like does source control or Git or anything else, they're actually very similar. React is trying to figure out the minimum differences between the tree on the left and the tree on the right, so it can update the minimum number of nodes possible and effectively patch, whether it be the DOM, whether it be something else that's rendering it, whether it be a PDF, by the way, because you can render React into a PDF, whatever you might be doing, it's trying to figure out the minimum number of node changes that need to happen in order to make the thing on one side look like the other. And in an ideal world, if we go through a render loop and there aren't any things to change, game on, that's even better, right? But this is where things get tricky, because it needs to decide. And here's the thing, for anybody who's ever tried to write it themselves, if you have a free afternoon and want to really understand why React is cool, go try to write a really good diff algorithm for trees. It's hard. It's really hard. Because looking at the one on the right, how do we know that that second div down in the sort of middle column on the right, is it that we inserted a new div between the two? Is it that we removed the text node from the first one and added a new div and added the text node to the third one now? How do we know? And React doesn't either. And by the way, for those of you who are familiar with it, this is where the concept of keys come in, is keys are effectively hints to React to try to figure this out, because it's really hard to write a good diff algorithm for trees. So React is going to try to figure this out, but it's not doing any of this on the DOM. Okay, and that's why this framework can be used with things like native or anything else, because at this point, it's all in the abstract. It's all about trying to figure out the differences between two trees. And then those trees are later going to affect UI elements, but we're not there. It's about the difference between those two trees. All right, I want to get into some code in a moment, but I also want to get into a couple other things here. And to be honest, for the purposes of this thing, if we walk away and just brush some code, but there's a few key things that you come away with, I'm going to be happy with where we went, because so many of these things get talked about, but so many people misunderstand them, and it hurts, because it honestly hurts their ability to be productive, because so many other people are going to assume that you understand what these terms mean, and I'm hoping that I can help a little bit on that. All right, let's talk about memoization. And memoization is an interesting topic because most people can kind of explain what it does. Very few people explain why accurately. All right, so memoization is the idea, or is an implementation in this case of something that I'm going to call a principle or referential transparency. Let's think about it this way. In fact, I'm going to do this anecdotally. Back when I mentioned that I worked on little microcontrollers, we did a lot of audio stuff. And especially with low processing power, it's really hard to compute a sine wave, okay, or compute a value of a sine of something. It's just a lot of processing power. It's a lot of work to get an approximation of it. And to be honest, it's not done very often because you don't need to be super precise, and it takes a lot of CPU. So what everyone did instead is that you'd actually have a table of common values of sines. And then you would look up things in the table because that would give you a sufficient value. So let's take referential transparency for a moment and think about a pure function. If we have a pure function, we call the function, it returns a value to us. It's not reaching to the outside world, so we know we're always going to get the same result. If I call that function and I get the same result for every value I put in, I can't actually know from the outside world whether you ran, like whether that function ran, or whether you just gave me a table. Maybe there's a big old table inside that function that just honestly returns a value. It knows when I give you 3, it sends back 4. When I give it 4, it sends back 5. It's indistinguishable for me on the outside world to know whether you're really doing the work or you're just returning a value out of a table. That's referential transparency. And that's what memoization is about. Memoization, and we think about it in terms of use memo, but it's used a lot more than that. But React is making all of these trees by doing rendering, or by doing this process by which it calls these functions and it goes through. And I'm trying to avoid, by the way, saying rendering because it's a little conflated in what that means here. That's okay. But when we go through, we have to call all these functions in order to figure out what the elements look like. If we do a good job of memoization, we might go ahead and attempt or still try to invoke a function, but get back a cached result, get back something that should be indistinguishable. React shouldn't know whether or not that thing was derived by really running the function or by just giving us a previous result. That's what memoization is truly about. So it's about the idea of optimizing by, theoretically at least, returning a result that would have been the same result if the thing would have been computed. And therefore, memoization is a technique to speed things up. But if it's not there, things should still just run, but more slowly. And if it is there, things might run more quickly. But it's interesting because things shouldn't run differently if it's there. And if we're writing code that works differently if we memoize or not, we have a problem. Because guess what? React can actually decide internally whether or not to pay attention to your memos in certain cases. And that's kind of nifty, huh? All right, so the hard part is that anytime we memoize something, we need to know when to stop memoizing it. And that's where we have things like from the older school of React.memo, where it maybe looks at the props. And when, if anybody's familiar with the hook side of things, when we call use memo, we actually specify what conditions under which something might occur or happen, or a series of potential arguments by which we should invalidate the memo, which really is just sort of saying, these are the ways we synchronize this thing. But functions have to be executed and return a value. That's our contract. So memoization is, again, not stopping something from being executed. It's cutting off or shortcutting a bunch of the processing that might go into it and returning a value. The other key piece to remember here is, or that we use all the time, is reduction. And everyone's familiar with reduction who's ever done basic math, because a sum function, meaning add two numbers, is the most simple version of reduction. A sum function could be expressed for adding 1, 2, and 3 as a reduction of the total and the value starting with 0. This is actually optional in this case. But the idea being that you take 1, you start off in here, and the 0 would be the default value. You get a 1. So after the first thing, this whole value returns 1. Next time you come in, the value is 1. You add 2 to it. Now it's 3. You come back in, 3, 3, we get 6. And this is internally, both use reducer and many, many other frameworks and everything else in React, is reduction. It's reduction of something that is our initial state, or what we like to call state 0, and something, and it doesn't have to be, but could be some form of action, something that happened. And by running a function, however we get to it, we return what state 1 is, or more specifically, this could be state at time 0 and state at time 1, just simply meaning what the new state is going to be. So we start with some initial state, and over time, just like the 1, 2, 3, these just happen to be synchronous, and this happens to be asynchronous. But over time, we go 1, 2, 3, and we knock things together. Okay, those are the major pieces, and that's why I would say that what is React? Well, React is ultimately a way of producing a set of projections. It's a fancy diffing algorithm. It's a fancy patching algorithm, but what it is not is a renderer. In fact, if you go look at what's happening inside of the code, if you write a general React thing versus something that looks at something that's React native, we have something in general React which says React DOM, not React, but React DOM, a different package altogether, render this, because it uses that same app function to render to the DOM, whereas we register it slightly differently in something like React Native. But interestingly, the reason it works is because up until that point, all of the pieces we're doing and the patching and the figuring out that we need to do is agnostic of the way or the elements in which we choose to render it. So when we get to React, if I go back and you remember and think about it as, how do I project data such that it can be diffed and it can figure out how to patch the DOM? you're succeeding. If we start trying to think about how do we make something call something else, how do we make this thing make that thing do this, we're missing it. We're missing the circle, and we will ultimately end up with timing and weird conditions and probably actually just a lot of frustration, because in many cases React stops you from doing it, and it'll be endless frustration of trying to work around it. Okay, why is this important? And I'm going to talk about it in a bit for an architecture, and then we'll go ahead and jump into just a little bit of code here. So today, the architecture of React Native is a little different than React. As you well know, everything in React today basically works kind of in a combination of JavaScript and the DOM. And that is in the browser, there's this DOM part that actually happens, right? But the DOM part is sort of synchronous, and JavaScript can work with it. And it's a little false to call it synchronous, but we're just going to say that it looks kind of synchronous. In React Native, we run our JavaScript unmodified, really, over in a virtual machine that can run JavaScript. But native, whether it be iOS, Android, Windows, or anything else, for the most part in the existing architecture, the existing shipped architecture, runs over in a completely different world. And so the way we send messages back and forth and the way we do things is that every one of the things that we want to happen, whether it's render something, invoke something, or change something, a style, anything else, is we basically serialize messages as JSON, and we send them over this thing that's affectionately called the bridge, and has been talked about like crazy. And by the way, if you want to learn more about it, there's some fantastic talks about it. Just go out, Google React Native bridge. You will find 200 or 300 really good, awesome talks about it, because there's great information about it. But suffice to say for right now, that it is a way in which we can move messages between the JavaScript side and the native side and allow those communication to happen, but it's wholly asynchronous. So when we make a message on the JavaScript side, it has to be serialized as JSON. It has to be sent to the native side. The native side has to respond, serialize its response in JSON, and come back to us. So we incur penalties in the serialization, and we incur penalties, potentially penalties, in the asynchronous nature. To be honest, there's good things about it being asynchronous. It's really clean. It's very clear what's happening. There are penalties because sometimes something might be happening on the native side that we want to react to and maybe interrupt from the JavaScript side, or perhaps we want to stop things. One of the classic examples is maybe we want to stop it after the user types 4 characters. It's actually kind of hard because the native side is sort of running in its own, and not sort of, it is running in one of its own threads, and the JavaScript side is running in its own, so communicating between the two gets a little tricky. So this is one of the primary things that's being changed. And by the way, this makes things like really timing sensitive use cases like animations very problematic. But just so you know, and what's happening is that much closer to how the browser works, the newer versions or the next versions of React Native employ this whole piece, and some of the keywords you can look up are things like turbo modules and JSI, and which is JavaScript interface. But it's really a way that makes React Native mirror a little bit more how React works in the DOM today, where there's more of a synchronous contract between certain things. And as I mentioned back in this one, if the native side wanted to send us a big payload or some data, it really has to serialize it all today and send it back to us. Whereas in the future looking version, we can get pointers, we can get access to things. So it can be a lot more performant, a lot faster way to go. So to that end, I wanted to point out and go to just a little bit of code here for a second. And in this code, I want to see 2 different things. We have 2 little casino apps I wrote for something else that I thought was fun. And this is a web version, and then there is a React Native version. And I'm sharing code, and that's the whole idea behind this. So here's the gist, right? I've got this. I didn't want to do a to-do app because, as I understand it, there are a couple of those. So it's a really simple little blackjack app. We say hit, we go on, we go back and forth, we can stand, and it goes back and forth and wins. The cool thing is that we can do it here. We can also do it in React Native, right, with the exact same code and move back and forth and have the same logic in both cases playing out, although the view is different. And the reason that that works so well, and the reason that you can make it work in your own projects, is that if we understand that all of the JavaScript side is going to be responsible for everything up to and leading to the reconciliation, and we can think about that when we separate and when we make good choices in our code, saying, this seems like the type of thing we should keep over here because it's about defining the state that we are going to project to. And this over here is about figuring out what that state looks like on the screen. We can get incredible amounts of code reuse. So walking through this really quickly, and this is the web version, although both are really the same, and we'll bounce back and forth. It's really very simple. It's a view that has this thing called a hand, which we'll look at, and some controls. And the controls dispatch a couple of different functions that get hit. And these are the same in both cases. In all cases, it throws some images on the screen, which is the hand. And the controls allow us to do these things. And each of these things in the control is a function. So this is the whole class for doing this piece. All the real work happens in game. And game is a little bit longer, but even it is not terribly big. It uses something called a game reducer. And this works with React use reducer. Okay, so just like our reducer piece saw before, what we have here right now is we have the idea of a reducer that is going to take an initial state and actions over time, which will produce a new state. So state 0 to state 1. So in my case, sometimes I send it in something that says deal or hit or stand. And all those are internally are functions that when applied to the state, return a new state. So what does it mean to deal something? What it means to deal is to take the deck and take 4 cards off the deck and give some to the player and some to the dealer. What does it mean to hit? It means to take 1 new card off the deck and put it in the player's hand. Figure out what the player's total is. What does it mean to stand? It means to let the dealer move and start figuring out the duration of their hand. So if we look at this here in React side, this is the core React, but if we go and bounce over to the React native casino, which is this version, we'll see again that we start with, as I mentioned before, and actually let me switch back and forth just a second to make sure I show those, is that if we go back and forth in these, we'll see that one of them is going to do a React DOM render, and we're going to see that one of them is going to register the component. But ultimately, once we get into the app and to the blackjack game itself, this is where the difference is. Meaning that we will see the difference here in terms of sections and divs and views, but both of them have a use reducer, which uses entirely the same code because all the code for that lives in the JavaScript side. And all of the code here works together to be able to render view components, the hand component, which are different here, right? We're using views instead of divs, we're using text, all that stuff that you know or you've seen. But the most important part is that we get almost of all the hard code, at least, right, of everything that was difficult to write, we have 100% reuse because we teased apart very carefully the difference of what it means to model what it is that we're trying to project and kept separate the code that actually helps us figure out how to project it to the view. And in doing so, in keeping those two pieces separate, we can be extraordinarily precise in code reuse. We can be extraordinarily precise in our ability to test things. And to be honest, that's the way you get through one of these projects relatively alive. So I guess the summary there on kind of going through that is to keep in mind that our goal is to keep things understood in terms of projections and reductions, and understand that at the end of the day, React is mostly a patching and a diffing algorithm, and then React DOM or React Native are helping take that information and project it out to a view. I know we're running short on time, so I'm going to put this information up. This is my name, that's Digital Primates, but the most important thing is that I actually will answer you if you send me an email there, or with Geekle, you should have my account. If you find me on Twitter, feel free to DM me there. I actually, it takes me a little time sometimes, but I will actually always answer questions. And in fact, to make sure you have it, there's my actual email address if you want to get a hold of me. So there we go. I hope everybody got something out of that, and we'll go from there. Anna, it's all you.
Thank you for a great presentation. That was really interesting, and thank you for sharing your experience, because I don't know, for me, experience had the same value as money. It's like you make other people to to gain like more knowledge, to be promoted at their work, and more. And that's why I was listening to your speech, and you give lots of useful information, and I really appreciate this.
I hope it's useful.
No, but like for me, actually, that was useful. I don't know about others. I will wait for their notes in our Q&A session, because now it's quite still out there. Quite out there. So I will be waiting for you in 2 hours in our Q&A session.
All right, we'll see you there. Have a good time until then.
Thank you. See you.
Bye now.
So I'm more than happy to announce another speaker, and it's going to be Mohammed Kashif Suleiman. Mohammed is CEO and full-stack web and mobile app developer. He's currently leading a firm in Pakistan, namely Expertizo, that is providing the web and mobile apps service all over the world, and it's instructing a lot of students, having thousands of followers in Pakistan. So, Mohammed, I'm happy to see you here.
Hi there. Hello. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm great. And how are you?
Yeah, I'm fine.
By the way, Mohammed won't be able to attend Q&A session. That's why please write down the questions during his presentation, and he'll be happy to answer them just after his speech. So please keep it in mind. And Mohammed, if you're ready to start your presentation, please
Sure.
tell me.
Yeah, I have shared the screen.
Yeah, I see your screen. Then I'm leaving this space and passing the microphone to you.
Okay, thank you.
See you soon.
Okay, hello everybody. It's me, Mohammed Kashif Suleiman from Pakistan, and I would like everyone to comment and greet me if you are available to comment right there. So it would be good to know that you are watching me live. That's great. Okay, so the topic is React Native and machine learning. So let me give a more introduction for myself to you all. It's a brief and a little introduction of mine. Like, I'm a founder and CEO of Expertizo, a firm that's providing services for web and mobile application services to the clients all over the world in Pakistan. And I have a team of people who are working as well as I'm a top-rated plus freelancer at Upwork, and a senior instructor at Selaani Welfare. What is Selaani actually? So Selaani Welfare Trust is a Pakistani charity focusing primarily on feeding the homeless. But alongside with feeding the homeless, it has a department that is namely Selaani Mass IT Training, which has trained about 50,000 students up till now, free of cost. They didn't charge anything from them. And what they are training for, they are training with the latest trends like web and mobile application development using React, and they are training for the blockchain technologies as well as the IoT. So they are much more, but I don't have time to much explain and I myself as a senior instructor am training there, and I have been a student there. So I would like them to have introduction here. Also, I'm the co-founder of the Cow Mandi. What is Cow Mandi? The Cow Mandi is a product here in Pakistan through which people can buy and sell their animals. As I'm a Muslim and I'm living in a Muslim country, so there's an event, yearly event here that is known as Bakr, where we slaughter animals like cows and sheep and something like. So the app is for the purpose to sell and buy the animals. If you want to sell and buy the animals, you can check out the Cow Mandi. So it's available on the Play Store. You can try it. So yeah, that was my little introduction. I have my email written here, mohammedkashifsuleiman@gmail.com, as well as I have a page on Facebook and LinkedIn, namely with the same name, Mohammed Kashif Suleiman. So you can follow me and you can contact me after the live session. So will be in the connection, inshallah. Okay, so that was my little introduction. Let's move to the topic. Okay, so as you can see, I have written what I'm going to deliver actually. So there are 3 sections I'm going to deliver. And I'm sorry, I forgot. First of all, thanks to Geekle to providing me the opportunity to being live here, to being sharing my knowledge. It's really an honor. Thank you, everyone. Okay. So what I'm going to deliver actually, basics of machine learning in terms of identifying object in an image. So basically, the topic is React Native and machine learning. Since machine learning is a vast field, it has much topics and much content. But today we are just focusing on identifying object in an image, right? So what are the basics of machine learning in terms of identifying object in an image? That will be the first topic. The second topic will be the how to train models, and the third topic will how to integrate models in React Native. So how I approach these contents, like since I'm a freelancer, so I got a request from one of my client that he can provide the models which has already the training of some insects. So what you have to do, you have to integrate that model in the React Native mobile app. So I integrated that. So that's why I'm prepared for this topic. So that was the context behind that. Okay, so let's move towards the basics of ML. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I just pressed enter here. Okay.
Yeah, I can see your presentation. No, I will help you with this.
Yeah.
Here you are.
Okay. So thank you. Hope everybody is following me. Okay. So the first topic was basics of ML in terms of identifying object in an image. I'm going to enter to the second screen. Okay, let's go. Just kickstart for basics of ML in terms of identifying object in an image. It's just a concept to clarify that what are the basic terminologies that are used for identifying an image. I'm not going to like having a chemistry class here and boring you all. It's just a little introduction for the basics of ML, and then we are heading towards a practical approach. Okay, so two main processings. There are two main processings. Number one is image classification, and the number two is object detection. They are two different things. Mostly they are common, but has a little difference. Let's see an image. Here we can see an image. You can all see. I'm sorry. If I'm going to ask you that what is the content of this image, so you will absolutely say that this is an image of rabbit, right? We can classify that this is an image of a rabbit with having leaves in the background, but mainly focus is on the rabbit. So this is what we are classifying an image, like this is the image of that, this is the image of that, this is the image of cat, this is the image of the dog. So this is what is known as image classification. And whereas what is object detection, so let's see in another image. So this image has a bunch of animals, like there are multiple animals. There's a dog, and after that there's a cat, and there's a rabbit sleeping, a cute rabbit, and there is another rabbit that is not sleeping. He is awake. Okay, so what we are watching here, that we have 4 animals here, and along with the detection of those 4 animals, we will also say the location of those animals. Like we have the dog at the first, and then we have the cat, and then we have the rabbit, and then we have another rabbit. So along with the classification or detection of the single object or multiple objects, along with their locations, along with their positions, is known as object detection. Basically, when you have multiple objects in an image and you want to identify each of them, each of them, along with the locations of those animals or those objects. So this process is known as object detections. We can detect that there are multiple animals along with their locations. So first one was the image classification, in which we just tell the content, that what content of what type of content the image has. And the second one is object detection, where we classify or detect the object, and along with detecting the object, we also tell the position or location of that object. So these are two main processing. I hope that is clear, and you will remember these two processings, because we have their like things in the future in the next slides. Okay, so let's move towards the next thing. What was the next thing? Okay, the main part is how to train models. Okay, let me clear that I'm not a machine learning developer nor a Python developer, something like. But I have took help from one of my mentors, and they told me that for the beginners and for the basic level of model training, you can go to this website, colab.researchgoogle.com, and I will share the link if you need. So what is this? Actually, this has the tutorial as well for the beginners to how to data download and how to train the model basically. So, and this is known as, we can say that this is an online IDE for training the models. So I just gone to this page and trained the models. It has a prepared example, so I just followed that. And what I had done, that you can see that at that page you have a URL, right? What this URL contains? This URL contains actually a data set, or we can say it has two folders, one for cat and one for dog, and each of those folders have thousands of images that will help the model to be trained, right? So this is the code. I'm not going to explore the code. I'm just giving an overview that what had happened to this URL and how it generated the model. Okay, so yeah, it generated it was just the process. And then on the next slide, yeah, at the end of the code, there was some missing part to generate the files and download the files. Like once it has generated the model, it has trained the model, we needed a code to export the model into TF-Lite extension. .TF-Lite extension. Why I'm exporting it to .TF-Lite extension? Okay, I forgot one thing, that it is using TensorFlow, right? TensorFlow is a tool that helps to easily generate and train the models. So this is basically using the TensorFlow. So TF-Lite is also the TensorFlow Lite version, and it's an extension. So what I have added here, I searched the code to convert the H5 extension into a TF-Lite extension, and then I have converted here. You can see there's a method tf.lite.tf-lite converted from Kira's model, and then I have converted that model into the TF-Lite, and then I have downloaded the file as a TF-Lite version. Why I have exported or converted that as a TF-Lite version or extension? Because the library I'm going to use to integrate it with the React Native, it supports the TF-Lite extension only. So that is the reason that I have converted that model into a TF-Lite version, right? Okay, let's move forward. Like this is not a smaller code. It has like many lines and many much things to understand, but I'm just overviewing. Okay, then like it showed some of the pictures that it predicted. When we have provided the dog image, it told us that it is a dog, it's a cat, it is dog. It classified basically, right? So that was the part basically to train the models, and I have exported that file into a TF-Lite file, right? Like I have the downloaded file for cats_dogs.tf-lite. So this was the basic process how to generate models, but I know there are much more details to learn about that. But I have just overviewed and tried to share with you that if you are a beginner, and if I'm a beginner in the field of machine learning, I'm not a beginner in the field of React Native. I have 5 years of experience in that. But in the field of machine learning, yes, I'm a beginner, but I know how to like train model at beginner level and then integrate it with the React Native. Okay, so the cat is watching me. Oh my god. Okay, so let's move forward. So that was the part that how you will train the model. So I have just shared you the basic tool, that is colab.research.google.com, and you will go to the transfer learning example or the tutorial. So you will get this code and this part, and you will be able to train your models. Okay, another thing is that this part of code I have found on the same website. But if you want me, so please contact me. So then I'll share you with the code, the same code. Okay. Moving forward, uh, how to integrate models in React Native. Okay, how to integrate models in React Native. Shall we proceed? Okay. Okay, that's the thing. Okay, so this is the library, or we can say a third-party library that is known as TF Lite React Native. Okay, hope if I am getting the people, or I am being watched by the people who knows React Native, so they should know that currently there are two ways to integrate React Native. One is the with the React Native CLI, and another one is with the Expo. So in Expo, we do not need any SDK integrations or something like huge configuration needed in your laptop. You just need to install the Expo CLI and then kickstart your project. But in the React Native CLI, you will need the SDK things and something like prior configurations to start your React Native project. So if you are going to integrate this library, you will also know that there are some particular libraries that are also that are just like available for the React Native CLI. They couldn't be integrated with the Expo version. The reason behind that some libraries require the linking things, like linking the native code with your cross-platform code, React Native code. So TF Lite React Native is also a library that requires linking. So this library will not be available for the Expo thing, but it will be available for the React Native CLI, right? Okay, so this is the link of that TF Lite React Native. This is the library to integrate your TF Lite extension models with the React Native mobile app. Let's see what we have next. Okay, so it has the folder. You can see that here it is a folder example. I'm just showing you the models where it has stored the models actually. So in the example, it has some prepared models. Here is the folder, you can see. So you can use these models as well. So basically this package is going to use two files at the same time. One is for the TF Lite, the models that are trained, and one is the text. What we have in the text file, see, we have person, bicycle, car, motorbike, like all of the objects that are already being trained to that model. See, and this will have the all of the labels of those models basically. So these are some generated model, and you can use your own model as well, as we have generated recently, right? Okay, so that was a short introduction for the models, and let's move forward. Okay, so what you have to do actually, you have to follow the instructions for linking for this package with the React Native app, right? And then mainly the second point, place the model for the Android version. Place the model and label files at app src main assets. Like you will copy the model folder. Here's the model folder. This one is the model folder, and you will copy this folder and paste it to app src main and assets. This doesn't need to be remembered. You can follow the document, and you can just put those folder into the directory, right? And then you have to follow the more things it has mentioned. Moving forward, what is the usage of this library? How to use? So you'll need to import the TF Lite from the TF Lite React Native, creating an instance, storing that in the variable in the TF Lite, and then first what we have to do in React, in the class components, we have a hook that will be working initially, like component did mount, or if we are using the functional component, so we have a hook that is use effect with the empty parameters, so empty dependency parameters. So placing the code there to load the model initially. So first, what we have to do, we have to load the model, any of the model we are going to load, along with the label file and num threads one. What is that actually? I don't know, but I just know that this is the process to load model, right? Okay, so if it loads successfully, you will get the response, or if it didn't load successfully, you will get the error, right? So the first process will be to load the model, and then the second process is it has two methods. One is for image classification, and another is for object detection. So as we have cleared previously, that what is an image classification? If you just want to classify the image, that what content has this image contain. So you will just run the image classification method like tflight.run model on image. You will give the path of the image, and how you get the path of the image. If you want to use the native things, like you want to use the camera, or you want to use the image picker of React Native, so you can use those and get the image URI path or image URI from any of those, right? And then providing the path here along with these options, and if if it identifies clearly, so then it will give you the response. And how will be the response looks like? Here is the output format. Like you will get an object, since image classification will have only one output. It will not show you that it has the dog, it has the cat, or something like. It will be working on a single object, right? And it will classify you that this is the index and this is the label, like the label which it has found out from the txt file we have provided already, and along with the confidence, like how much confidence it has that the thing I am going to identify, or I am identifying, is having the 62% confidence. So it will show you the confidence as well. So this is image classification. And the second one is the object detection, right? And for instance, if we want to detect multiple objects in an image, right? So we use the object detection processing. And we will like similarly, we are going to provide the image path here, either from the camera or either from the image picker, or any URL could be present here. Okay, then we will show the provide the required options here. You will read the document, so you will get the information about the options here. And then once it will identify or detect the objects on the images, it will post you the thing, like it will give you an format along with the detected classes, along with the confidence in that class. You will get the position of that object as well, right? So you will get the you will not get the object here, you will get an array with having a single object, having like this detected classes. Like for that image, if we imagine for that image, the previously image, if we go back, that's done. Right. For this image, if we run the dapplied object detection method, so it will share an array with us, an array of object having the dog at the first, with having the confidence and along with its position. Then we will have the object for the cat. It will show that I have 90% confidence in the cat, and then it will show the location of that object as well. And similarly goes for the two rabbits as well. So there will be 4 objects there. Okay. So that was the instructions for the usage, and how will be the output. Now I'm going to show you the output. Are you excited to see the output? I like this kid, how she's expressing her excitement for it. Okay, so let's see the output that after integrating it with the camera or something like, what will be the output. Let's see here. Okay, so this was the application I developed, and I integrated React Native TF flag here. As you can see, let's see from the start again. Okay, it's not starting. Okay, let's see. It's capturing the picture of a laptop, MacBook Pro, and see how it detected. See, it told us that it's a laptop, and I have 86% of confidence in. I took the picture of the cup, and then it showed me that it's a coffee mug, and I have 93% of confidence in. Don't look at the picture of the dog; it's just a static picture. Okay, see again. It has a laptop, and it's identifying, yeah, this is a laptop, as well as it has also showed it that it's look like a notebook, but I have 11% of confidence in that. So that's interesting, right? Okay, cool. Just take a look once again if you have missed something. This is the laptop capturing image, and then it showed that it's a laptop, and 86% of laptop, and notebook 11%. For the cups, it showed me the coffee mug. Yeah, this is a coffee mug. So all depends on the model, how you train the model, and how good you are training on the model, and along with how good you are and integrating the React Native, the TF Lite package with the React Native. So how does that feel? I guess this portion, this part of the presentation looks good, and you will be feeling good after looking there. Okay, so that's all from my side. If you have any questions, you can pass the comments or something, like pass any information to my coordinator, so she will be providing me. Thank you all. If you have any question, you can ask me. I'll be waiting for the question.
Thank you, Mohammed, for your presentation. Let me find the questions for you. Just give me one moment. Okay, we can keep all the questions to our Q&A form, to our Q&A session.
Sure.
I will ask our dear audience to ask questions to you, because maybe they're asleep now. I'll try to
but
find
it's morning here in the Pakistan, so I'm fresh.
And what time do you have now?
I'm having here 10:28 a.m.
And we have 7:20 a.m. So yeah, maybe they are really asleep. But my dear people, please write down.
They will be having breakfast.
Yeah, but I think that your presentation was so good that they have no questions. But anyway, we can. Okay, just let it be, and we will meet again on Q&A session, and there we could answer all the questions that could be during this time. Okay. So thank you again for your presentation and speech. That was cool. Bye. Okay, guys. No, like if you have no questions, that would be great. But I would like to emphasize that you can write down all the questions on Q&A form, so that all our speakers could answer them after their speeches and on Q&A session. And I think that some of you are maybe shy to do it, or don't know where to do it. So I can notice that you can do it on Q&A form. So we have some minutes. We will have a break before the next speaker. So we will see. We will be back in 10 minutes. Okay, see you. So, my dear people, we have technical issue. One sec. Okay, so I'm back. I hope that you have some rest during this 10 minutes. Grab some sandwiches to your screen and ready to welcome our next speaker. And it's gonna be Michał Osadnik. Michał is software engineer, React Native lover, CS student at Aalto University. Spent last year developing mobile app in React Native and contributing to open source libraries. Co-creator of Reactive Navigation. So, Michał, I'm happy to see you here. How's your mood?
It's okay. It's quite early here, but it at least motivated me to wake up a little bit earlier.
And what time do you have now?
We have about 6 a.m.
We have 7:40 a.m., but good luck.
Thank you.
If you are ready to start your presentation, just tell me, and I will disappear from the space and give you more space for your presentation.
Okay, so let me just share my screen. All right, I think I'm ready.
Great. So see you.
Thank you. So hello everyone, and welcome to my speech. I'm very happy to speak here, and I'm quite excited about this. Frankly speaking, it's my first remote conference talk, so I'm feeling a little bit nervous about this. Frankly speaking, I have never had a conference that I had to prepare by cleaning my apartment. Before we start, I'd like to say that I'm going to be talking not only about charts, but I'll also give you some context about Rainbow project and about the Rainbow team. And I believe it will be quite interesting. I will try to give you a short journey about the Rainbow and then keep smoothly changing the topic to linear charts. But firstly, let me introduce myself. My name is Michał Osadnik. I'm a software engineer. I'm working on Rainbow. I'm a member of the Rainbow core team. Also, at the same time, I am pursuing my master's degree at Aalto University in Finland in computer science. I'm involved into quite a decent amount of open source projects, and I would say that I'm open source maintainer, but maintaining things is quite a difficult topic for me, so I just stay with a vague sentence that I'm open source lover. All right, so Rainbow. Rainbow is an amazing project. In a few words, it's a wallet for managing cryptocurrency assets. We're integrating with Ethereum blockchain services. We allow for storing, trading, but also sending assets, and what's important, keeping it in a friendly environment. That's also our main value. We observe that currently existing solutions are often not very friendly for beginners. We find them not really accessible for people who are not firstly involved into cryptocurrency stuff, and it's quite understandable. Personally, the Rainbow Wallet is the first one I'm actively using, and this project allows me for starting my learning curve at a very low level. So I feel that we as a team share a mission for building a solution that will make it simple for every user to understand how trading works and why it's not difficult. Furthermore, we believe that Ethereum is a great platform to learn how market works, and it's definitely quicker and safer to do it here instead of buying real stocks and playing with national currencies. What's more, we put a great stress on polishing UI details. We find every shadow and every margin important and trying to put the expectation bar really high. We believe that visual interactions are key value, and therefore we keep devoting a lot of time to make it perfect. We see that often financial products might be neglecting this aspect, and we're strongly trying not to do this. Transparency is another thing worth mentioning. I like to emphasize that we strongly believe in open source culture for many reasons. Of course, we do not expect people to contribute to our wallet. I would say that it would be difficult because our roadmap is also not public. But it gives our users confidence that every line of code that they're using is visible, and all our moves are also transparent to them. As I said, everyone can see every line of code that we have ever delivered, and that's quite important in our opinion. We use a lot of libraries and dependencies, and we're exposed to some vulnerabilities, as every other JavaScript-based app that uses packages via NPM. But we work. So one of our strategies is to be perfectly fair with the users what's under the hood of the app they use. Of course, we're working on some other security improvements, but that is one of our strategies. Also, we believe strongly in the idea of collaboration. We're using GPL license, so everyone is very welcome to copy and reuse our solution at the same way as we do by consuming other open source libraries and frameworks. Here you can see some example, and I think it's really cool that more or less few seconds after we merge an important improvement to our Android work, it became visible on Twitter, and someone has tweeted about this. I think it's really cool that we're building a community among our around our code base. As a team, we strongly focus on delivering the best possible product. We're trying to get stick with our roadmap and requirements we'd like to meet. We find building the product the most important value and trying not to get distracted by anything else. Also, we design our work to be highly independent. We are trying to focus on single project at one time to build it from the very beginning to the end. Hence, we need our team members to be highly independent in their work. Especially, it applies to me because I'm the only one living in Finland, and often, what's more, the only one living in Europe. And often, I don't have opportunity to discuss every single detail of the task that I'm working on, and I believe that it's impacting positively to our progress. Also now, of course, we're all working remotely, so at least I don't feel more as isolated than every other team member. The independence requires our code base to be well maintained, so therefore we strongly emphasize the need of making the code as high quality as possible, and that's important to make our collaboration workable. Also, because we are quite small so far, we can easily directly listen to our users' needs and talk to them personally. We find it crucial because it gives us as developers clues about things that are often not obvious to us, and we're very open to collect feedback and eventually answer the needs of our users. Okay, so let's go to technical things. I think it will be more interesting. First of all, we're using React Native for almost everything. The decision of using React Native has been done at a very initial step, but we're still not regretting it. We find it amazing that we can that we're able to consume all packages that are available on web, especially those related to Ethereum, and we can easily use them on our mobile app. And also we're using mostly JavaScript. We're starting to use a little bit more TypeScript, especially for parts that are, I think that is important to provide some type safety. Also, we have some native code, Java, Objective-C, Swift, for some crucial parts. However, I will be talking about this a little bit later. By the way, I am very happy that I'm talking on the so-called beginner tracks, because I feel that I can just share my thoughts without feeling pressure for saying anything impressive on each slide. So let me just tell me a few words about things that we learned while building Rainbow. With this, I will slightly approaching to the topic of linear charts. The first advice is to not neglect Android. Maybe it sounds, of course, like a very basic advice, but I feel I like to keep repeating it in every possible situation. Please don't be victims of the assumption that because React Native is so-called cross-platform technology, we can expect that everything will work the same way on each platform. It's not true. I prefer a statement that React Native is a platform for building native apps with JavaScript. By this, I understand that we talk to native APIs, different hardwares, and even most likely we use different JavaScript interpreters. JSC on iOS, Hermes on Android. Also, platforms have some platform-specific requirements we need to respect and understand, and design our app in the objectives of both of them. And by design, I understand not only design our code base, but also follow some design, like visual design guidelines. I regret to say that we're still struggling to pay our technical debt. Initially, because of promises given to our investors, we focus only on iOS. Also, developing the iOS app on MacBook is way easier than doing it with Android emulator or Android phone none of us use every day. So we keep postponing Android beta release, but we strongly believe it's coming very soon. We're expecting this to happen next week. We initially wanted to do this before this talk, but it still calls for some minor polishes, and we're sorry. The other lesson is not to over-focus on code standards. Maybe you might think it states in a contradiction to the statement of having high-quality code. So let me explain this briefly. We believe that high-quality code does not need to follow some exact rules. Especially, we don't want to waste our time discussing whether the current approach is slightly better than another one. As long as it does not break some coding principles and some standards, and it works, it's sufficient to be considered as a valuable contribution. What's more, we see that while building a team that is distributed over the world, we cannot pay that much attention to the discussion about details that we can just agree to be acceptable in any way. I know that we as programmers love to discuss things, and it's often hard to distinguish what's productive, what's false productive. Personally, I can spend hours debating editors or SLint rules, explaining on Twitters why styled components are better than style sheets, why Redux is actually not that. But I often asking myself a question whether my activity has an impact on the product I'm building, and if not, it might be worth just stop caring. Also, we learned that even though we build a cross-platform app with JavaScript, it's quite helpful for us to remember that we can always attach native code if it helps us in some way. And I'll show you an example. An example of calculating the seed of a specific mnemonic is a cryptographic operation that is used from restoring some private key from words that are from so-called mnemonics that are easy to remember and generated. And that's for restoring your wallet. And firstly, we use ether.js library on iOS, and it works quite fine. However, then we wanted to use exactly the same code on Android. I mean, we just run our application on Android using exactly the same code, and we observe that it's taking way longer. Why? Frankly speaking, we don't know. Probably it happened because some math-related operation took a little bit longer, so it go beyond acceptable level. So instead of focusing on optimizing this, we decided, okay, maybe you can use just some Java library. And in a few hours, we had something that just works even better than on iOS. It was, as I said, with JavaScript, it was exactly the same code that just ran a little bit different, probably because of some differences in JavaScript interpreter. So Hermes is the JavaScript web interpreter on Android is not so well optimized in this objective, I would say. We don't know why, but we just found it will be quicker to use native library. And another thing, SVGs. Yes, SVGs is an ally. It's a standard for vector graphics that is actually extremely powerful. Initially, I can say I wasn't understanding it so good, but after hours of reading and coding, I can easily say that it's one of the best standards for drawing anything. And what's more important thing for me, it can be used for drawing things on canvas on web, but also on Android and iOS using React Native SVG library. You may say, okay, but aren't SVG just some minor, simple, boring graphics like this? And you can guess the answer, no. Here's an example of some more complex things that I found on the internet that can be done with actually not so many lines of codes. Also, here is another example that is actually supported by React Native SVG, and this example has been done by William Candilan. As you can see here, animated path, we were animating the path, SVG path, and even though that animating path might seem as not a reasonable way, I would say it gives us promising results. So let's get back to our Rainbow project. We have the profound need to have charts for representing how prices of assets are changing in the objective of time. It's a very typical use case for having linear charts, and there are already existing libraries that can satisfy that need. However, we wanted them also to be interactive. So we wanted to make user able to scrap over the chart to see precise value. It's more or less how it happens in Revolut app. As a reference, you can see that you can scrap over the chart and obtain precise results. But also we needed to animate the state between charts in a bit different way than it's here. We just wanted the path to smoothly change from the first state to the second state. I'll show you this later. And obviously, we did not want to reinvent the wheel. Hence, we firstly analyzed what's currently offered by the community. The first solution that is one of the most popular is React Native Charts Wrapper. It's well maintained and powerful. It's supported by native components and has and is widely adopted among community. However, there are no animations supported, and that was blocking us for using this. And also, it's not interactive, so it doesn't have that two important features that were important for us. Also, the other solution is Victory Native by Formidable. It's also well maintained. It's not using native components, it's using SVGs to create charts. However, animations are not so performant. So, I mean, they're working fine on web, but on React Native, it's not working so cool as we wanted. And it's not supporting this interaction we wanted. However, even though we are not able to use this solution, it gives us inspiration that maybe SVG is something worth focusing. So what's the problem that we firstly came across? So of course we decided to build our own solution, and we call it React Native Animated Charts. However, firstly, I need to say that dealing with animations, not necessarily just SVG, but all animations React Native might be a problem. Why? Because we need to animate the path 60 times per second to make it look smooth. However, since JavaScript is a single-thread language, it might be difficult. So let's say here we have animation, and now, since we are subscribed to some number of services, one of them returns response, and this response needs to be parsed. Hence, some JSON parsing is happening here, and because JavaScript is single thread, it's blocking our animation. So we have a frames drop here. So how to deal with this? One of the obvious solutions that comes to my mind is, can't we just move it to another thread? Because JavaScript is single-thread language, it is difficult. However, with the library called Reanimated v2, it became recently possible. And that allowed us to build our solution, React Native Animated Charts. We used the potential of SVG path and animated it using Reanimated v2. To represent the line, we used a path from SVG. Path can be, and now I show you some different strategies of drawing lines. So path can be drawn in different ways. For example, using linear interpolation, like this, but also using quadratic Bezier interpolation or cubic Bezier interpolation. In Rainbow, we're using quadratic Bezier, but it's possible to customize this. Data can be traversed with different interpolation strategies. By this, I understand that often, even though we have points, we want to make them monotonous. We want to make the line between them smooth. Sometimes we want to simplify this line. So that's why we're using interpolation. And the library is currently offering two interpolation strategies. First one is spline interpolation, B-spline interpolation of second, third, fourth, fifth order. I'll tell you a bit more later how it works. And the second one is monotone cubic spline interpolation. So we're just using third order spline and making it monotonous in X axis, because spline themselves that does not guarantee that the function will be monotonous in any axis. So with this, we'll enhance this spline with a little bit with some trigonometrical function to make it monotonous in x-axis. So, okay, it might look weird, but by this I understand that splines gives you the cooperation that values are continuous, not only when it comes to like value of function, but also when it comes to first derivative, the second derivative, and so on, depending on the order of the spline. So yeah, in few words, it's just very smooth. Also, because we used well-tested and reliable cross-platform libraries as our dependencies, our solution is also cross-platform. And we expect it works exactly the same way on Android and iOS. Probably it will also work okay on the web after we will update Reanimated to the newest version, since they recently added support for web. Also with this, it became straightforward to connect it with scrubbing gesture we wanted to obtain the exact data at some point, as you can see in this example. Here's the API. I don't want to focus too much on the code. I just want to say that the API is component-based and it's relatively simple. It's profoundly described on GitHub. In this example, you can see it's a chart that has been made from 7 points that has been interpolated and displayed with cubic Bezier. And I just want to say that it looks quite smooth, and it's all the code you need to write for that. Our library is available on NPM. You can easily download it and use in your next project. Also, you can find it on GitHub if you want to contribute or just see our source code. However, I need to say that it has some cons. It has some drawbacks. So, firstly, I want to say it's not a complex solution. I mean that compared to other libraries like those I mentioned before, our one supports only linear charts. We don't have any other type of charts, and also we're designing the library just for our use cases. So it's probably not satisfy every single requirements that someone might have. So it's just not so complex as other libraries. However, it has some values that we needed and other ones don't have. Also, we cannot guarantee that we will maintain it properly. As I said, we're a small team. We have our product that we're focusing on, and I cannot say that I will devote the amount of time to that project that will to satisfy everyone's needs. Also, we wanted our API to be flexible. However, sometimes it's a little bit low level and requires some knowledge related to Reanimated v2, or maybe maybe just if you want to make something really specific, it will be a little bit difficult. However, it's possible to do this with our API. And we use an experimental library as a dependency, Reanimated v2. I think it works okay, but we cannot say that in the future it won't change the API. There won't be some breaking changes, and we cannot say that there won't be some crashes. I can say that, I'm very sorry about that. I can say that for a long time we're struggling with some crashes. Now we're significantly reduced number of crashes and we find it quite stable. However, for a long time we were facing some errors that were related to using the newest version of Reanimated v2. So, however, you're very welcome to help us. If you want to get involved into open source, if you find it interesting for you, if you want to get some experience about how to maintain and how to build open source libraries, you're very welcome to do this. Visit us on our GitHub, contact us, and yes, that library. We want this library to be built by community. We want the community to be actively present in building these projects, because we just find it really cool, and we're looking for some responses from community. That's more or less everything. Thank you. At the end, I want to say that if you want to learn a little bit more about this library, you're very welcome to visit William Candillon channel. He is explaining how this rainbow charts has been done and talking about some implementation details that I didn't want to cover in this talk. So yes, visit him, and it's definitely the best resource to get some knowledge about this library. Also visit our websites. You can add yourselves to a waiting list to join our Android beta version, and hopefully, as I said, this will happen next week. So yeah, that's our address, and you can join this beta version. And hopefully soon we will make our Android workable. And that's everything. Thank you so much. Follow us on Twitter, and that's all.
Michał, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
But I can't hear you. Just 1 minute, we'll fix this issue.
Okay, I'll do it with a microphone. So,
All right.
Michał. So again.
Okay.
Michał. Wait just a couple of minutes. We will try to fix this issue, because I can just continue without hearing you. My dear support team, what can we do for this?
Is it working?
Oh, now it's
No. I can't hear anything. Yeah, he can hear me. Yeah, this is the end of the day. This is the end of the conference, and like you can understand that it might be like such situation might happen, and we just need to try our best to fix this problem. So Nick is our the biggest hero here in the room, and he's trying to fix this problem, and I still can hear Michał. But
okay.
I'm here again, and I'm trying to, yeah, but I still can hear Michał. Can you say something?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Ask him to check. He's on device.
So, Michał.
Wait a couple of minutes, and we will start our Q&A session. Wait just a second. We don't get any sound from you. Like, you can check your microphone.
Can you hear me now?
No,
Maybe.
I can't hear anything.
Sound from you.
All right.
Try just to turn on and turn out your microphone. Yeah.
How about now? Okay, so I just try to.
Нет, не там, да. Что произошло? Что вы что-то?
Я не знаю, я ничего не делаю. So, since we have some technical issues.
Or not? Michał, can you say something?
I hope now it works.
No, we are still having this technical issue. So, Michał, please stay with us. And while we are fixing this, I can remind you, my dear viewers, that if you miss some of the talks, you can buy anytime all these videos from junior track on videos.geekle.us just for $15, and you will be able to rewatch all these videos anytime and any day. So also I would like to remind you about our future event, and it's gonna be Python Universe Web Edition Global Summit. And it's gonna be an outbreak event with speakers from famous companies like Netflix, TikTok, and Facebook. And during the event, you will learn how to build data dashboard quickly, all about login with Python, what's new in Python 3.9 and beyond. So this and much more on our Python Universe Web Edition Global Summit on 19th of November. Register now with cross-20 promo code to get 20% off from the current price admission. I think it's a pretty good deal. And we will have small break because we can continue with this issue. We will try our best to get back as fast as we can. So see you later. We are back here, and I think that our issue is fixed. And yeah, I can hear everyone. So, Michał, sorry for this technical issue of waiting for us for so long. And thank you for such comprehensive speech. I appreciate the fact that you pay so much attention to the details, and we enjoyed it a lot. Now I would like to remind you that we are having Q&A session, and I'm happy to announce it. Welcome back, Michael. Long time no see you. Oh, that's funny situation, seriously, because it took a long to fix it. Like, so I hope that we will forget it in a minute. Yeah, and we have some couple of questions for you. First one is just what is just please turn the time back when you were on junior level and remember what was the most complicated thing to you that could stop all of your. What advice would you give to yourself back to junior level?
All right, Michał, you want to go ahead first because you had some good things in your presentation, and then I'll follow up after you if you don't mind.
Frankly speaking, personally, I have always problems with saying that someone is senior or junior or something. I mean, I don't really consider myself, I don't know, an experienced developer. I would say that we are always learning. So I would say that maybe the only difference is that how we deal with those obstacles. So I don't know, I think that now I just get some fluency in Googling things. So I would say I don't really know, but I think that the most important thing is not to stop trying. I mean, if something went wrong, the worst thing that someone can do is just to give up. I mean, if there are so ton of resources available everywhere and people willing to answer that, just keeping repeating and sometimes things will work.
I'm going to take something from your presentation that I thought was very good, which is I actually think that one of the best examples or one of the biggest differences between people who are just starting out and people who have been here a while is the understanding that it's not actually a technical problem, that most of the time it's focusing on what you're trying to accomplish and not getting caught in all the technical details. Because I do think there's a place for technical learning, and I think that's there. But most of the people who are starting out that I work with tend to think mostly about solving the technical problem, and sometimes they miss the larger problem that they're trying to solve, the bigger picture, if you will, of things. So I would actually say that I agree with everything that you had said. And first of all, you have to keep trying, and you're going to have terrible days where things just will not work no matter what you do. And it's going to be awful. Keep trying anyway, but also keep in mind that it's not a single day, and you're not going to maybe in some places, but most people don't ultimately care about one line of code. They care about the big picture of, did you accomplish something that is shippable and works and hopefully somewhere close to on time.
I would say also that I won't be afraid of copying, pasting, and making anything and trying to do anything that will make your code workable.
So it's interesting you say that too. Like I like my code, it's personal preference to look a certain way, but the way I write code is that I write code that works, and then once it works, I work my way backward into how I want it to feel. But my first solution is never intended to be beautiful and elegant. It's intended to absolutely prove that I accomplished what I wanted to. And then if I have time, I work my way backwards to something that I feel I'm comfortable maintaining and I'm happy with. But my first thing is always, whatever. I mean, it wouldn't, if you pictured it as art, it would not be pretty. But that's my first, my first solution is always such.
Great. And the next question is, what was the biggest fail you had when you were on junior level?
We only get to choose one.
If you have many, then go ahead and describe all of them.
All right, I still like to fail routinely. So to be clear, if you stop failing, that probably means you stopped learning. And if you stopped learning, then I don't know, maybe you shouldn't call yourself a senior. So look, you're gonna fail all the time. I made so many, big mistakes. Usually for me, I'm not sure if I can classify them into one area. A lot of times it would have been things that would have been obvious with more experience. Maybe sometimes they were just completely that, but I'll still go back to the fact that 9 times out of 10, I probably misunderstood what I was trying to do when I did it, or I thought I knew what I was doing and I was totally wrong. But if I can fail a couple times a day, that means I'm doing something right. And it means I have a chance to learn something new. So I'm pro failure. As I tell a lot of my people that I work with, fail a lot. Just try not to fail in the same way all the time. That's the real goal.
And what about you, Michał?
I would say that I know what's the biggest failure. I can just tell you a story about my day of failures. I remember I once had some day I intended to integrate some backend service with mobile app. And I had some very typical problems. I don't know, with cores, with making ports visible, with ngrok, etc. It's not that important. I mean, but all of them were very basic, and I was too confident with my skills, and I wanted to prove to my coworkers that hey, I can do this, even though I am the least experienced person, because it was in my first work. And actually I spent a day for this, and because I was hesitating to ask for help. And yeah, it was this day was a disaster, because someone with some proficiency level can easily do it in 20 minutes. So yeah, that also concludes to the advice that my main failures is overestimating my skills.
I think about a week or so back, I accidentally deleted a Git branch that had all the code I really wanted in it instead of the one I didn't want. That was good. So that was last week. I don't know. Say whatever you'd like about that.
Guys, what advice you can give to our viewers, to our audience? Or what do they need, on what they need to pay more attention? And I don't know what they need to. Okay, just
no, I get it. Mm-hmm. It's okay. So, do you want to go first, Michał, or do you want me to?
Go ahead.
Okay. And this will kind of tie into what I said in my presentation for me, because I actually believe this very much. I don't know, for me, and maybe because I've worked in a lot of languages over a lot of time, and so I've got a couple years at this, but I think focusing on the things that are common, in other words, the sort of fundamentals of what it means to write code or to solve a problem or to understand it technically, are more important than the details. You can, all of us, and I think this is something people don't understand, that at least I and everyone else still go to things like Stack Overflow, still go and find answers, because there's no way everyone can remember everything. You can't remember every detail. Even in a language you might be working in a lot, there's going to be things you forget. But the difference I think that makes it easier or harder is if you know the basics well, and if you know an understanding pretty well of what you want to accomplish and what you're trying to do and how things should basically work, that gives you the ability to go and read a Stack Overflow post and say, no, that's a really bad idea, whereas this one might be something that's worthwhile. So I don't know. I don't think it's actually about code. I think what we do is about solving problems, and the tool we happen to use sometimes is software to do it. But I think it's the same things to me that you would want to focus on anywhere if you're an engineer of any sort, which is know the basics well, know how to judge what's maybe a good idea and a bad idea to figure it out, and then you kind of have to feel your way through the rest of it. It's my thought, my opinion, but just mine.
Yeah, that's definitely something something really important. I would say that maybe I try to approach this question from a little bit other side. So yeah, I want to address it more to people who are writing mobile apps. So I would conclude it in one sentence that every pixel has an impact. That if you're designing something, if you're a developer implementing some design, mind that there is always difference, even though if you're using, 7 pixels, not 8 pixels. I mean, even though you might seem it's not important, and maybe you as a developer don't really see a visual difference. It's often worth to help your workflow with some external tools to see that whether 8 pixels are real 8 pixels, not 7 pixels, not 7.5. I mean, it's all details that matters and makes your app look better. And yes, it's something that you most likely won't get noticeable at the very while developing, but at the end of the day, you see that your app is more coherent with that minor details.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And the next question is, could you please tell us more about the future of React Native as one of the most popular technologies for cross-platform mobile development? This is for both of you.
Which of us would like to tell the future?
Michael, you can go ahead.
I mean, look, nobody knows. I think in the next 3 to 5 years, I think React Native certainly has a lot of impact, and there's some interesting things. I think it's a good solution. I can't say that somebody won't figure out a better way or a better way to approach it, but for right now, the combination of what we already have, the ecosystem and the people who are contributing strongly to all the projects and the rate at which the community is developing, the technological changes, which for some of the projects I do, some of the architectural changes that are upcoming actually will have a big impact in some ways. So I think those are strong pieces. But I think actually one of the most exciting things for me is that there's more stuff happening in the open. There's more stuff that is viable for code contribution. And so I think in the next 3 to 5 years, it's a very good technology. I think the decisions they make in the next couple decide how it goes and what happens next. But I refuse to answer past that timeline because it all changes entirely too quickly. If you have a better crystal ball than me, go ahead.
Okay, maybe in the nearest future, in a year or in 2, what changes? Mm-hmm.
Can you say this question again? I mean, because I think
could you please tell us more about the future of React Native?
Okay. So the future. I think that's the thing that needs to be highlighted is that there are some important changes ongoing to React Native very soon. And the first thing is they call it new architecture, and if maybe it's a little bit advanced, but there is something called turbo modules, that allows you for making the synchronous calls of the C++ function, I mean the native functions from JavaScript. I know it might sound complex, and I don't have too much time to explain how it works, but the main
Actually,
idea.
you have
Okay,
like more than 20 minutes. So
okay, so so the main idea is that currently we have in React Native something that is called bridge. The bridge is something that it's a queue that's let you enqueue some operations that can be addressed on native side, and it happens both ways. On native side, we can enqueue some operations and call some methods from JavaScript, and it all happens asynchronously. So we cannot just make a direct call way back. However, recently it became possible to make so-called native bindings, and that means that you can create your C++ function and make it accessible from JavaScript. However, it's on the JavaScript. It looks like on JavaScript side, it's not. It looks like the normal method. It's not anything special. And in this way, I mean that it's possible to just call it and obtain a result in a synchronous way. And that has quite a number of implications that will happen soon to React Native. Firstly, it will be the rendering will be synchronous, and because of that, animations might look better, and things will be faster. I know there, but this architecture is a game changer in React Native, and I mean I was giving a presentation about this about a year ago, so that is quite difficult to cover everything. So if you want to read more, there's a repository. I mean, in React Native proposals, where you can read about this future.
Yeah, to Michał's note, if you wanted to, on GitHub under React Native community proposals, there's a couple issues, 440, a couple others that are basically turbo modules and the user spec, and a couple others if you want to go read them. But honestly, they're flagged and they're good if they're good stuff. To that point, some of the stuff's already in. It's just not necessarily popularized yet, but there is good stuff coming. But to be clear, depending on how that question, and definitely we took it differently. If it's about the future of the technology, it's difficult. What's happening in the very near future, I think, is very exciting. So I guess we'll see, right?
great, thank you. And I will try to find some more questions on Pine, but we don't have any of them. And so my advice is, if you have some important information left during your speech, you can go ahead and describe it right now. If not, then we'll just have a break, and I will say goodbye to you and thank a lot, and we'll thank for your speech.
Okay, let me start. I can say that during my presentation, I didn't cover too many technical details, and for some reason I find it just nice that I'm not talking too much about code. However, if you're interested about how it works, how the library I presented work, I think as I said during presentation, that there are some videos. Also, I think that if you want to see some very powerful solution for animating things in React Native, Reanimated V2, the library React Native Reanimated V2 is something definitely worth interesting. I strongly advise you to follow their repository on GitHub and see the changes that's happening, to see the example that are available in the repository, and see a ton of materials made by either William Candion or Katarina that are available on YouTube. So definitely keep updated with all of these things. It's definitely something worth attention.
And what about you, Michael?
There's not a lot more that I think we need to say about mine at the moment, but I will echo something Michał said in his, and that mentioned on something and something I said in mine, which is all of these projects work. The ones specifically, whether they be that contributing on specific libraries or whether they be on React core itself, a lot of these projects work because of open source contributions, and there's almost always something you can do. And if you are, and I'm saying this because a lot of the people watching this I know are junior developers, if you're looking for a way to learn and are looking for a way to get feedback for free and to evolve yourself, going and doing contributions to open source, and yes, I know it can be scary and intimidating, but doing a contribution and basically getting someone to code review your contribution for free and give you feedback and push forward and becoming a contributor to projects, whether they be in small ways or large ways, is a really great way to learn, is a really great way to get experience, and is a good way to be involved in the community to help move things forward. So whether it's a library, whether it's a piece of documentation for a library, or whether it's doing code, examples somewhere, those are all incredibly good things. And I think it's a great way to learn. So I'll kind of tie the two questions you gave through us in the past together in that answer.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for your speeches. Thank you for your patience.
All right. Well, good morning to you too, and I'm going to bed.
God, I'm not an early bird. Just understand me. So, thank you once again. I wish I could say that was cool.
Wow. Wow.
But at least I can say that your speeches and your presentations were cool.
All right, well, it's 2 a.m., so I'm taking it, and that'll be the end.
But anyway, so goodbye, and thank you again for your presentations.
All right,
Goodbye.
cheers.
Have a good day.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
So, guys, before we have break, I would like to remind you about our next summit. Python Universe Web Edition Global Summit is going to be an outbreak event with speakers from famous companies like Netflix, TikTok, and Facebook. And during this event, you will learn how to build data dashboard quickly, all about logging with Python, what's new in Python 3.9 and beyond. This and much more on our Python Universe Web Edition Global Summit on the 19th of November. And register now with cross-20 promo code and get 40% off from the current price admission. I think that it would be a good deal. So, see you later. Bye. Welcome back on Cross-Platform Summit. I'm happy to introduce our next speaker, and it's gonna be Krzysztof Krasiński-Sroka. Krzysztof is a Flutter GDE developer and tech lead based in Wrocław, Poland. He runs a small consultancy dedicated to Flutter development. And Krzysztof, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Happy to see you here. And by the way, what the weather you have now?
It's hard to say because I don't have windows in this room. it's unusually a little bit warmer, like 10 degrees centigrade, so 50 degrees Fahrenheit, I guess. It's not that bad today, but it's still cold.
I envy because it's bloody cold out here in Ukraine, and I already wear winter coat. So my winter coat can handle -20 degree. So you can imagine how freezy out here in Ukraine. Like,
yeah, wow. Well, I don't envy you. I don't enjoy winter that much.
So you're lucky. You're enough lucky. So I won't take much of your time, and if you're ready, you can tell me, and I will pass the microphone to you.
All right, so let's go. I'll just share my screen as well.
So,
all right.
See you soon.
Yeah, see you. Bye.
Bye.
All right, welcome everybody. My name is Krzysztof Krasiński-Sroka, as Anna introduced me, and I'll be talking today about painting your own decorations. And I'll explain what the decorations are and how should we use them or could use them in our applications. A little bit about me, so Anna already introduced me a little bit. I'm Krzysztof. I'm in many things, but professionally, I'm a full stack programmer. Went through my episodes of Java, C++, Python, some web, React Native, and now Flutter. I'm also a public speaker and a community organizer. I was one of the co-organizers of Flutter Europe. I'm also a Flutter Go development expert and an entrepreneur because 9 months ago I started my own company. It's called Widgeters, and we are based in Wrocław, Poland, and we do dedicated solutions using Flutter for clients worldwide. You might have heard Dominic's talk several hours ago. I believe it was about 10 hours ago, and he spoke about having fun with custom painters in Flutter, and some of his content can appear here. I mean, not exactly, but what you've heard will be repeated here a little bit, but I want to go as deep into painting as Dominic has. If you have a chance to see his recording, please go, and after the talk, you might investigate a little bit more into how to paint something beautiful. And let's start with what are decorations. First of all, decorations are not a widget. So unfortunately, we cannot put decorations directly into a widget tree. And we need some special tooling to actually put this. But what are decorations? They are some entities that can be painted in front or behind a widget. So there are basically two types of decorations, or two positions a decoration can have. Either in front of a widget, it's decorating, or behind a widget, it's decorating. And Flutter provides us with several classes extending from decoration. So decoration is a class in Flutter, and Flutter provides concrete box decoration, shape decoration, underline tab decoration, Flutter logo decoration. As you may notice, the first two are more general, and the last two are a bit specific. So most of the time you actually use box decoration, which can provide some simple shapes around your widget or above your widget with some elevation, shadow, blur, using some image to paint a decoration. Shape decoration is pretty similar in this respect. It has a little bit different options to actually draw the borders. And the other two decorations are quite specific. So if you would like to explore decorations on your own, I would suggest you go with box decoration first and shape decoration after, if a box decoration doesn't fit your purposes. And if you work with tab views, underline tab decoration might work, might be useful for you. Although that's very specific to actually tab view. Flutter logo decoration is something that you can just show as a toy, I guess, to display Flutter logo. So once we have a decoration class, we usually put it in a container as either decoration or foreground decoration parameter, or in a decorated box widget, which actually is used within a container. However, these two are not exactly the same. They don't perform the very same operations. And in 99% of cases, you'd rather go with a container. And decorated box is more low-level API that you might use, but you won't get all the exciting things that a container can do. So how can we do a decoration? So this talk is called Paint Your Own Decoration. So I won't actually tell you how to do this. I'll show you how to do this. I will have a small example. So some of you might know what this is. It's basically a biscuit that's quite popular, I guess, in France and also in Poland. I think in French it's pronounced petit beurre. And I decided let's have a decoration that looks a little bit similar to this. So I like to paint my decoration so it shows some rounded edges, and let's actually try this out. So I'll switch to my VS Code right now. Okay, great. So I'll look a little bit to the left because that's where my screen with coding is. This is a very simple application. I'll actually show also a simulator. This is a very simple application, and once I run it, you'll see that you basically recognize this. So this is a decoration demo. It has a single home page widget, which is the stateful widget. It has a counter that you can either increment or decrement, and quite short definition of that. So let's launch this first. Let me know in the comments if the code is legible for you or if I should increase the size of the font. Let's wait for simulator to launch. You can actually see how is it that I actually have commented some decoration here. It's inside an animated container. I think I can switch it to container for the time being. So right now we won't do any animations. I'll also remove padding right now to show what how the decoration looks like out of the box. For box decorations, that's a little bit of fun. All right, Xcode build, go on. Let's see what happens there. Yeah. Well, it should be up in a moment, hopefully. But as you can see, probably once that's that already recognizes is basically the same project as the default template creates, apart from a small changes. So I added custom title and did a little bit of addition here. So we instead of just having an increment button, we also have a decrement button that actually is disabled when the counter is 0. So we can increment, decrement, and it looks basically the same as our template project. Let's try to add a simple decoration. So first I'll use just a box decoration to show how this works. And box decoration has several parameters here. First of all, there's a border. So we define a border to be of 4 dp wide and with amber color. And we also define border radius to define that by default, the box decoration has sharp edges, but you want top left and bottom right edges to be rounded a little bit. So let's try to save. All right, so we have this nice box. Maybe not that nice because it actually overlaps with the content, but you can see the box decoration paints decoration like this. And you can also see, maybe it's not that clear from the simulator here, but the box decoration is painted below the widget. So actually the U is above the decoration. If we set it to foreground decoration, this will actually change the shape a little bit, but it will also paint above the existing widget, the wrapped column. All right. So first of all, you might notice if we use box decorations with rounded corners, the padding is actually there's no padding between that decoration and the inside. Actually, there is a little bit padding applied. That's why that's a padding applied by this width. So there's a 4 dp padding to the internals of the container. But if we actually need a little bit more, and here I'll just add a little bit more padding, we will need to set it manually on the container. But this is really not what I want to present. What I want to present is my own decoration, which I already conveniently created. It's called Petit Bear. All right. Now, Petit Bear isn't anything right now. So let's see the basic structure of a decoration. Decoration actually, if you want to write one yourself, you usually use 2 classes. One is decoration itself, and decoration is an abstract class. When you extend it, you need to override and create the box painter method, which returns a box painter. Now, box painter is similar to custom painter. If you've seen Dominic's talk before, he used custom painter. Box painter is slightly different, although in essence you can use it in a very similar way. Box painter has a paint method which takes a canvas, so basically the whole screen, offset, which is the offset of the child that we are decorating, and image configuration is basically just several properties related to painting that decoration. Let's see what's image configuration like. What does it have? Configuration. It has asset bundle, device pixel ratio, locale, platform size, text direction. Some of the decorations are text direction dependent or platform dependent. So we can use that information in our information in our painting. But most useful thing is a size. So size is actually the size of a container. Let's store this conveniently as a final variable here. And first of all, let's just draw a rectangle. If you've seen Dominic's talk, that will be very simple. We need actually to define paint. Paint is, let's say color is yellow. Yellow 600. Yellow is a material color, so it has a swatches which are indexed by from 100 up to 900. Let's say also the stroke width is also 4 as in a box decoration before. So we have a paint. Nothing happens because we don't draw anything yet. And let's just draw on canvas a rectangle. So draw rectangle, and this rectangle will be what? Size as offset, I think. Let's say operations on offsets and sizes would give you a rectangle, but yay. All right, rectangle. Let's say from left with height. So what will be left? It will be our offset. Dx. Top will be offset dy. Width will be size. Width. Height will be size. And our paint. So what happens now? Nothing happens yet. Let's see. Do you hear any echo, Mark? Okay. I needed to save, and it's all right now. So hey, we've started with the simple rectangle. We can always draw some corners to this rectangle. So say canvas is say draw a circle, and we'll start a circle. So I conveniently also use the added the radius parameter. So I fixed the radius to be 16, and I'll just draw several circles in the corners so that we start with something. I won't go that much into what's happening there because there are some other properties of the decoration I want to talk about, and drawing itself is just one part of this. But let's draw several small circles. Yes, draw a circle first, so should be offset. So let's get the actual offset. And let's move it a little bit. A little bit to with radius. So radius is defined, paint is defined. Okay, all right. So actually, this will not change a thing because circle is drawing on top of the already yellow rectangle. just let's have paint. Let's apply colors. Green. See what happens. All right, so this is here. Now, of course, I could move this rectangle somewhere else, and basically we have access to the whole canvas of a decoration. And I could say, okay, let's start with offset 0, 0. And to remind you, the coordinates when painting are the top left is 0, 0. Everything to the right is positive, and everything to the bottom is positive. So we start with top left corner as a 0, 0 and go from there. So we could draw outside of our box, of course, although that's not the best practice. So rather we should constrain our box, and I'll show you in a moment how. But yeah, let's draw actually 4 circles. First, I'll just change the rectangle a little bit in a moment. Maybe there's just shift, deflate. Okay. Yeah, we can deflate a little bit by radius. It's actually pretty small. Now I can remove the color, just use the paint. Great. And the radius is actually size with its radius at the top right corner. And I have bottom right corner. And maybe I'll just put it in a line. It's easier to read. And bottom left. So we started with this. Now you can notice that basically our coordinates with size and the offset are constrained to where the child widget is. And actually we like the child to be, most of the time, especially if we draw borders, we'd like the child to be pushed inwards so that we have some padding between what we draw and where the child is. So we could use of course, as we had before, this padding parameter, which will pad the insides, but decoration also provides us with something we can use. So there is a padding getter, which by default returns 0 padding, and we can basically use this to say, hey, we pad the internals, pad the child that we decorate around, or below or above, with, let's say, the radius. Great, so it's a little bit better. Everything seems to be inside what we drew. Of course, can you see it actually pushes the decoration out? It doesn't shrink what's inside. It's taking the size of a child rather than I don't know, shrinking it or scaling it. So so this is a basic. We could draw a little bit more here, but what I'll show you is actually I created a small petit bear that looks a little bit better. And let me just import the right thing. I have several versions of this prepared, so I don't write everything here. All right, so this looks a little bit more similar to our cookie. Great. So now we have something like this. I'll show you a code for this one. And it has the same decoration class. It's Petit Bird Painter. It has padding as we defined. It has a little bit more convoluted paint. So actually it calculates a little bit number of circles so that these all circles around the edges are the same size, roughly similar to what we say, roughly similar to 16 right now. But not exactly. So it's going to be a little bit of a step function. We do a ceiling here. If you want, you can see that later. I'll share the code with you later on with by Q&A. And you can investigate on your own what does this do. It's a little bit more complicated and long. In essence, it's basically using canvas to paint something. But what else can we do with decoration? So as I already told you, we have this foreground and background decoration. There are a couple of other options in the decoration that we can use. And I'll now just switch to the switch to Chrome and show, oh, this is a decoration class. So zoom it in a little bit. So there are a couple of methods in a decoration class that we can use. And I'll describe now several of them. And the rest is basically up to you to investigate. But of course, we know create box painter. This is a method that we've used already. Create box painter can be passed this parameter unchanged. So this parameter should be executed whenever the actual box painter changes without a change to decoration. So if a box painter has some asynchronous operations, for example, it loads an image, you should call this callback to notify the build system to rebuild your widget. This way, you can refresh the decoration without actually going and creating a new decoration with a created image. So there's a little bit of control over repaints for you. There's a debug asset is valid. This basically means like if you have a decoration, you can override this function to give you true or false. And in checked mode, in debug mode, it will, if this returns false, then there will be an assertion exception, assertion error thrown while painting the decoration. There's also get clip path. So by default, Flutter will accept that the whole area for the decoration is where it actually exists. If we do a decoration like with that Petit Bear, if we do a decoration that doesn't have straight edges, we might decide to say, okay, well, we define a path that's actually clipping the outer edges. So if we have something below, this will be used to nicely match the decoration with what's below the decoration. Similar hit test is also to determine if tapping on a particular piece of decoration will actually should trigger a hit or should register a hit. If not, maybe it should go to the what's behind. Now there are two nicer methods that I would like to talk to you about a little bit because I have just 10 minutes left. There's LabFrom and Lab2. So decoration can be used in a context of the animated container. Animated container is a simple animated or implicitly animated widget. So without creating our own animation controllers, we can animate some properties of our container. And to animate our decoration, the decoration supports this animation, we can add some. We can implement these methods and see how it works right now. So first of all, I'll just add radius as a parameter here. So radius will be a field that's initialized. This radius equals 16. I'll name it. It's always better to use the named parameters. And we'll also pad this radius to our painter. You need to add a constructor. Now we should have a parameterized radius. Let's see how it looks like. Well, it doesn't look anything different because we actually don't change anything. But let's say we what we do is the radius will depend on the counter here. So let's pass here the radius. It will be, let's say, 16 plus counter. 16.0, so it's a double plus counter. And you can see this actually changes, but it doesn't change smoothly. What it does is actually the lab to lab from the lab to lab from by default do return nothing, so return null. That means that decoration says in between two decorations we don't have any intermediate steps. So after 1 second we'll just switch to a new decoration. Or within 1 second we'll switch to a new decoration. Actually, the default implementation will say, okay, up to 0.5 or half an animation, we use the first decoration. Afterwards, we use the second decoration. And the same will happen if we try to switch our petit bird decoration with box decoration, unless there are written lab functions. We won't be able to. We won't be able to animate them. So let's write. I actually won't write. I'll cheat a little bit. So of course I have a prepared Petit Bear version 3, which should animate a little bit. You can see it's growing a little bit every time we change. So sometimes, of course, there's this still this. I'm not sure how much do you see of a stream. Yeah, thank you, Mark. How much you see of a stream, but actually, I'll show you what happens there. So there are basically two methods. It's a little bit convoluted API, and I think basically decorations could be revamped, and maybe they will be to have something slightly better. There's lab2 and lab_from. By default, it's lab_from that is used. So if a lab_from exists, it doesn't return null. It will be used. If a lab2, then if a lab_from does return null, we try lab2, or Flutter tries lab2. And if that fails, there's this algorithm of just switching between two decorations in the middle. You can see we simply do do an operation where we scale the radius. The t parameter is like in all decoration, in all animations, it goes between 0 and 1, and basically means in terms of lab2, if it's 0, it's this decoration that we want to paint. If it's 1, it's a B decoration that we want to paint, and in between we try to scale. It's opposite if with lab_from, when the t value is 0, it means the decoration A should be painted, or something equivalent to decoration A. And if double is t, then this decoration class should be painted. So what we do is simply see, if the decoration we are animating to is petit b, then we just scale the radius from one to another. All right, I don't have much time left. You can explore the decoration API yourself, and I encourage you to learn this way. One thing to notice is that we had this nice padding. There's also a property called isComplex. And isComplex actually is something that goes really, really deep into the Flutter engine. And this is a simple Boolean that triggers render caching. So if you use decorations that have complex operations, for example, painting an image or drawing a shade or having some sort of smooth transition, so basically opacity, anti-aliasing, these are very difficult operations for a GPU itself. It's good to set isComplex to true, so that Flutter engine will cache the rasterized version of your decoration and not redraw it every time. Of course, it will redraw it when the decoration changes, so if the size changes and layout changes, but otherwise it will stay the same and it will basically be pulled from cache instead of redrawn every time. And the padding argument, well, you could notice that padding argument is in a decoration property. It's not in the box painter property. The problem with that is, like, if we cannot determine just based on the decoration properties what the padding should be, and we would like to have actual size of a decorated widget to determine the padding, we cannot really use that. So this is a little bit limited, and unfortunately it will remain so, I guess, for the time being. So as I said, I'm not really glad with how this looks like, but I hope that what I've shown you will maybe trigger some spark of creativity in you, and you'll be able to enjoy writing your own decorations. There are several other articles in the web, and here at Widgeters we are preparing our blog post based on something very similar to this, to actually explore in depth these operations, especially lab2 and lab_from. And my time is nearly over.
Sorry, Krzysztof.
Yes.
But we have some problem with your microphone.
Is there an echo?
Yeah.
All right. Sometimes this happens. It's usually just trying to cancel echo. Let me see if I read.
Yeah, now it's okay. Can you say something? No, I can't hear you.
Unplugged my mic.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, great.
It happens with the echo cancellation with this mic. It takes a little bit time to adjust, especially when I talk to another screen. So that's basically everything I wanted to present.
And actually, Krzysztof, sorry for interrupting, but we have some few minutes left because our next speakers are waiting for their prime time. So you can continue your presentation during Q&A session. It's not a big problem.
I don't think I have any more content apart from what I said. So if maybe somebody has a question with respect to the decorations, I can answer them now, or I can do that at the Q&A session later.
Actually, we can keep it on for Q&A session. Like,
all right,
it's not a big problem. So,
great.
like, thank you for sharing your experience.
That's a cookie. Enjoy your cookies. That's pretty nice. I don't know. Do you have them in Ukraine? No.
No, we don't have.
Oh, that's a shame.
But we have kind of like similar, but not just like this. So I won't say goodbye because we will be waiting for you in 2 hours on our Q&A session.
Yeah, but in a way, see you later.
See you later.
Talk to you. Bye.
Bye. So the next slot is going to be quite unusual since we have developers working together at a time. And it will be a live coding session by Simon Lightfoot and Matthew Carroll. Simon has been programming more than 20 years, of which 11 years has been specifically with Android and mobile apps, working on projects from small startups to larger corporates. And Matt is a former member of the Flutter team who is currently working on spreading Flutter adoption through Flutter education, corporate training, and independent development. So, hi, Simon.
Hello.
Hi, Matt. Looks like it's going to be exciting coding session.
Well, we hope it will be at least educational. I'm not sure about exciting.
Not bad. And how long do you know each other?
Matt? 3 years. Oh, Matt, I can hardly hear you.
Oh, really?
Technical difficulties.
Oh, as usual.
Anna, are you able to hear me?
No, actually, I can hear you, but
very faint.
Yeah.
It'd be something like record volume in Chrome or something silly.
Anyway. No.
Oh, that's perfect.
Oh, yeah, great.
All right. Nothing like those default StreamYard settings.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, how long have we known each other, Matt?
Probably about 3 years. I think when I got started with Flutter, that's how we met online, and then we've been doing all sorts of weird Flutter stuff ever since.
Yeah.
Great. Then I won't populate space anymore, and I will give you a word and pass the microphone to you.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
So we've got this we found we were looking around on Dribble and trying to find something that we think that we could educate you on a few ideas, and we came across this template. Do you want to talk a bit about like what we're going to see here, Matt? I'll put this on loop.
Okay, you got the video there? Okay. So what we're looking at is a quasi-paging system. It's you can kind of think of it as multiple pages, but the transitions between the pages aren't what we're commonly used to. You'll see the button at the bottom, the progress indicator vertically at the center of the screen, and then that hero image at the top all have unusual transitions that as we slide, those don't necessarily slide with us. But the title, the description, and a few chips in the bottom half of the screen, they do slide. So Simon, that's our challenge for tonight, is how we get a combination of transition effects.
Okay. So let's move this to one side, and we have some reference here so we can return back to that. And we'll just put them to one side for now, just so we have them for reference. Basically, we're not going to use them as primary, but so what we've started off here. It's a blank project, and since we don't have any assets, we've gone ahead and grabbed some images online that kind of represent what we see in these original slides, and we'll be using those. Let's hit play. So this is a completely blank project, and this is all the code that's in the project right now. We're going to start from here. So let's get that going. So we previously went ahead and grabbed colors. I'll let this compile first. This is always the first long compile from Gradle.
Fortunately, with Flutter, we usually get away with just one compilation, and then
Right.
it's all fun from there.
So, okay, so now we have a blank screen. So let's first of all, let's hide that debug banner.
Great first step. And we'll start with the simpler, broader items. Kind of treat it like a block of clay here. We're going to shape the high level first, and then we're going to get more and more granular as we go. And so, Simon, probably the easiest place for us to start is to get that nice background gradient, some of those actions in the app bar, and then from there we can figure out some of this content.
Okay. So I went ahead and took the colors and I put them into a little class, which I'm just going to chuck here at the top. So these are sort of colors sampled from the original. As you can see, it's just a simple class. I'm going to make this, I mean, you could instantiate this. They're all static. It's just a nice way of organizing them. Apart from that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to make it even more. And import.
So Simon's organizing the code a little bit here. Better to keep those colors out of our face because we don't really care to look at them. We just need them to exist.
Okay, so we've got this my app, which is kind of our sort of default. Let's call it app, and then we'll create a stateless home widget, and we'll put that as our home widget, just so that we kind of keep these two sort of bits separate. It's just organization really at this point. Right, background. So let's use a piece of material. This gives us a surface to draw onto. And the material is also a layer in the render hierarchy. So it sort of captures anything that's painted to it. So talking about which, ink. An ink allows us to paint onto a piece of material, anything custom. In this case, a decoration. In fact, Krzysztof was just talking about these decorations. So if you're watching, you can paint those lovely decorations onto a piece of material.
And what you may not be able to tell looking at the sample from your screen is that it's not a solid color, and it's actually a radial gradient that's applied slightly above the center of the screen. And so that's what Simon's working on configuring right now.
Okay, so we have a couple of colors. App colors. What background was it? Background dark and background light. Yeah, let's see what happens if we do that. Okay, nothing. Okay, so the reason why we have nothing is because our ink is not being expanded to fill the screen. I believe. Maybe. There we go. Okay. So now we have a sort of at least a dot in the screen. Let's change
so
that.
we'll want to bring that radius up, and we'll also want to bring the center up just a little bit, so it's a little top of center.
So we can actually use custom alignments for that. That's the center.
This custom alignment is a way, so by default, the alignment is at the center of the given area. With the custom alignment, we can take it a percentage above or below, left or right. Those are the two values that Simon's passing in, 0 on the X and then a fraction on the Y. So now Simon has moved it a little bit up, which is where we want it. And now he just expanded the radius. So we have more of an even smoother gradient across the screen.
Okay, let's see. So sizebox expand. Even though I've put this on the inside, we can move this to the outside because the constraints are passed down. So we'll move this on the outside. That just keeps our sort of hierarchy clear. So I guess what's next?
Well, we got a couple icons in the app bar.
Okay. So let's add an app bar to our Let's do a column and an app bar. Actions. There's no title, so let's have the actions first. Icon button.
So the column here is going to place the app bar at the top of the column, which in our case is the top of the screen. And Simon is adding icons in the actions property, which are laid out on the right side of an app bar.
Nice. But my keyboard's not too loud. I think I forgot to switch out. I have a slightly quieter keyboard. Okay, so we have an app bar now.
Yep.
Yeah, we don't want a background on that, do we?
That's right. You want to get rid of the background color. And then the part that always confused me in the early days, you also need to get rid of the elevation.
Yeah. So that's the drop shadow right there. We need to get rid of that by setting it to 0. We have a transparent app bar. We could, just to be clear, we could actually go up to the theme and send the app bar theme globally across the application. If this is something that was an effect that we wanted across all of it, we can just set the background color and the elevation for all app bars in the application using the theme. And that's pretty much the same for most material widgets. They have an associative theme data that you can change.
And okay. Do you want to drop the alpha on those icons a little bit? Maybe 50%?
Yeah, I think we actually have a color for them. Let's see what the color looks like. And we're just going to put this in here right now. But there are slightly better ways to do these things with theming. There we go.
All right, looking good. And so now we've got to tackle this kind of big content area, which is the rest of the screen. Now, do you have any thoughts, any high-level thoughts before we jump in here? So we've got the button that kind of fades out and fades in. We have the hero image that kind of does this radial slide. And then we've got the text in the content that does a normal horizontal slide.
See, I've dealt with some similar layouts before. And the problem it's a very subtle problem we've got. So immediately you go to view paging, right? Because it's a view, you have this sort of paging effect, but then we want to keep things still on the static on the screen. So they've got two options around this. We apply a transform translate to the items in the pages and invert the x-axis scroll, which is kind of a bit, so they look like they stay still on the screen.
So you're saying we would scroll backwards while we're moving forwards, and that would make it look stationary.
Exactly. Yeah. That's really a hack, and it's also there could be optimizations in terms of Flutter's rendering where it knows something went off the screen, so it stops rendering it. So if you try and do some negative x-axis weirdness, it'll just suddenly maybe disappear off the screen, and that's a hard workaround, and we kind of go down a path we don't want to do. The other problem we have here is immediately you go, well, I'll just use a stack and place these static things on the stack on top of my view pager. Well, that's great. But then you have the second problem of, well, you want this to scale nicely on different screen sizes. And now suddenly you've got this static thing that's on top. And now you have to work out, well, how does this align with the stuff that's underneath? And you get into even more complexities with trying to sort of layer this and make this work. So I think for the minute, let's get the main sort of layout of a column with the sort of percentage and structure that we want. And then I think we can come back and look at how we do the animations. That sounds
sure.
Good?
Yep. And I'm going to make 2 recommendations on your IDE. I think if you can collapse your file system and then bring down your terminal just a bit and up your font size, I think that'll probably help some of our audience.
There we go.
Yeah.
Right. Let me know if there's anything else. So, okay. So we have our column with our app bar. The app bar does float on top of things. And in fact, that does stay stationary during the animation, I believe. Let's bring this over.
Yep, the app bar should be affixed to the top. As long as we can see through it, we're good. And then it's just everything else that changes.
Okay, so let's surround our. That's one thing I've always missed. We don't have a wrap with stack. wrap that with.
Yeah, I always go with a column and then just switch it to a stack.
Exactly right. What's going to be really funny is when they add that, I'm going to be upset that I have to now think and like choose different keys because I'm so used to doing that action now.
Well, we'll worry about that when they add it.
Exactly right. So here's the critical point. We want to put this above our main column. So the key point here, most people don't know this, the order in which the widgets are added into the children is the Z index, which is the depth on the screen. So
and that's Z index for all of you that aren't British.
Z index. Z? Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, American Z, right. Okay, so let's
now I do real quick, I do think you need a positioned on that app bar.
Yeah. Let's find that problem in that. I think we might actually get away with it because I don't know if it's set to fill its height.
Sure.
But
yeah, we can see what happens.
See what happens. So we'll have two flexes, and they're just going to have some. And we'll do placeholders for now. That's another great widget. I love the placeholder widget.
So the placeholder widget is going to draw a little rectangle and an X to take up some space so we can see how much space it's taking up.
Hey, look, we've got away with not putting in a but if you notice here, it's actually, see the circle, it's not getting clipped along the bottom. That's because the material for the app bar is actually covering the entire screen. We could actually use the inspector.
Well, actually, it might.
To believe it, I think it is. I think it is because if that was aligned to the top, it would be the K toolbar height. So let's wrap that in a position because that's what really it should be, and we don't really want to have the tool actually having the toolbar overlay everything might interfere with the touch, so that the touches go to the app bar rather than the scrolling. So let's.
And positioned is a special widget that can only be used within a stack. It must be the direct child of a stack, and it allows us to define a left, right, top, and bottom offset from the stack's boundary. And Simon, it looks like you were correct. It looks like it's now being cut off at the bottom, which is where the app bar actually ends.
Obviously, we can add padding if we wanted to avoid that. There's some other things, but yeah, I mean, right now, not too much of a problem. There's actually another trick we could do. We could actually avoid using the app bar, and then the circle. So something to talk about. I mean, maybe you can take this, Matt, while I carry on. But the way that touch, what they're called, ripples, are actually painted on the material.
Yep. So I think we're probably good with the app bar, and we can jump into the content. And what Simon was saying about the ink effect is that if we had put those icon buttons perhaps on their own, they would actually be painting on the material beneath. They'd be painting on the material that covers the screen, and then they wouldn't be cut off at any location. And so what we're doing here is we're just kind of breaking up the screen into some different areas so that we can then fill those areas one at a time with the content and the visual styling that we actually care about.
I'm thinking our this is kind of just a placeholder right now for our indicator, and we have sort of a top portion which is this, and the bottom portion which is this other half. And I guess we can put the button here at the bottom, do the new elevated button.
Yep. So on that one, we're looking for, I would guess, probably somewhere around 24 pixels of padding around the outside, then that light blue that we have in the app colors, and rounded corners of, I don't know, maybe 8 pixels.
It's padding of, say, like 24.
Yep, I'm guessing about 24, and we'll want to expand it, I guess, to fill the width.
I think we want to expand all of the content, so we'll add that on the column.
Yeah, so columns, by the way, only take up as much width as they need to. Although it does look like in this case, our placeholders are taking up full width. But there we go. So now the column is forcing all of its direct children to stretch to fill its width.
This is one of the new widgets, and it has an interesting approach to styling. So you do the style, elevate style from, and it goes and gets the current style and then applies your attributes. So we have rounded, we have elevation, text, border. Let's be the one time that I want a field and I can't see it. Let's not worry too much about that. Let's put the color in there though. It's primary. And then on primary, which is the foreground. Okay. Slight change. Looks like we have an icon down there. Let's do that.
Yep. So we'll want to get, like you said, text on the left with an icon on the right. And then it looks like the height of that button is also a little bit larger. So either we want to set an explicit height or we want to add some internal padding.
It's not being added now. Add will do for now. And now we want a gap between them. There's a nice little trick we can do here. It's main accents.
So there's multiple ways for us to space our text from our icon. The one Simon's going for is to have the row do it itself. Another way would have been to put a spacer widget between those two widgets.
Right, the height padding. Oh yeah. Total size, visual density, minimum size. That's what I'm looking for.
And so now we're going to make the button a little bit taller to match the spec.
What do we say? About 54?
Sounds good to me. Yeah, and then if also if you curve the corners a little more, that'll probably get us a little bit
closer. I'm not sure
closer.
what that is on the style, and I don't really want to go wasting time sort of going through.
If there's a shape,
outline border, there you go, shape.
Okay.
Yeah, we can do that. Little tip for everyone. Normally, most people use border radius.circular. Let's say like 8. The problem here is that this is not a const constructor, it's a named constructor. So you're actually better off doing all and then having a radius inside, and you'll get a const constructor. The other thing is just a shortcut for that for these two in series. So it gives us a little bit of optimization. Right, and what did we say? What do you think it was? 8?
I was guessing 8. Might be a little bit higher than that.
8, 12 maybe? 12 seems a bit too high. Let's go back to 8. Increase the height a little bit. And then that'll do. We could waste too much time. Right. Okay.
All right, got the button.
So we have a button. Okay, let's get to the good stuff. So should we place, let's place an image in the top here. See how that looks. Image.asset. I already loaded those in. So we have assets, images, asset 1, img, I think it is. So, yay. Okay, that's going to set to fill, which we don't want. Let's, well, apparently it's too big, so it's going to fill up the space anyway. So we can actually, we could indicate a width. I want to do a fractionally sized box.
So right now, Simon is working on figuring out how to get that image to push itself down a little bit.
So we can say height factor here, and that would basically tell. But if anyone's curious, if you're ever curious about how your layout's working or whatever, go into your Flutter inspector, turn on the paint boundaries, and you start seeing the boxes, and you'll start understanding what links to what and how it works. And in this case, I can either put an alignment on the outside or on the inside. This alignment is based on the width and height factor here. The problem we've got is that our image wants to expand because it's actually larger. So instead of doing it that way, we can force it to be flexible by adding an alignment on the inside or on the outside. Loose, sorry, not flexible. Okay. Back. Okay, so that's good enough for now. So we have a position for an image. Underneath we have a progress indicator, curved progress indicator. We'll come back to that, I think. Let's add some text in, shall we?
Let's do it.
So another point I'd like to quickly mention is don't worry about nesting. When you come from Android or other platforms, like the amount you nest is like a big deal. Fundamentally, under the hood, Flutter works differently. So that sort of nesting columns inside columns is completely legitimately fine. Whereas nesting linear layouts on Android would be an absolutely don't do that, you know. So.
Yeah, what Simon's alluding to is the double taxation problem on Android and for a number of layouts on iOS. So Flutter is exponentially more efficient in layout by avoiding that problem. So right now, Simon is using a column to vertically stack a title, then some content text, and then some little chip kind of widgets down below. And the wrap widget here is interesting. It's going to lay out horizontally until it reaches the end of its available space. Then it's going to wrap to the next line and continue laying out horizontally, which is exactly what we want.
I'm going to copy in some text I have. That's on these are on the first slide, I believe. Not on that one, but on the first one. That looks lovely. Ha ha.
Well, content's in place. Now we just need to style it.
Let's see. We have what was the first tab? Wasn't logistics? Was it? It was sustainability. Let's do sustainability, and we have some text for that.
And it looks like you probably want to align your column on the cross axis to the start.
Okay. Do that first. Oh, it's cross. Yes, cross axis. Okay. Give me some padding. I think the original we had that kind of. Let's put it over here as a reference.
Yeah, what would you say? Maybe 48 pixels of padding on the left and right.
There we go. Symmetric, horizontal, 48. Oh. Let's I was thinking about using theming for these, but I think for a minute we'll just put the style straight in and have done with it.
Yep, for one-off work, theming is always more work than it needs to be.
That looks good. Okay, and you can actually do font weight, do like a semi-bold, which is 500. And they actually have a nice little thing they've done now. They finally put the names of what they are in comments above each one. I don't know why they can just name them. There we go. And then we've got what have we got on this one? Oops. We need some background music. And then at the very end, when the time starts running out, tick tock, tick.
Maybe some Jeopardy music.
Hey, do you remember? Like that, the end of Pac-Man when it just starts speeding, the music starts speeding up, and you're like, I gotta get this made, get this done. Right. Hey, let's add some spacing because it's all a bit cramped up. Again, this little tip. You know, I think adding size boxes is a good way to rather than padding. It kind of feels more linear. Okay. Maybe it's a bit too big, but I think we're...
Yeah, I think we're good. Wait, let's figure out those chips.
Yeah, I think, well, we want to apply like the same style to all of them. So let's start a new widget. Let's call it, what is this onboarding? Splash? Let's call it.
Sure.
And what properties do we want? Text for now. Sometimes it can be good to use a widget instead, so you can then compose things inside. It really depends on your use case. For the minute, we're just going to use text. So let's replace our... oh, I straight past them. There they are.
And then we'll want to take that text, throw it in a text widget, and then we'll want to get a rounded rectangle behind that.
So that's no different. Good. It means things are working. What widget shall we use for this? We have a couple of options.
Container is typically what I go to. Not the most efficient, but it's pretty quick and simple.
Yes, we actually want a margin between these. Or do we? Yeah, let's
So you can either apply, so we're talking about the spacing between them, and you can either apply a margin per chip, or you can mess with the run spacing and the regular spacing of the wrap widget. And margin applies to the outside of the container, whereas padding applies to the inside of the container.
This is again, this one is not very used very often. People use box decoration and never think of doing shape decoration. This allows us to apply an actual any shape border. In this case, a stadium border.
What's a stadium border?
Apparently, it's when it has rounded ends.
So not just rounded ends, but the ends are rounded enough that it looks like a pill. So in design, the design world, you may, or web design world especially, you may know that as a pill shape. But in Flutter, it's a stadium border. So now we're adjusting the spacing between all the items by using the spacing and run spacing property. I believe spacing is the horizontal distance between them, and the run spacing is the vertical distance.
I think that also changed. So I think there's there's a direction alignment on wrap. So those flip when obviously if you're doing in the other direction. So spacing is your main axis, and run spacing is your cross axis essentially. I don't know why they didn't name them that. I kind of feel that would have been better at the time. Anyway, sorry, bear with me. Right. I kind of want these. Let's fiddle around here with a bit of spacing. I kind of want. Again, the whole idea of the wrap is to make sure that it wraps on multiple lines and it looks okay. This is what we're getting right now. I kind of want to adjust the spacing slightly just so that we. There we go. So we can get the two lines. We could also adjust the text size and various other things. In fact, right now, I think we want a bigger horizontal.
All I know is that red background is screaming at me.
All right, let's fix that next. Let's fix it. There we go. Right. Where is it? Do we have an app? I think we have an app color for that. Chip background.
There we go. Much better. And then the text color should probably be maybe a 50% or 70% alpha white.
There's actually some preset ones we can use. Handy. Oh, I did the text. Oh, very nice.
Yeah, it's looking good. So our text looking pretty close there.
I kind of feel like that spacing. I kind of feel like we should probably have some wrapped and expanded.
Which spacing are you working on?
Oh, the space in between. It just feels too high. Maybe it's more about the percent. Hang on, let's just adjust this. Sorry. Go back. So not the space. So the space in between is pretty fixed, but the gradient produces. You know, this you can't really see the contrast between them. So I want to
think
bring
maybe just take
down.
maybe take the header of the whole thing, the hero image, and make it larger.
It's 3 to 4. Sorry, 3 to 2 or something. Let's do. Maybe it is for actually no, that's about right. It just seems a bit wrong. Let's place this. How long do we have on the clock?
Only about 13 minutes left. So we should probably take the sizing that we got and go ahead and move forward.
Yeah. So, animation going. Okay, that will have to do for now. Right, so this has just been a column right now, this basic layout. So let's actually get this scrolling, shall we?
Cool, let's do it.
So we want to repeat this. Actually, well, I mean, we only want to scroll the text, right? So let's see. Let's wrap the entire page. We can wrap the entire page in a scrollable. There's one for you. Let's take content. It has a builder. And we're going to turn a layout builder.
And maybe you'd like to put that content in a private build method so that we can maybe simplify the main tree a little bit.
Yeah, that's what we could do. Let's do. Yeah, let's just do the here thing. Okay. This.
And so the scrollable here is what is going to give us spacing outside of the actual screen area so that we can move things left and right.
Okay, so we want to go horizontally. So from left to right is the direction. You also need a scroll controller. So this kind of now makes this, let's convert this.
We have to convert to a stateful widget because a scroll controller needs to be disposed of with the state object, which we can't do in a stateless widget.
And because we've made that conversion, if I hit save, we'll probably get a red screen. Oh no, we're lucky we got there's still a hot restart. Make sure we get a new widget. Good.
Looks good.
Okay, so this is not scrollable yet. We haven't given it any bounds. So We have a viewport position. Viewport offset. What's that, Matt?
God, you're asking the wrong guy.
It actually controls the.
I'm going to guess it's an offset in the viewport.
Yeah. It also is what we send back, the viewport dimension, the content dimension. This tells us how much along that main axis, in this case, the horizontal axis, we want to scroll. Annoyingly, they have to be called in the right order, which is always viewport first. And then you get some interesting errors when you don't do them in the right order.
Yeah, so we're telling Flutter what the size of our viewport is, and we're telling Flutter what the size of our content is, and then Flutter knows how to do the scrolling given those two numbers.
Scrap these out because I'm going to reuse them. So page width, that's our viewport width. That's how much space we want to scroll within. And then the content, so we have. So you always have at least one viewport available to you. So this is the content dimensions after that availability. So this case, that would be so the minimum and maximum, sorry. So the minimum is 0 in this case, and the maximum is going to be 3 times the page width.
And that's because we have 4 pages. So it's 1 that we get for free plus 3 more pages after that.
Okay, so in theory goes, there we go. So if I try and scroll left, we get our edge glow. And if I scroll right once, see, I haven't put paging. So this is just scrolling. There we go. Now we've got to the end. We want that page snapping, don't we? Okay, let's first of all, I think control the widgets inside based on that viewport offset. So let's pass this over to our method. And inside of here, I think we should pull out this content here.
And so remember that we have to be a little bit crafty with what we do with this scroll position or the scroll amount, because we're not just sliding all of our content to the left. We want the text to slide, but we want our button and our hero image to remain where they are.
I just pulled out the page content into a widget because I want to reuse it a few times. So we're now going to wrap this in a stack. We're going to have.
All right, guys.
Oh,
sorry for interruption. Sorry, that is early morning. Sorry for interrupting, but you can continue your coding session on our Q&A form. I don't think that it would be a problem. And indeed, guys, that was very useful, and I'm glad that you were with us and showed a great example how to code like pro. And please don't go too far, and be back with us in an hour on our Q&A session.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Anna.
Thank you again, and see you soon.
See you.
Bye.
Bye. So our next speaker is gonna be Katarina Sheremet. Katarina is Flutter developer and Google developer expert in Flutter and Dart, WTM Switzerland ambassador. In her free time, she works on her own app, the Learn Flashcards, that is published on Google Play and App Store Flutter packages. So welcome, Katarina. Hope you are in a great mood. Hi.
Yes, it's morning Saturday at my place.
The same with us. And we have now 10:30 a.m. And what time do you have now?
It's 9:30.
Great. Katarina, please tell us what topic have you prepared for us?
Today, I am planning to talk about block state management and exactly about Qt. It's the newest version of Flutter block package. And also, I'm planning to give some tips how to apply it in a production application.
Sounds great. Then once you're ready, just let me know and I will share the screen of your presentation.
I think I'm ready. And by the way, thank you for introduction.
Not at all. You're welcome. So I'm passing you the microphone, and here you go. You can start.
Yes, I think I can skip this slide introducing myself because it was already done. Therefore, let's continue with presentation. This is agenda of today's talk. We talk about what is BLoC. We talk about principles and rules of BLoC. Then we have a look at Qubit BLoC state management and have a look on the example implementation. And afterwards, we discuss some tips of using BLoC in production application. Let's begin. So what is BLoC? BLoC stands for Business Logic Component and was presented by Google at the DartConf 2018. And it was designed to allow the reuse of the same code base independently of the platform, web application, mobile application, or whether it's a backend. And in BLoC, we send an event from UI to BLoC, and BLoC is basically a class where all business logic is happened, and afterwards, BLoC sends an updated UI and new state. BLoC sends an updated state to the UI, and a new state is displayed. And BLoC has some strict rules. BLoC is a class, and dependencies must be injectable and platform agnostic. No branching is allowed in BLoC. You cannot write, if platform is Android, do this. If web, do that. It won't work like that. And there are some rules for the UI as well. Each complex enough component has a corresponding BLoC. And components should send input as is. If we have a form, we user types, for example, phone number in one field and the country code in another. We don't merge this on UI because it's already business logic. And we should send two events to BLoC. And if we get data from BLoC, it should be as close as possible to the output we are aiming to show. All modification should happen in business logic, in BLoC. And when we talk about BLoC, we usually mean Flutter BLoC. It's a package that was designed by Felix Angelov, and it's a very popular package. It has over 5,000 stars on GitHub, and it's also Flutter favorite package. Flutter favorite, it's a program, and it means that this package meets certain quality standards and has been reviewed by a committee, which includes Googlers from the Flutter team and also Flutter experts. And Flutter BLoC from version 6 has implementation of BLoC that's called Qubit. And now let's talk about Qubit. We'll try to answer the next question. How to create Qubit, how to get updates from Qubit, and how to inject Qubit in widget tree, and also important aspect, how to test all this code. To implement Qubit, we need to know such components as BLoC builder, Qubit, and BLoC state. To have the whole picture, let's see how Qubit can be implemented in an advanced Flutter counter app. Advanced Flutter counter app has two buttons. First one increases counter, the second one decreases, and a text that displays how many times we pressed button, and another text that displays what was the previous action. When we initialize our Qubit, it's going to be initialized. Then when we press plus button, it's going to be increment. When we press minus button, it's going to be decrement. First of all, we need to add Flutter BLoC package to the pub/spec YAML file, or otherwise we won't be able to use any of classes for Qubit. To create, let's create state. To create state, we need to create class counter Qubit state, and it's going to be our base class. This class extends equatable. Equatable is also a package that is able to compare states and make sure that state is immutable. Immutable means that the instance cannot be changed without creating a new object. We also need to use equatable to write tests. You'll see an example in next slides, because we need to compare our expected state and our state that we have. And equatable package, it's easy to use because what we have to do is only override props getter, where we specify properties that we'd like to use to compare instances. Our props getter has action and count properties. And for the advanced counter example, we need 3 state classes: counter qubit initial, counter qubit increased, and counter qubit decreased. And counter qubit initial and counter qubit decreased will have the same implementation as counter qubit increased, basically. Now we need to create qubit. For this, our class counter qubit has to extend qubit class, where we specify a type of our state. Here you see we have counter qubit state that we created before. And counter qubit has a constructor where in super method we define an initial state. That is counter qubit initial, which with the action initialized and count 0. And counter qubit has also 2 methods, increment and decrement, where we change the state. To send the new state to the UI, we can use emit, a method of qubit class that sends a new state to the UI. For example, increment method emits a counter qubit increase state with action increment and count value increased by 1. And basically, in your qubit, if you need to get access to your state, you just type state dot, and you can access to any parameters that you have. Now we need to get somehow updates from qubit and to display it on the UI. And to get state updates from qubit, we can use block builder widget that has builder function. And this function has context and state parameter. State parameter contains count and action here. It's our counter qubit state. And it's a value that we need to display on the UI. And the builder function will potentially be called many times, and it should return just a widget in a response in a state. We cannot navigate from here. For example, if you want to show some dialog, if counter is less than 0, you cannot write in block builder, in builder function, if state is counter qubit decreased and count is less than 0, show dialog. You cannot do this because to navigate, you should use block listener, because it has listener parameter, which is called only once for every state. And block builder is not suitable to navigate because builder called many times, and basically your dialog or your screen might be open a few times. Now let's talk how to inject counter qubit in widget tree to make it available to children. And we can use block provider widget. It's a Flutter widget which provides a block to each children. And it's used as a dependency injection so that a single instance of a block can be provided to multiple widgets within a subtree. In this case, block provider is responsible for creating the block, and it will also automatically handle closing the block. And by default, block provider will create the counter qubit lazily. It means that it will be created when our block will be looked up first time. And to override this behavior and make it available when app is created immediately to do initialization, we can use lazy parameter, and it can be set to false. And it means if we initialize, if we provide our block on top of the widget tree, it will be created and initialized when app has started. Now let's handle user input event. We have floating action button where we call method on qubit in on pressed handler. We call, to call method on qubit, there are two options. The first one is to use extension on context. We call context.read, then we specify the qubit method, qubit class, and then we call qubit method. Here we have context.read, counter qubit, and then increment method. And another way to get method on qubit is to use a block provider of context where we specify qubit and also methods that we need to call. To get access to qubit, we can use context.read also, and there is another extension on context. It's context.watch. If you are familiar with a provider package, it basically works the same. If you don't need to listen to any updates from qubit, you can use context.read, what we basically need here, because on pressed, it's just a button handler. Now let's put all the code together to see the whole picture, how qubit block works. A user pressed on floating action button and increment method of counter qubit is fired. Counter qubit is a block class that stores the current state of the UI and also handles all business logic. Current value of counter is increased, and the updated state was emitted using emit method of qubit. On UI, we have a block listener that listens to the current state of counter. And when new value arrives, it's going to be displayed on the UI, because builder callback called every time new value we get a new value. Now let's talk about testing. There is a package, it's called BLoC test, and this package was also created by Felix Angelov, and it makes testing blocks and qubit easily. And this package is also compatible with Mockito. If you need to mock some dependencies, you can, in your block, in your qubit, you can use BLoC test and Mockito together. And to test our example, we use a BLoC test that creates a new qubit-specific test case with the description sequence of states. Then we have ACT. It's a callback, which will be invoked with qubit under the test and should be used to add events to qubit. We also have a build callback, and it's basically where we initialize our qubit that we want to use under the test. So, and in ACT callback, we get this block that we initialized in build, and then we can call methods on our qubit. And in our example, we called 2 times increment and 1 time decrement. Then we have expect parameter. It's iterable with our states. And it has values that we expect to get after we executed these methods in ACT callback. And in our example, because we pressed 2 times increment and 1 time decrement, we expect to have 2 times counter qubit increment with action increment, and count increased by 1. And also the last one we called decrement. Therefore, we expect to have counter qubit decreased state. And it's the reason also why we need equatable package, because we need to be able to compare these instances, what we expect and what we actually get from qubit. If we are not able to compare instances, these tests will fail. So we need to use something to compare. You can use equatable package, or you can do it by yourself. All this business logic. And now let's talk about some BLoC tips and Flutter BLoC tips that you can apply in your production application. Each complex enough component should have a corresponding block, and it's a separation of concern design principle. It will make your code more readable and testable. So if you have a screen where you have different features, so basically every feature should have a corresponding block, a separate block. It shouldn't be just one block per feature. And now let's talk about immutability. To avoid mistakes and not accidentally change the state, for example, on the UI, the state has to be immutable. And immutable means that the state cannot be changed without creating a new object. In Dart, a class is immutable if all fields are final. The easiest way to make sure that your class is immutable to use immutable annotation. And linter will then prompt and highlight in the code where immutability is not followed. Here you can see example, our locale state is highlighted, and we also use immutable annotation here. And to fix the situation, all fields must be final, and we also can make a const constructor. And if you use const in your widgets, for example, const with a sized box, and also const with your models, it improves the performance of the application, because constants are not recreated each time. They are canonicalized at compile time and stored in specific lookup tables, from which they are later reused. And another solution, as I explained before, is to use equatable package. And equatable is designed to only work with immutable objects. So all members must be final. And with equatable, there is no code generation needed. And all you need is just to override get props, where you specify parameters that you need to compare your instances. And it's also useful if you are planning to write tests. The next tip, basically every application has a few blocks that are needed across all application, which you initialize on the top of your widget tree. And some of the examples, it's for example, block with user information, where the user signed or not. Block with payment, where the user has paid, like premium, freemium, to show features. And you can define all the necessary blocks using multi-block provider, and then access the block using block provider of context or extension on the context. So instead of nesting block providers, as I explained, because code will be less readable, you can use multi-block provider, which has a provider property where you specify list of your blocks. And so it eliminates the need to nest different block providers, and code is more readable and easy to maintain. Also, in the Flutter blog, there is such a useful widget as repository provider, and it is used as a dependency injection widget, so that a single instance of a repository can be provided to multiple widgets within a subtree. One of the use cases where this is used, for example, error reporting repository. In release, you can report to Crashlytics or Sentry or to someone else, and in debug, you can print to the console. So if you need to navigate, you can use a BLoC listener that has a listener callback, which is called only once for each state. So if you need to navigate to new screen or pop existing screen or show some dialogue, I think it's a right widget for you. And another one, it's a productivity tip. When you work with BLoC, you need to create a lot of boilerplate code, for example, qubit and also states. And if you use still version before 6, and you need to create event classes, and VS Code or IntelliJ can do all this job for you, because there is extension. It's called also BLoC, and was created by Felix Angelov, and it helps you to create blocks and qubits for Flutter and Angular Dart application. Let's make a wrap up. In this presentation, we talked about BLoC, its principles and rules. We've also had a look at qubit block state management, specifically how to create qubit, how to listen for updates, and how to inject and how to test it. We also discussed some best practices of using BLoC in production application. Example that was provided in this presentation, it's published on GitHub. This is a link. Feel free to clone that project and play around. I've also added the same implementation with the same UI of advanced counter with hydrated BLoC, and example with BLoC, Flutter BLoC with version before 6. So you can compare and have a look, and basically hydrated BLoC saves your state. And for example, if you start your application, because previously state was stored, it will be retrieved, and all information won't be lost. It will be available on the UI. And thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Katarina. We really appreciate your taking your time on Saturday explaining BLoC state management in Flutter applications topic in such detail. And please don't leave us, since we have our Q&A session just in a few minutes.
Sure.
So before we start this session, I would like to remind you, if you miss some of the talks, please don't be upset, because you have an opportunity to access all of these videos from Junior Track on videos.geekle.us just for $15. So please keep it in mind. And just right now, I'm calling for our speakers. I'm waiting for them. My dear support team, could you please invite our speakers?
Probably in meantime, I can answer one question.
Yeah,
I see the question from our audience. If the text increment decrement increment etc wasn't part of the UI, what would be the benefit of time counter qubit state over a simple int? Yes, it's true. It could be used simple int, but I'd like to show also state class, how you create a state class, because I've discussed also about equatable package. And if I wouldn't do this, you won't learn about some tips and how to test, etc. And so I wanted to have a simple example that everyone can understand, and at the same time to show the whole structure with the state class.
Krzysztof, welcome back.
Anna?
Have you anything else to add?
From my side, from decorations, or I didn't.
Sir Krzysztof, can you fix your microphone?
1 sec.
You did something previous time, and that was cool.
Yeah, I did it, but it usually takes just a little bit time. I just touched it, so wait, go out of sync. Let me just mute and let me just connect and disconnect because sometimes it goes. All right, is it better now?
Yeah, it's great, perfect. So, what do you think about this question? If you didn't hear it, I can read it again.
It's a question to me. No, I didn't hear it.
If the text increment, decrement, etc. wasn't part of the UI, what would be the benefit of type counter qubit state over a simple int?
I think I've explained it already before, because it was just for example, and I wanted to show the whole structure with state classes, explain equatable package, testing, and example of, in my opinion, should be easy that everyone could understand it.
And we have one more question for you, Katarina. And it sounds like this. What would happen if there was just one pill that was right-aligned to the text paragraph about current pills? The paragraph is left-aligned, but pill is right-aligned on the same line thought.
I think it's some UI question.
Can you say something more about this? No?
I have doubt that the question is for me because I didn't talk about the UI. Basically, it was a business logic blog, and I don't get the context.
Yeah, it seems to be more directed at the live coding session.
Yeah, it's for different speaker.
Okay, so let me find some questions in our Pine platform. Wait just a second. And here you are. What can you suggest for developers who are starting using Flutter?
Katarina, yeah?
I think there are plenty of resources, but I think it's better to decide at the beginning what structure of application you are going to have, because basically if it's Hello World projects, you can try different approaches and to learn and choose something for you. I think one of the advices is to experiment, to try different stuff with Flutter. And if it's regarding state management, there are a lot of approaches, and you can try all of them, basically.
Great. And what about you, Krzysztof? What do you think about this?
My one advice would be read the documentation. So it's pretty easy to start with Flutter. You can have a simple project running in just minutes, literally minutes from like downloading Flutter on your machine, and it's easy to just go head first, like trying to do things in Flutter, adding new widgets and so on. But I recommend that you also, whenever you use widgets, you read the docs. The documentation on the Flutter page is absolutely amazing, and I've worked with various documentations for various languages, and it's really brilliant in explaining what it does. I haven't, I think, found yet a single example where it would be inaccurate, but yeah. So that's my advice. Like, if you try something out, or read the documentation how it does. Also, the Flutter has some videos to explain simply to you the most popular widgets. So also take a look at these. And I know this is like, oh, I just want to write some nice widgets, nice UIs, great. I want to earn money being a Flutter developer, but really it will be super beneficial if you don't hurt yourself by just avoiding bugs in your code, and discovering how Flutter works and how widgets work.
Great, thank you. And the next question sounds like, earlier on the conference there was a concept of widget tree mentioned. Can you add something to add something about it?
Well, I don't know what was mentioned. Basically, widget tree is a structure that you create. Like widgets can be easily composed together. So they create this structure, and first you have a material app, which is like usually a topmost widget. That widget contains a scaffold widget, and that widget contains another widget in a body, which is probably some container, and the container widget contains another thing. So if you just connect these dots and draw it on a piece of paper, you'll get something that looks like a graph or a tree. Basically, that's a widget tree. Although the widget tree is not the only tree that Flutter has, a couple of other trees that are, let's say, shadowing the widget tree or created based on it. But basically, that's a concept of widget trees, that dependencies and nesting of widgets inside widgets.
And widget tree is just a blueprint. And basically, behind of widget tree, as Krzysztof says, there are like more trees and elements tree and more. So think about widget tree as about blueprints, where you basically describe how your UI should look.
Welcome back, Matt and Simon.
Thanks. Thank you for having us.
Happy to be back.
I can repeat the question. And earlier on the conference, there was a concept of widget tree mentioned. Can you add something to it?
It sounds like Katarina and Krzysztof have got that covered. I don't know. You tell me, Matt. What can we add?
You can add anything to a widget tree that you want to add to a widget tree. It depends what the basis for the question is. Do we know anything more about that person's understanding of what a widget tree is for? Or was that the whole question? Was widget tree?
That was just the whole question.
Okay. Well, so to add to, I think, what was already described, I work with Very Good Ventures, and we do corporate training for teams that are just getting started with Flutter. So we actually explain these widget concepts on a regular basis. And I always tell people that a widget tree is like an order for a painting. So some people say configuration, but I say an order for a painting. It doesn't do any of the work. It doesn't know how to lay out or render or composite. It's just your way for a developer to express what you want Flutter to paint on your behalf. So that's what I would say about a widget tree.
Great, thank you. And we have another question from our viewers. Qubit reduces a lot of boilerplate code from vanilla BLoC. What are the benefits, in your opinion, of Qubit over Mobis, Riverport, or provider?
So I think Qubit follows a BLoC pattern, and I mean, these state managements are completely different, and BLoC pattern or Qubit will give you some structure of your code. For example, you have UI, then you have your BLoC. It's your business logic where you handle, and some models, and also you have some repositories where you explain how you access your data. And Riverport or provider, they don't offer you some structure of your application. It's improvements of inherited widgets. Inherited widget basically, and you should design your code by yourself, your structure, your layers. And MobX, I haven't tried, but I've heard that it uses code generation, and some people dislike code generation. I think they are completely different, this state management, and should be used depending on the project, on the requirements. And yes, Qubit reduces some boilerplate code. I've used Flutter BLoC before 6, and Qubit reduced the event classes. And vanilla BLoC, I assume it's with stream controllers, stream in and sinks. And I mean, when you create all these classes, stream controllers, you also should dispose it somewhere to avoid memory leaks. It's also a lot of work basically for developer, and a lot of thinking process, how you do your coding. With Flutter BLoC, it's much easier, and with Qubit, I think it's very good improvements that we don't need to write as it was before. If event is something, do this. If event is something else, do that. It was like re-implementing a type system.
Great, thank you. And Simons, we have a question for you. Can you share your knowledge of how to promote your own community?
I do you know what? I haven't been. I mean, we don't. To be honest, with the whole sort of community side of things, we don't do much promotion. I mean, I think it's kind of like it's just people come together naturally. So I couldn't honestly answer that. We don't do any sort of big promotion. I mean, we create a brand. So, you know, like we create a logo and we try and get the brand out there. Things, but
especially during coronavirus period.
The internet is your friend.
You have no problems with it? You have no changes?
What, for the community side of things? Sorry. No,
yeah,
no. I mean, so the thing is, like with what we've been doing with the Flutter community side of things, it's all been online. So, and because there's an international boundary, it's all on the internet. So, yeah, it's not really been much of that. But I mean, when it comes to we have a Flutter London meetup, and then we've just put that on hold for coronavirus. So, we have actually had a couple of online events, and they're promoted on YouTube. But yeah, it's pretty much on hold at the moment.
Well, then another question would be,
if you don't have a question, I can. Me and Matt carried on our live coding, and I could share my screen, and you could see what we actually came up with.
Actually, that would be great, and I wanted to ask you that, to be frankly, because yeah, I noted that that some important information left unrevealed.
So I don't know if that is coming through.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. So yeah, so we actually we finished off adding the viewport position in, and now we have this kind of effect going on, which is quite nice. It's a pale imitation. I mean, we have a very limited amount of time to the original, but I think we've kind of come close. The key here being that that what we've actually got here is a single column, and we're controlling the position of all of these widgets based off of the viewport scroll, which we can listen to. So this isn't a view pager, but it acts like a view pager. So what we've actually done down here, we have the page headers followed by the page content here, and they all listen to the controller and have an index of which page they are. We could optimize this and say only show the widgets that are going to come in the screen or off the screen. And then obviously then we have this kind of stuff going on, which is our lovely complex math to do this header sort of transition. But you can come up with something better than this, something a bit more stable. This is 20 minutes work, so yeah, quick bit of a rush, but it works, so that's good. And further on, like again, it's just an animated builder that listens to the controller, and inside of the build method, we can then take the current position, and then calculate whatever offset that we want based on that. In this case, we kind of got the natural position, so the index times the viewport dimension, which is the width of the screen. So that's where the page would normally. This is the text, by the way. This is where the text would normally sit adjacent to each other, left and right of each other, and then we minus the position of the current pixel offset. So that's how they move left and right. These are actually different. These are different bits of text. Obviously, we can actually have each page have different text. We didn't get to that, but I think if we given a little bit more time, we could get this finished up and up on YouTube, up on GitHub for people to see. I'll share the link with you guys to put on the stream, I guess. Is there any questions from you?
Yeah, actually, we have one. So if I use custom fonts and some characters don't render white square because the font doesn't support that Unicode range, any way how to detect it, for example, in widget testing?
There is actually. So first of all, that square is generally known as tofu. If you didn't know, that's the name for it. It's normally a square with an X through it, depending on the font. But you can do what's called golden tests. So you can capture it's a process of capturing what you expect as an image, and then your test, it compares that image to what's currently being rendered. And if it differs, i.e. the font doesn't have the character, then it will fail the test and tell you.
I think what this person is looking for is a way to detect it in code so that your golden test never has these tofus in them.
Also, I believe that golden tests actually don't render text.
You can do that. They do render custom fonts. You have to
for anyone who doesn't know, go check out golden_toolkit put out by the folks at eBay, and they have some methods that will help you load fonts in. And all of my projects use Golden Toolkit, and I render the actual text in the actual screen, way it looks on a normal mobile device screen. So you can definitely do that. So go check that out. But Simon, in terms of code, though, do you know of any way to say, like, does the font system have this character?
Currently, the exported font system inside of the Flutter engine, I don't believe actually has that capability of looking up a glyph for a specific character. So, but it's definitely something that could be added to the Flutter engine. I mean, the support is definitely there in Skia.
So maybe file an issue.
Yeah, make an issue. Add it to the long list. But yeah, Krzysztof is correct in general. Like golden tests by default don't render fonts. They have a specific sort of default font they use, and you have to do some extra things to make it work.
And that one is called Ahem, or I don't know how to pronounce it. Ahem, AHEM. That is the font that draws white boxes for all of your text.
Yay.
Mm-hmm. And has anyone else something to add? Katarina, what about you?
Yeah, I can share a link with the code that I've created during the presentation, so I don't know how to do it though.
You want to share your presentation, yeah?
No,
Yes.
I want to share just a link, if I may.
You can share just at Q&A form, in the Q&A form.
Okay. If I could find the Q&A form. So I can see comments, but I cannot see any input.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you can send it
No, send it
into
to
private
Summit.
chat.
Yeah.
And I will
All right, you can share that. So that's basically the code
send it. Yeah.
from my presentation. You can explore it, play with it. Don't file pull requests. Just fork it.
So I will ask you a typical question. What was your biggest fail? What was the biggest fail you had when you were on junior level? What issue could stop all the process of your work?
Well, I don't know if there's any one thing in my background, but I will say that in the earlier years of my career, I didn't understand the importance of testing or the different ways to test or why you test that way. I didn't understand how to effectively encapsulate code. I didn't appreciate readability. And so all of these things led to hornets' nests and spaghetti code and all the other metaphors for terrible things that we don't want to deal with. And then eventually I figured it out.
I think that is something you learn over time, especially within object orientation, right? Like design patterns. That really does help a lot when coding from.
Well, and just, I mean, even simpler than that, like don't write 1,000-line functions. That's a good,
right.
that's a good thing not to do.
What about you, Katarina?
I agree with testing aspect because as when I started to write tests, and I could catch so many errors and bugs, and I was like, wow, I wouldn't be able to catch it by myself, and I would never know that this scenario might happen. And writing good quality code and also good structured code. I think at the beginning of career, code looks like pasta, like noodles, and everything is everywhere. And I think this code is hard to maintain. And afterwards, in a few years, when you have a look back on this code, you're like, oh, it was written by me, really? When you look at your previous code that was written, for example, 1 year ago or 2 years ago. But I think it's like face palm sometimes.
And Krzysztof, what about you?
I think as a junior, my biggest fail was trying to implement everything on my own. So not using any other people's code, like trying to do everything my way, which of course should be better, but eventually as a junior you end up with that being not a proper way to write things. As a junior, like I probably was very confident in my skills and how they are better than other people's skills. And if I didn't understand something in other people's code, I would just create my own. And that was, I guess, the biggest fail from my side. It took some years to actually unlearn that and trust other people's code. But yeah, I would say don't try to implement everything. It's very exciting, I guess, when you're young, but when you discover what programming gives you, like this rush of emotions, like being a creator of something. But you need to put some. You need to trust other people as well in what you do. Sorry about that.
Thank you. And guys, do you have any other advice to our juniors that are watching our stream?
I can give advice. Probably, I think I've learned a lot from community, basically, and I give an advice to attend different conferences and meetups. It's basically where I've learned about Flutter, because I didn't know about Flutter framework. I was doing Android development before. I went to GGG event, and we had this networking part where we started to discuss different technologies. And basically, I think conferences and different events, meetups, even if they are right now online, they give a lot of knowledge, and you can keep your knowledge up to date with the latest technologies, with the latest news. And I think it's very important to keep your knowledge up to date, because when you work at some companies or at some project, you might use old technologies or something that is like not at the edge what you can do or what you can use. And I think community and all these events give a lot of knowledge.
And what about the other speakers?
So maybe I can
You
tell.
have no idea.
Do things with other people. So definitely you learn faster and you learn to code better when you do it with somebody else. During university times, I wouldn't be where I am if I actually didn't sit with my friend and besides playing games, do some coding, do a little bit of hacking and trying to inject a SQL into some various dumb sites. But in general, yeah, find people who share the same hobbies, who share the love of programming as you do, and do things together. It's really much more enjoyable than sitting alone and being, a cowboy programmer.
And the primary difference between a junior developer and a senior developer has very little to do with code, and it has very little to do with technical abilities. It has to do with your ability to make decisions on behalf of the company, how to approach a problem, whether a problem should be attempted at all. This deals with understanding your team, understanding costs, understanding benefits, understanding your company and your customers. So if you're looking to move from junior to senior, it's focused less on doing really cool and neat things with code and focus more on helping your business, because that's really all the business cares about in the first place. I mean, that you are there to serve the business and the customers. And so you need to learn how to do that. And no matter how many languages you learn, if you don't learn how to serve customers, you're never going to get beyond that junior level because you aren't driving enough value. Simon, do you have any thoughts?
I have to be honest, I kind of was uploading the code for our example, so I kind of missed the question. I've shared the link in the chat. Hopefully that can be posted. But what was can we get repeat the question? It was, what's the difference between the junior and senior? Was it?
Well, it was whether you have any closing advice for the junior developers that are on the stream.
So
I'm here again.
Okay.
Let's continue.
There's two of you.
Okay.
Oh, now one of you.
I don't know. Did you get the link that I shared in the private chat, Anna? If you could share that.
Yeah,
with
I
everyone,
have
that'd be
sent it.
great.
I have already sent it into Q&A form.
Thank you. So advice for juniors. I do partly agree with what Krzysztof was saying in terms of don't reinvent the wheel. I think that was but at the same time there's a lot that can be learned from starting to begin coding by trying to make something, right? So just trying to do something for your own learning benefit, but don't think you're going to make a product out of it, because that's something completely different, right? So but for sure, I think code, how's it going? Code to learn, don't learn to code. It's my motto. So there you go.
So thank you, guys. Thank you, girls and boys, for clarifying this mysterious area for us. And that was really cool. That was really great job. And that was an honor to have you here on our summit. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And I
for
need to
having
say
us.
goodbye to you.
All right. Until next
See
time.
you.
Until
See you
next time.
Bye.
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 So before we will end our summit, I would like to tell about our further events. We would love to see you among us at the Online Solution Architecture Case Study Festival on January 26, 2021. You'll have 24 hours to learn what challenges leading architecture face and how to overcome them. Understand the difference between solution and solutioning architecture. Find a way to build long-lasting solutions for the business. Lunk into the implementation of topic-related technologies based on live cases. And register now with the cross-20 to get 20% off from the full price admission. So our summit comes to an end, and I would like to thank everyone who were watching us, who were with us all these 24 hours in a row. And I would like to thank our speakers. We had lots of fun today. We had lots of interesting information. And by the way, I would like to thank our support team. And I'm happy to introduce Anna, that is main organizer of this summit. And she did her best to do it like as perfect as it could. And by the way, she hasn't slept for 29 hours. So please welcome here our main hero. Come here.
So here she is, our main hero and our main organizer.
Okay, so first of all, thank you so much for being with us, for joining us. I'm really glad that I survived because I haven't slept, as Anna said, for almost 30 hours because I tried to stay in touch with every speaker so yeah, and I hope that everything was great, and I really want to have your feedback on social media. So please, drop a line and say how it was for you at this summit. So yeah, and maybe you could share your experience because you were there all night and you moderated it. So how it was for you?
Almost all night, actually 9 hours. But to be frankly, I'm happy because I had an opportunity to speak to such smart people, to those people that achieved a lot in their lives, and they inspire so much, inspire to move on further, to achieve my own aim in my own work field, and that was really great. So thank you for organizing such a great summit. You're here.
Oh, thank you so much. Okay, so we really hope to see you soon on our next events because Anna already told you everything about our upcoming events. So please stay tuned and join us.
And as usual, please don't forget to be safe, to stay safe, to wash your hands, be careful, and goodbye.